Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Chi Hang Kai put the tarp back down. What's written on these? Is it the script from the Middle East? No, it's for those Westerners to read, Wu Hang vaguely explained. Oh, how's the food here? Should I come to pick you up, have you rest at night and come back during the day? Chi Hang Kai asked with her eyes wide open. Wu Hang pinched her cheek. It's too much trouble, the journey would take up half the day. It'll be fine in a few days, don't worry. Chi Hang Kai nodded and continued, I brought you some clothes and bedding, things here aren't clean. The ones you change out of I'll take back to Washington with that. She took out some packed bedding from the passenger seat. Wu Hang didn't say much and just took them into his space ring. Chi Hang Kai went on, there are two things, one is that the South Korean main station wants to invite us to kill the zombie king, but the distribution of spoils was too vague, felt like pie in the sky, so I declined for now. The other is that bases in the United States and several countries in Europe have contacted us through the radio, wanting to exchange supplies for food. Chapter 747, Prince 2 seeking to kill the zombie king myself likely means using skeletons as cannon fodder to reduce the number of corpses he controls. The second matter, more national bases have also begun to contact us. There's nothing surprising about that, gold and silver for food. Given the current circumstances, everyone would choose to make the exchange. We'll find out the zombie king's location when the time comes. We'll kill him ourselves, and as for the food trade, we can agree to it. Once the trading method is agreed upon, I'll prepare enough food, Wu Hang said. Understood. Chi Hang Kai agreed, then added, I'll head back now to lead the team in scavenging resources. Leave me a truck as well. The cleanup here is almost done, and I'll drive back when it's time, Wu Hang commented. Then we will leave this one for you here. Good. Wu Hang nodded. Chi Hang Kai waved goodbye, and made his way to the convoy. A skeleton was arranged to drive, leading the skeleton army onward. After covering some distance, zombies began to appear ahead. The skeleton hounds ran ahead to attract the zombies, and the skeletons collided with a horde of corpses. Bella also flew out directly, beginning to devour remnant souls. By nightfall, the battle had ended. Wu Hang found a building by the road, and returned to Seaturd Fortress. In the room with the radio at the commander mansion, Wu Hang picked up the microphone, Shayla's voice coming through from the other side. You're not on Gold and Silver Island? I'm not, I'm dealing with some matters outside, Wu Hang replied. How come you're roaming around so carelessly again? You don't look like an island master, and besides, the situation outside is chaotic, Shayla said sternly. Wu Hang was somewhat speechless, her tone sounded like a mother scolding her child. Is she taking advantage of me? I got it, there's no danger here, I'll be back in a couple of days, Wu Hang said, then asked, how's Natalie City doing? Everything is normal. The construction crew from Gold and Silver Island has started their work, and the mechanist is also building the power plant. It seems Brittany has become quite reliant on you, she keeps asking when you will be coming over, Shayla said with a chuckle. Wu Hang ignored the topic of the fifth princess being reliant on him and said, keep an eye on the mechanists there, we only have a few on the island. These mechanists had learned modern knowledge and had taken a considerable amount of time to be trained. If they died out there, it would be a heavy loss. Especially because one of them was a corpse ghost mechanist capable of communication. Don't worry, I'm aware, Shayla replied before saying, Elder Tapani has sent Philippa to pick up the fleet, it seems the headquarters has arranged for some VIP to come over. Do you know who it is? A VIP? A religious hero had arrived. Wu Hang said, say I do, the religious hero. He's here. Do we need to hide the skeletons in the city? Shayla asked, sounding surprised. No need, he's already headed to Gold and Silver Island and plans to establish the Holy Court there. The Holy Court? On an island managed by a necromancer. Shayla's tone turned serious. Yeah, Zai Ligui and the others haven't had time to react, and the other party has already settled the matter, Wu Hang said helplessly. What he plans to do, Zai Ligui and the rest can't stop anyway. Opposing him might only make things worse for her. If Seidu goes back to headquarters and has Zai Ligui moved from Gold and Silver Island, that would be even more troublesome, Shayla advised. That's what I was thinking as well. I told them not to worry about it for now. I'll deal with it when I return. Shayla continued to instruct, don't act rashly. What you need to do now is quickly reach level 18. Once your level is higher, many problems will naturally resolve themselves. I know, I won't do anything outright, Wu Hang agreed readily. You better not give them any leverage to use against you, Shayna said. Wu Hang then said, I've ordered a batch of plant growth potions from the wood elves. When you have time, ask about their delivery for me. Also, arrange another order for food supplies. It doesn't matter if it's a bit much, have it sent to Gold and Silver Island. I'll ask about it tomorrow, Shayna replied. Good. After a brief chat, they ended the communication. Wu Hang got up and left the radio room. He sat in his study for a while. Knock, knock, knock. My lord, dinner is ready. The sound of knocking, followed by Hartel's voice. Come in. The door opened, and Hartel walked in with dinner, placing it on the desk. He then stood aside respectfully. After Wu Hang began to eat, Hartel spoke softly, My lord, all the shops in the city are now open for business. Some shops are without owners, so we've temporarily placed our people there. The city hall has also opened, but it's still understaffed. The cleanup of the collapsed city wall is expected to be completed in about 5 days, after which we can start rebuilding. At the border, the railway tracks extending toward London City have commenced construction, with mostly skeletons being used. The construction pace should be faster, Wu Hang casually said. After Hartel's arrival, things began to go smoothly. After all, Wu Hang didn't have much time to deal with the affairs of the fortress. Instead, he focused more on empowering the ghosts and himself. With Hartel managing, many things had become much simpler. How are the city residents' attitudes toward us changing? Wu Hang asked offhandedly. For now, there hasn't been much improvement, Hartel replied calmly. Wu Hang wiped his mouth, took all the flyers out of the space ring, and said, Post these notices in the cities we've captured. Hartel picked up one and understood Wu Hang's intentions after reading it. Publicizing the reasons for the warring to show that Hueco Kingdom was the aggressor. This would reduce the civilians' resistance. All right, my lord, I will arrange it first thing tomorrow morning, Hartel said. After dinner. Hartel cleared away all the dishes. And Wu Hang returned to his bedroom to rest. Another day passed. Zombie world. A mass of zombies surged over, colliding with the skeleton army. Bella ascended into the sky, beginning to devour the myriad remnant souls. And with each soul consumed, system notifications emerged beside his ear. Ghost has leveled up to 19, agility +1, perception +3, intelligence +2, Bella had leveled up. Wu Hang looked at Bella in midair, her body slightly more solid, her speed of devouring remnant souls even faster. Now it was time to prepare for level 20. Wu Hang glanced ahead, the zombies and skeletons still locked in combat. But now, this location was at the edge of a small town, and most zombies had been cleared. It was fortunate to have reached level 19, otherwise, finding a new leveling spot would take some time. Seeing the battle continuing, Wu Hang walked to the back to the truck Shi Hengkai had left behind and used the radio to say, calling Shanfu Base. This is Shanfu Base. Go ahead. I need Vice Leader Chi. Please hold. After a brief moment, Chi Henkai's voice came through. This is Chi Hengkai. My mission here is done, I need to find a new location. Chi Hengkai recognized Wu Hang's voice immediately and replied, Alright, I'll come over tomorrow morning. Also, I have news about the first matter we discussed yesterday. The first matter? The Zombie King's issue. Let's talk when you arrive tomorrow. Got it. Ending the call, Wu Hang stepped out of the truck and continued to wait for the battlefront to end. Hueco Kingdom, Niller City. Inside a somewhat dim mansion lit by illuminating stones, shadows were cast in every direction. In the main seat at the center sat a handsome man with golden hair and blue eyes, his hair tied in a short ponytail at the back of his head. He wore a blue brocade robe, with exquisite patterns embroidered in gold thread around the neckline and cuffs. He was leaning on the seat, a look of fatigue on his face, the dark circles under his eyes distinctly visible. The second prince of Hueco Kingdom, Clifford. Around his seat were various ministers seated. Gentlemen, what should we do next? The handsome man in the main seat spoke up. An elderly man, dressed lavishly, stood up, slightly bowed, and said, Your Highness, there have been some rumors that Seaturd Fortress has fallen. I think we should verify this first. Fallen? That fortress couldn't even be breached by the Beastmen Alliance army in the past. How could London City possibly? The second prince said disdainfully, resting his forehead on his hand. The previous battle might have been lost, but it wasn't possible for Seaturd Fortress to have fallen. Unless the defending soldiers opened the gates. Surrendering to the undead skeletons was even more unlikely. I think we should send a small team to take a look. It also reflects your highness's concern for the frontline commanders, the elder continued. The second prince nodded. Since you're worried, arrange a squad to go check, and ask what supplies they need. Understood, Your Highness. The second prince then said, let's talk about the traitor D'Italiano next, and what our next steps should be. Chapter 748, Does she know about us? Zombie World. The battle between skeletons and zombies was drawing to a close. Wu Hang ordered the skeletons to advance, and the dense spear ray began to push forward, killing all the remaining zombies. Then, the skeletons automatically dispersed to clean up the battlefield. Evolved zombies and mutated zombies were all dragged together, while the bodies of ordinary zombies were piled up into small hills. Sister Bella, you've reached level 19. Zhao Zhao looked at Bella, who was flying back. Level 19 now, thank you, Wu Hang, thank you, Lady Glinda and Zhao Zhao, Bella said, smiling happily. Level 19, this was something she had never dared to dream of before. In Blackstone Town, a level 12 steward was a person of great importance. Now she herself had reached level 19, and in Wu Hang's plan, she was to be elevated to level 20 within the next few days, to the same level as the legendary heroes. If she had not truly died, she would have doubted that all this was just a dream. We're family, no need for such formality, Wu Hang said with a smile. Zhao Zhao also chimed in, yeah, we're a gang, a family. Team. Wu Hang immediately corrected. It was, after all, a combination of a necromancer and ghosts, and the word gang gave it quite a strong sense of involvement. Ow, it's a team, my mistake, Zhao Zhao continued. Next up, Sister Bella is going to hit level 20, and since I'll also be level 20 in the future, we'll be invincible, right, Auntie? Glenda glanced at her. Ask your uncle, I dare not say. Invincible in the world, seeking a worthy opponent, Wu Hang said. Zhao Zhao also shouted, seeking defeat. The battlefield was cleared. Wu Hang looked ahead at the evolved and mutated zombie corpses laid out separately on the ground. As time passed, the proportion of evolved zombies in the horde was still increasing. Even the number of mutated zombies was on the rise. For the ordinary survivor bases, this was a disaster that kept growing in strength. It also forced the surrounding refuges to consolidate or seek shelter with larger ones. Likewise, with the increase in evolved zombies, the chances of obtaining corpse cores were also increasing. Corpse Battlefield was activated, and the flesh began to fall off the corpses as Wu Hang directed the risen skeletons to collect their fallen corpse cores. Then he bagged them all in plastic bags and stored them in his space ring. He had been out for quite some time. There should be new level 3 corpse nucleus potions on Gold and Silver Island, right? When he had the time, he should go back to drink the potions first, improve his attributes, and then come out to have fun. When the transformation of the evolved zombies was completed, Wu Hang continued on his way, activating Corpse Battlefield, skeletons rising one after another, the sound of their bones rubbing echoing through the entire area. After the entire battlefield was processed, Glenda, Zhao Zhao, Bella, stop the chit-chat, we're heading back, Wu Hang called out. The three ghosts flew back from afar and went straight into his body. Wu Hang found a building by the road and used the door in a second-floor room to travel to the other world. Exiting the boundary door, he released the three ghosts to move around freely. Wu Hang opened the door and went downstairs. Hartle had dinner ready, and Wu Hang ate while listening to his report on the situation inside the stronghold. It had been a few days since the stronghold was occupied. Residents were already going out to purchase necessities. Master, a steward from the association came by during the day, wanting to have people from the association leave the city, Hartle mentioned again. Association steward? An image of that middle-aged steward appeared in Wu Hang's mind. At that time, the man had been quite cooperative, able to recognize the situation clearly and not trying to use his association's authority to demand anything more. Wu Hang asked, leave the city for what? Hartle replied, he said he had written a report, to be delivered to the association's headquarters. Wu Hang pondered for a moment, then said, just say you can't make a decision on your own and have already reported it up. The main thing is to stall him for a while. Okay, Lord. Hartle replied. After Wu Hang had dinner, he picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth, then said, here's what I'll do, I'll install a device in your room that can communicate with London City, so you can contact Win Mancha directly. Hartle's eyes lit up. With such a device, it would save time spent on sending messages. Thank you, Lord. Having it installed in my room would be fine. Let's go, the device still needs installation and you wouldn't know how to do it yourself. Wu Hang stood up. This way, please. Hartle led the way to her room. The two of them pushed open the door and entered Hartle's room. The room was very clean, with light blue bed sheets and a white plush carpet on the floor. On the bedside vanity, there were a few books and several pairs of glasses of the same style. There must have been 4 or 5 pairs of glasses, as if belonging to a glasses collector. Lord, installing it by the bedside will be fine, Hartle said softly. Wu Hang glanced around the room. Don't place it in the master bedroom. When you're not here, it'd be better to have a skeleton guard the radio. Will you be able to rest well with it by the bed? Harut was taken aback. She had forgotten about this. Imagining herself sleeping with a skeleton sitting stiffly guarding the radio was a bit frightening. You're right. Let's place it in the next room then. The two went to the adjoining room. Wu Heng assembled the new radio and tuned it to the frequency connecting with London City. You know how to use it, right? Yes. Wu Heng instructed, this device is precious. Take it with you when you leave. If real danger arises and you cannot take it, destroy it immediately. Understood, Lord, Harut said earnestly. I will guard this artifact well. Good. Try contacting Mangekyō now, I'll be heading back, Wu Heng said with a wave of his hand as he left the room. Harut saw him out and glanced back at her own room, then at the retreating figure heading upstairs. Returning to the room with the radio, she attempted to contact Mangekyō. Wu Heng had just gone upstairs. Bella flew down, saying, the skeleton at the radio is looking for you, it seems someone has contacted you. I'll go check it out. Wu Heng headed to the radio room and looked at the logbook. It was from Gold and Silver Island. Hello. Soon, Zai Ligui's cautious voice came through. Wu Heng, what are you doing? Zai Ligui had came to the island lord's mansion again. Just finished dinner. Are you alone? Wu Heng asked. Her cautious tone gave him the impression she was alone in the room. Zai Ligui's voice was still soft, they are watching a movie. I got bored, so Minnie took me to the radio room to chat with you. Minnie left, so it's just me. Well, they made it all secretive. Missed me, huh? What do you think? Zai Ligui countered, didn't you say you'd be away for only a few days? Why has it been so many days? It hadn't been long since Wu Heng and Zai Ligui confirmed their relationship, and he had left Gold and Silver Island. They indeed hadn't spent much time together. Wu Heng said, once I'm done with the things here, I'll come back. Don't worry. I'm not worried. Just be careful. The Hueco Kingdom is still quite chaotic. If it gets worse, just come back. Isn't Gold and Silver Island enough to keep you busy? Zai Ligui went on. Alright, I know. I'll be back in a few days, Wu Heng instantly said, then added, did you really miss me or not? Miss you my ass. Missing my ass works too. It's also a part of me. You're sick. Zai Ligui blurted out, then continued, the last time with Xiali, do you think she found out? Huh? The last time we went to my place for drinks, and Xiali had too much. Did she wake up in the middle of it? Zai Ligui clarified. Chapter 749, Superpowers are ours too. He woke up midway. This guy got to watch the whole show for free, huh? Wu Heng felt she wasn't that drunk in the first place and was just feigning sleep. But he couldn't very well say it outright, as she was awake at the time of the handover with Zai Ligui. He could only respond, I had no idea. Guess you didn't know since you were so engrossed. It seemed like Xiali kinda likes you too, muttered Zai Ligui. No need for your sister's jealousy, huh? That's right, after all, she's my sister. Zai Ligui fell asleep after finishing his sentence. Meanwhile, Minnie's voice came from the other side, Stuart, they're putting on a new one, want to come watch? Zai Ligui's voice immediately turned serious, Wu Heng, that's all the information on Gold and Silver Island. I'll notify you if there are new updates. Oh, okay, Wu Heng answered. Then, the communication from the other side was cut off, they probably went to watch the movie. What was Xiali thinking? What was she really thinking? With no other matters, Wu Heng also left the radio room. He chatted with the ghosts in the study for a while and then returned to his bedroom to rest. The next day, a town overrun by skeletons. New notices were posted on the announcement board, and a bard stood on a wooden box, loudly reading the content. Notice to all residents of the town, London City has always maintained peaceful coexistence with Hueco Kingdom at the border, without any cross-border harassment. However, after the old king died, the kingdom began to destabilize, frequently crossing the border to disturb London City. Half a month ago, they even gathered tens of thousands of troops, crossed the boundary, and attacked London City, assaulting the citizens within. Such vile acts have repeatedly caused border conflicts and alarmed the citizens. Therefore, London City has assembled its army to drive out the enemy and retaliate. This has nothing to do with the merchants and residents in the city. Where the army passes, it will not harass the people or seize property. This announcement is made to provide the reasons for our actions. The bard finished reading aloud. Quiet settled around once more. As people moved closer, a murmur of discussion started. The notice says Hueco Kingdom attacked first, is it true or not? It's stamped with the association seal, it must be true. Isn't that the buffer zone with the beastmen? What's there to attack? I heard they're quite wealthy over there. Damn it, which commander gave the orders? So many people died. Criminals of the kingdom. After the discussion, everyone knew the actual reason. The proclaimed invasion of the undead was, in fact, a counterattack from the other side. It was their own side that was the villain, instigating a war they couldn't win. The crowd quickly dispersed, spreading the news. The same notice was posted in all the towns and villages occupied by skeletons. Whether people believed it or not, it stirred up considerable interest. Blackstone Town Association. The door to the steward's office swung open. Yuli barged in. Andy, they've posted notices in the town, I've grabbed one. Processing documents, Slither looked up, let me see it. Yuli handed over the document and sat down, saying casually, these guys obviously saw London City is rich and want to snatch it. They're not worth an ounce of pity. Slither and Yuli were somewhat more aware of the situation in London City than the outside world. After all, Money Cat's properties were there. And Hueco Kingdom had tried multiple times to infiltrate and stir trouble in the city. Only now with this notice did they learn that Hueco Kingdom had actually mobilized the army to attack. When Mangekyō had then used the skeleton army to counterattack, pushing deep into the kingdom's territory. Idiots of Hueco Kingdom, Slither cursed. She was thoroughly disappointed with Hueco Kingdom now. An evil cult had slaughtered the villages around Blackstone Town, and no one dealt with them, yet they gathered so many troops to attack other cities. In the end, not only did they fail to take the city, but their own were also defeated to this sorry state. Calling them idiots was putting it mildly. Yuli leaned in closer, smiling. Andy, if we put it that way, we're now in Wu Hang's territory. I don't want to be a squad leader anymore, tell him to let me be the city lord, and I'll bring our folks over. Slither gave her a glance. What will you do when Hueco Kingdom recovers and counterattacks? You think this is child's play, whoever grabs it gets to keep it? I doubt it. Wait, I'll go right to Wu Hang, I want to be city lord. Yuli exclaimed excitedly, bouncing out of the room. Slither watched Yuli's departing figure and sighed softly. Zombie World, Shanfu Port Base. The skeleton army escorted the truck slowly into the base. Wu Hang got off the truck, and Chi Hankai with several core members of the base approached from a distance. Commander. The people behind him also followed suit with a salute. Leader. Wu Hang nodded. Let's go to the meeting room. They went together to the meeting room. Several technicians reported on the training of the skeletons on the island during this period and some of the changes to the base. Wu Hang listened for a while and told them to keep up the good work. The crowd saluted once more and left the meeting room. Only Wu Hang and Chi Hankai remained. Tell me the news about the Zombie King, Wu Hang said. Chi Hankai nodded and spoke. Yesterday, I brought up this matter again with the Korea rescue team. Since we need to arrange troops, I inquired in detail about the location of the Zombie King and the time needed for the march. After returning here, I gathered some more information and now roughly know where the Zombie King is. Indeed, a good idea. It's likely that the Korea rescue team didn't intend to conceal it. After all, it wouldn't be a bad thing if the Zombie King were taken down by us. How far is it from our location? Chi Hankai pulled out a map. Approximately here. Wu Hang looked at it. The base was indeed not close, but given the size of Korea, it wouldn't take too long. The distance is manageable. Chi Hankai continued, there is something else. As the skeleton army has been advancing, we've nearly claimed half of Korea. The Korea rescue team has been talking about it, and it seems inevitable that some conflicts will arise. What do you mean? What are they saying? Chi Hankai reorganized his thoughts. They say this is their country and thanked us for reclaiming their land, mentioning something about compensation in the future. Wu Hang realized, so, they're saying we're reclaiming land for them. Exactly, and they mentioned that your superpower originates from a divine spirit of Korea, claiming that you have Korean heritage, and asked you to go there. My goodness, they're not even sparing me. Wu Hang's abilities were from his profession, not some superpower. And still, they're dragging this into it. Chi Hankai chuckled, seemingly expecting his reaction. Wu Hang said, don't bother with their land issues. Once the remaining territory is reclaimed, we'll just incorporate them. Korean land is small, not like our own vast territory. Once the skeletons finish cleaning the entire country, that main rescue team will find themselves surrounded. Their only option would be to join us, there's no second path. That's probably why they're anxious. Alright, I understand, but we still need to appear friendly on the surface. Many skeletons are still there learning about satellites, said Chi Hankai. Wu Hang also nodded, you handle it. Tomorrow I'll check out the location on the map. Whether the Zombie King is there or not doesn't matter, clearing the zombies comes first. I'll come with you. No need, the skeletons will drive the car. If anything happens, I'll notify you via radio. Chi Hankai pondered for a moment and then nodded, okay. The two of them talked in the meeting room for a while, then Chi Hankai took him on a tour of the base. Afterward, Wu Hang returned to the dormitory to brief Harut through the boundary door. Then he went back to the zombie world to wait for Chi Hankai. The next day, the skeleton army escorted trucks toward the location on the map. The convoy left the main road, heading down side roads. After all, with the skeleton army marching on foot, they couldn't let the trucks go too fast. As dusk approached, the convoy began to slow down, and ahead on the road, wandering zombies could be seen. Wu Hang said to the skeleton at the driver's seat, "You stay in the truck." The skeleton did not move. Wu Hang also hopped off the truck, leading the skeleton army slowly closer. Meanwhile, to the ghost beside him, he said, "You go ahead and check it out, see if the zombie king is around." "All right." "Yes, uncle." 3 ghosts immediately nodded and rushed forward. Seaturd Fortress. Footsteps echoed. Jeffrey, the accompanying commander of London City, strode into the commander mansion. Behind him, several skeletons followed, carrying 3 bodies, and escorting 2 seriously injured personnel. Hartle frowned and asked, "What happened?" "Steward Hartle, we caught them outside the city, people trying to gather intelligence," Jeffrey promptly replied. Hartle raised his eyebrows. "From the Hueco kingdom?" "Can't be certain, they're tight-lipped and don't carry anything that could identify them," said Jeffrey. Hartle walked over, glanced at the individuals, and pushed up his glasses. "Call over the accompanying skeleton mage." Before long, the skeleton mage from London City entered the hall. Hartle said, "I need you to perform Communicate with the Dead." The spell Communicate with the Dead was cast. A corpse sat up. "Who are you?" "We are soldiers from the Hueco kingdom," the corpse replied. Meanwhile, the 2 injured employees stared with wide eyes. Chapter 750, The Evolutionary Constitution of Zombies. "Uncle, I didn't find the Zombie King." Zhao had returned from scouting, shaking his head. Wu Hang said, "Share the image with me, let me see the situation inside." "Oh." Zhao agreed, then plunged directly into his body. The shared image appeared in his mind. Zhao flew toward the front, with a dense crowd of zombies below. Flying along, passing through several buildings, he saw no trace of the mutated zombie. There indeed was no sight of the luminescent column that indicated a zombie king. Letting Zhao out again, he floated alongside. "You see, how could I lie to you when we're so close? I was afraid you might have missed it because of carelessness." "Humphrey. Uncle is the careless one, enormously careless," Zhao muttered on the side. As they conversed, Glenda and Bella also flew back. "I didn't find the zombie king either," said Glenda. Bella followed, saying, "Neither did I." "None of the 3 ghosts found it? Was Chi Hankai's analysis wrong?" "Uncle, could it be that we got the wrong place?" Zhao asked curiously, lying on his back in midair. "Not necessarily, it's also possible he is hiding somewhere we haven't noticed," Wu Hang replied. "Modern cities are much larger than the cities in Otherworld." The ghost's search was merely a cursory one nearby, only entering buildings for a meticulous search if they detected large gatherings of zombies. Now, not finding any trace of the zombie king and discovering no zombies guarding buildings, it was indeed very likely that this place had no zombie king. "Share the image with me," Wu Hang said. Glenda and Bella dove into their bodies and shared the image with him. After watching, Wu Hang let the 2 ghosts out again. "There's a problem." "What is it?" Glenda asked. "After watching all 3 of your shared images, the zombies here are dense, but the numbers of evolved zombies and mutated zombies are very few, which shouldn't be the case," Wu Hang voiced his concerns. Over time, evolved zombies were increasing. However, the zombies here seemed like they were from the initial outbreak period, all ordinary zombies. "Now that you mention it, it really does seem that way," Glenda recalled and said. Bella spoke, "Should we keep looking then?" "No need to keep searching. Since we're already here, let's start by killing zombies. If their movements become unusual, it will prove there's a zombie king, and we can search more thoroughly then," Wu Hang directly said. "Okay." The 3 ghosts nodded. After establishing the next step of the plan, "Let's send the skeleton hound over," Wu Hang commanded. Whizzing. The skull hound dashed out immediately and sprinted toward the distance. As it neared the zombies, the distant city instantly erupted in commotion, filled with dense roars and bellowing sounds as the zombies converged into a pressing tide, charging toward them furiously. Whoosh! The rain of arrows from the skeleton archers descended from the sky. The spear skeletons also lowered their stance, waiting for the impact of the zombie tide. Simultaneously, the skeleton pigeon, tied with a soul-capturing jade inside its ribcage, flew up to a nearby rooftop. The array from the jade stone projected downwards. The next second, the mass of zombies crashed against the spear like a sea wave, with sounds of hissing, grabbing, and stabbing echoing throughout the area. And in the battle zone, trails of remnant souls drifted into the sky. "Bella, go devour it." "Okay." Bella nodded and charged up. The zombie crowd is beginning to change their route, Glenda reported from the air. Wu Hang frowned. He immediately activated Divine Presence, focusing his consciousness on the skeleton pigeon on the rooftop, and observed the distant zombie crowd. Behind the zombies, they had begun to disperse, entering into the rear side of nearby buildings and using these tall structures and buildings as cover, maneuvering toward them. Certainly, there was a zombie king. Disengaging Divine Presence, Wu Hang announced, "Let's search for the zombie king. They will surely have some zombies guarding the spot where he's hiding." "Okay. All right, uncle." The two ghosts agreed, splitting left and right, and flew out directly. Wu Hang continued, speaking to the skeletons, "Block off the roads on both sides, resisting the deterring zombies." The team began to adjust, and skeletons soon blocked off the road intersections on both sides. Soon, heavy footsteps resounded from both sides, and zombies rushed through various branch points on each side. Pop. 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 A series of shattering sounds rang out as scores of zombies, from the buildings on both sides, smashed the windows and crashed into the middle of the skeleton ranks. The axe-wielding skeletons quickly sprang into action, chopping at the leaping zombies. Wu Hang kept his eyes on the distant battlefield, waiting silently. Soon, Glenda flew back, found the zombie king, a deformed head with a human body. "Where?" "Over there, in the tall building surrounded by some guardians." "Hand me the evil sword, and I'll kill it," Glenda said directly. Before Wu Hang could respond, Zhao also flew back from the other side, excitedly saying, "Uncle, I found the zombie king, too?" Wu Hang and Glenda exchanged glances. Zhao had also found the zombie king. "Where?" Wu Hang asked. "Over there, inside that residential area," Zhao pointed in another direction. "Two zombie kings. And so close to each other in range." Zhao, looking at him and Glenda, curiously asked, "What's up? Is there a problem with the zombie king?" Glenda whispered, "I also discovered a zombie king, which means there are two zombie kings here." "Wow, we can kill two of them," Zhao exclaimed, then added, "By the way, uncle, the zombies in the residential area I scouted are gathering. Seems like they're about to move too." At that moment, Glenda flew back into the sky. "They have already started moving. There are quite a few, but they're not targeting us. They're charging toward the zombie king I found." Chapter 750, Evolution of the Zombie Constitution. Wu Hang paused, then once again unleashed Divine Presence, using the perspective of the skeleton pigeon to look into the distance. From the left, a horde of zombies charged directly toward the location where Glenda had spotted the zombie king. The opposing zombies also began to reinforce their ranks. The zombies facing the skeletons suddenly decreased significantly. They were really fighting each other. Disengaging Divine Presence, Wu Hang frowned as he looked ahead. This situation was a first for him. Zombies could infight, seizing the opportunity to attack their enemies. Quite the situation. "Uncle, let's take this chance to attack," Zhao said. "Let them keep fighting, otherwise, it's too scattered, and it'll be hard to collect the remnant souls," said Wu Hang. Then he directed Big Head Skull, "Have the skeleton pigeon open an array above where the zombies are fighting." The skeleton pigeon perched on the rooftop flew up above where the corpse horde was clashing in the distance. Standing on the rooftop of a tall building, it projected a circular array in the battle zone. Scores of remnant souls flew into the sky. Bella turned her head to look at this area, then flew into the position where the zombies were fighting and began devouring the remnant souls. "Uncle, what do we do now?" "Sit back and watch the tiger fight," he replied. "Oh. Is that an idiom?" Zhao inquired. The sky was shrouded in darkness. The battling corpse hordes eventually settled the score. The zombie king found by Zhao was clearly more formidable. It commanded the zombies and successfully overpowered the opposing horde, continuing its advance into the building where the opposition resided. Without large-scale combat. Bella also flew back from the combat zone. "There must have been a lot of remnant souls today," Wu Hang commented. "Yep, it's been really busy. I was afraid the remnant souls would dissipate on their own if I was too slow," Bella said. Wu Hang opened Bella's panel to check, and her experience value had reached 1/3. She indeed had absorbed quite a lot. "Not long now. In a few more days you'll reach level 20, Wu Hang said with a smile. "Thank you. Then I can protect you too." "Okay, you can join Glenda in attacking our base." "Ugh, don't tease me." At that moment, Zhao flew right back over from the opposite side. Urgently, she said, "Uncle, one zombie king has won. It ate the corpse core of the other zombie king, and it feels like it's about to evolve." "Evolve? Like it's leveling up?" "It seems so. Auntie Glenda asked me to tell you." "She's watching over there," Zhao rapidly explained. "I'll check it out." Zhao dove into his body, and the shared vision was transmitted once again. The dark, damp room. Two different types of mutated zombies grappled with each other. One looked like a rhinoceros beetle zombie king, the other had a humanoid form but with a deformed head. The two zombie kings were entwined, clutching and biting away at the rotting flesh of the other. Dark red, viscous blood splattered. As time passed, the fight grew more intense, and items in the room were thrown into disarray. Suddenly, the insectoid zombie gripped its enemy tightly, crashed through the glass, and plummeted towards the ground below. Splat! Both zombie kings landed on the ground simultaneously. The insectoid zombie king bit firmly onto the other's neck, biting relentlessly and shaking vigorously. It forcibly tore through the muscles, ripping the head clean off. The insectoid-shaped zombie king let out a jubilant roar and reached into the mouth of the defeated zombie king, pulling out the corpse core. After glancing at the corpse core, he swallowed it whole, along with the rotting flesh and blood. Afterward, the body of the zombie king seemed to be pulled by a force, with its bones cracking and muscles writhing, becoming tighter and more resilient. The zombie king let out a roar towards the outside. The scattered remains of zombies nearby moved closer to the building, fortifying it once again, while the zombie king itself returned to a corner inside the building, enduring the painful changes to its body. The shared vision completed. Wu Heng released Zhao back out. "Uncle, is that zombie king evolving?" Zhao asked curiously. "It seems like it." Wu Heng also felt that was the case. Devouring the corpse cores of other mutated zombies had been witnessed a few times before. But this time, the body was exhibiting enhanced changes for the first time. It was as Zhao had said, it seemed to be evolving to a higher level. That is to say, both zombie kings were planning to devour each other to enhance their own strength. And the arrival of Wu Heng's team provided the opposing side with a perfect opportunity. "Uncle, go kill it, or else it'll evolve successfully," Zhao reminded from the side. "First, let's see what it can evolve into," said Wu Heng, but he still ordered the army to march directly into the city. As he walked, Wu Heng released Battleground of Remains, and skeletons began to rise from the ground. The entire army grew larger and larger, filling every street around. Just as they drew near, the ordinary zombies surrounding the buildings and a zombie king inside sensed the commotion. The zombie king stood at the window on the first floor and let out a roar toward the advancing skull team. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the zombie king was hurled back into the building. Wu Heng put away the sniper rifle, machine gun fire, killed the zombies on the perimeter. Two tall skeletons lifted machine guns and fired upon the ordinary zombies guarding the building. After a hail of bullets, the remaining zombies were all shattered. "Kaizayu, Karam, see if you can capture any alive. If they're too hard to catch, kill them." The two figures behind him charged into the building, and soon after, a fierce battle erupted. Soon, the battle was over. The zombie king, resembling a rhinoceros beetle, had its limbs broken and was dragged out alive. Its mouth let out unceasing roars of anger. PFFT. Karim thrust his sword through, piercing the zombie king's mouth, silencing its cries. "Do you want to study it?" asked Glinda, appearing at the side. "Yes, I just need a test subject." "And what level is it?" Wu Heng asked. "It's level 19 now. When we found it, it was only level 18. After absorbing the corpse core, its level glow became even more intense," Glinda reported. Devouring a corpse core could indeed raise a zombie's level. Wu Heng took out some iron chains and handed them to Kaizayu. "Tie it up tight." Kaizayu stepped forward and secured the zombie king tightly. Meanwhile, Wu Heng used bone command technique on the other dead zombie king. The transformed skeleton was still level 18, just without a corpse core. The remaining ordinary zombies were also transformed using Battleground of Remains. After everything was settled, he chose a building that seemed in fairly good shape. He returned to Seaturd Fortress through the boundary door. It was late into the night. Wu Heng did not bother the butler Hartle, and after a simple wash, he returned to his room to rest. Lying in bed, he pondered the day's discoveries. Zombies devouring corpse cores could complete a level increase. According to Zhao, this was evolution. In that case, could he cultivate a group of level 20 zombies, then kill them and turn them into skeletons? That's not right either, just an attribute enhancement. The effect isn't good. Zombies' combat style is more like they rely on instinct. Even the zombie kings under Wu Heng's command serve as leaders for the skeleton army. Their combat power wasn't as good as skeletons transformed from professionals. Kaizayu, at level 18, could handle the level 19 zombie king alone, with his arms behind his head. He considered and then said, "However, it may be worthwhile to cultivate some level 20 zombie beasts. They have the advantage in size." Mutated dogs became several times larger. The amplification in animals was significant. Reaching level 20 seemed to be more effective than humanoid creatures. It looks like I need to take a trip back to Gold and Silver Island and set up the mass production of corpse cores. After contemplating in his mind, he fell into a deep sleep on the bed. The next day, in the radio room, Wu Heng sat in front of the radio, hearing the voice of Shayla coming through. Sayadu has already entered the city. He met with Brittany last night, trying to persuade her to join the Holy Court as the local bishop. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. This old fellow, again trying to poach from within Netali City. What did Brittany say? She hasn't agreed for the time being. Chapter 751, Power Bullying. What do you mean temporarily not agreed? It seems there's a lack of confidence in that statement. Shayla sighed softly. The words from the other side seemed to lack confidence. Shayla said, Brittany was quite decisive in her refusal, but the church has considerable influence over humans and it was the church leader himself who proposed this. It might make her compromise in the future. Brittany was placed in her position by Wu Heng. He arranged for skeletons to guard the city and helped restore the damaged buildings and construct power plants, effectively binding her to Gold and Silver Island. However, from the current comparison between the two parties, Gold and Silver Island is inferior to the church, and Wu Heng doesn't stack up against the lofty religious leader. If it were any other prince or princess, they'd probably be more than happy to accept the proposal of the church heroes. Any suggestions? Wu Heng asked. Shayla said, it's simply a matter of making Brittany believe that relying on you is the best option. This young lady is quite easy to deceive, which is something you're good at. Don't spread rumors. Shayla smiled and then continued, the most direct method is still to increase your strength. If you also reach the level of a hero, all problems will no longer be issues. In the end, it all depends on strength. As long as you show sufficient strength, external threats and allies' choices can all be well resolved. I've already reached level 19. And with my age and the time since my profession change, I'm considered a genius. There's likely no one who doubts that I can reach the level of a hero in my lifetime. The level is my trump card. It's also a dangerous signal. Revealing it might cause a sensation as well as make enemies even more wary of me. Like this time, with the church heroes establishing a church in Gold and Silver Island and wooing Brittany, it's also seen as a form of suppression. After all, rumors about me only suggest I'm a young genius who reached level 15. Although rare, they are still plentiful. It's uncertain whether I can even reach level 18, not to mention posing a threat to this hero. Assigning some local bishops or level 18 professionals could handle me. But if they knew I was level 19, it would increase the likelihood of a direct confrontation between us. It would then be difficult to simply aim to level up afterwards. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then said, I'll try to level up as fast as possible, and you also give Brittany some promises. I will help her claim the throne, not just the position of a bishop. I will convey that to her. Shayla spoke with a neutral tone. Wu Heng asked again, is the hero still in the city? He left with his team for Hueco Kingdom's royal city this morning, and I contacted you after he returned, Shayla replied. That's good. Wishing him gone, to encounter the sex and clash with the influence of the Snake Badge Consortium. Shayla yawned and then said, it's time for the second elixir auction, and it's still to be held at Gold and Silver Island. These days need some preheating. I will write letters to the nobles who left messages last time, and you arrange for the newspaper of Gold and Silver Island to put in ads. Just use the radio, and let Andre Willow know. You say it, my words aren't as effective as yours, boss, Shayla's tone teasing slightly. Wu Heng also laughed and said, you calling me boss sounds quite nice. There was a pause on the other end, then Shayla spoke softly, we'll see how skilled you are. Next time we meet, I'll inform Gold and Silver Island to publish it in the newspaper and release some information to increase publicity, Wu Heng stated. Okay, Shayla replied, then added, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to chat with Brittany. It's all on you, my love. Stop it. Ending the call with Shayla, Wu Heng continued to contact Gold and Silver Island. He passed on the details about the elixir auction to be held. After all, it's necessary to advertise ahead. Besides, the last elixir auction was very successful. With good management, this one could attract even more wealthy nobles to buy elixirs. In today's world, elixirs that directly enhance attributes are hardly different from life-extending elixirs. After instructing Minnie about the newspaper, Wu Heng also hung up the call and sat in his chair, contemplating the current matters. The church hero trying to recruit Brittany was certainly also due to the collaboration between Gold and Silver Island and Netali City. But now, all this could be considered a form or interfactional bullying. Using the Holy Court and their church heroes to suppress him. Brittany was indeed clever, realizing that the Holy Court's recruitment was meant to suppress Wu Heng. Otherwise, they would have offered help when she was struggling to escape. Why now? Brittany trusts me greatly, she shouldn't easily agree to them. Wu Heng muttered. Then his mind quickly focused on finding a countermeasure. Capturing the zombie king yesterday might be a way. If he could confirm that the corpse core accelerates the evolution of mutated zombies, he could cultivate a batch of level 20 skeletons. That would also enhance his own strength. The Holy Court has a suppressive effect on necromancy, but firearms could compensate. And there's also cultivating the zombie king. Discovering that the zombie king could evolve also pointed to a path for improvement. Could he forcefully use the number of corpse cores to generate a level 20 zombie? After all, he had already planned the mass production of corpse cores. The direction is feasible. It seems I should head to Gold and Silver Island first. The initial plan was to stay in Sea-Turd Fortress, observing the actions of the second prince and the crown prince. Looking for opportunities to enhance his own reputation. But everything had quietened down recently. It would be well handled here by Mangekyō and Harut. He should first sort out the zombies matter. Moreover, there was also the elixir auction mentioned by Mangekyō, which could be handled there at Gold and Silver Island too. After sorting out his thoughts, Wu Hang got up and walked out of the room, heading for the study. The three ghosts were busy with their tasks. Something the matter? Glenda asked. The church heroes have arrived at Natalie City, looking to recruit Brittany as the local bishop. Wu Hang carefully repeated what Shayna had told him. Zhao turned around. Who is Brittany? The fifth princess. Oh, that prince's sister, Zhao said with a smile. Glenda then asked, what are your thoughts? There's no urgent matter for us here. I'm planning to head back to Gold and Silver Island, handle the purchasing of animals for cultivating corpse cores, and the elixir auction, Wu Hang replied with his hands clasped behind his head. That's good, Glenda nodded in agreement, then said, you could write to the leaders of the Hongwen Alliance and Lilith, inviting them to participate. Maintaining a good relationship with them is also beneficial for you. Good idea, and also the Sword of Justice. He was also my top hero when I served as a field envoy, Wu Hang said. It feels a bit like forcing connections, but it's worth a try, Glenda said with a smile. Wu Hang took out some stationery and started writing letters to the three. First, he reported on the cases he investigated, then invited them to the auction. After finishing, he let Glenda check over it. Then he sealed the letters with wax in envelopes. Taking the 3 letters, he opened the door and went downstairs. In the grand hall on the first floor, Harut stood up and respectfully bowed. Lord, breakfast is ready. Wu Hang passed the 3 letters to her, arranged for someone to deliver these to Blackstone Town, to be mailed out through their association. Yes, Lord. Harut took the letters and left. Wu Hang sat down at the dining table to start breakfast. Harut returned from outside, standing straight to the side. Lord, the letters have been sent out. I'll return to Gold and Silver Island tonight. Wu Hang put down his utensils. Harut frowned, her expression a bit anxious. Did I fail to take good care of you? No, I need to go back to deal with some matters, and I'll return to see all of you once I'm done, Wu Hang said, then instructed, take care of yourself here. Since they can't take down the fortress, they might resort to assassination methods. Before I leave, I'll choose a few level 15 skeletons to protect you. Chapter 752, Can he be killed? Harut's eyes still appeared somewhat dim as he replied subconsciously, okay. What news is there from the south recently? Wu Hang continued. Yesterday, we caught a few who came to gather intelligence, Harut said. After the skeleton mage performed the questioning of the dead, we learn they were an investigation team from the Hueco Kingdom, sent to investigate why a transport team hadn't returned. The investigators had come. Did you kill them all? We killed those we found. We're not sure if there were others who investigated. Any other intelligence? Harut continued. The corpses also mentioned that the military received orders from above to retract their formations, trying to avoid some wars recently. The second prince's army starting to keep a low profile? They probably also received the news about the association investigation team. Any intelligence on the second prince? No related intelligence. Pay attention and gather intelligence in this regard. Notify me immediately if there's anything. Yes, my lord. Wu Hang stood up. Let's go. I'll pick a few high-level skeletons for you. Do you have any specific requests for their professions? As my lord wishes. The battles along the way left no shortage of skeletons over level 15 in the team. Wu Hang fortified the entire commander mansion, then summoned 6 different profession level 15 skeletons to serve as Harut's personal guards. After all, this was the front line, potentially facing greater dangers. Once everything was arranged, Wu Hang headed upstairs again, returning to his study, bound for the zombie world. Stepping out of the boundary door, Wu Hang released 3 ghosts. Together, they walked outside. The road looked different in the daylight than it had the previous dark night. It was now a carpet of flesh formed by decaying meat and blood. Some were transformed skeletons that had fallen off, Others were left from zombies fighting each other. Go find some tools and roughly clean up the rotten flesh on the road, Wu Hang directed. The skeletons sprang into action, searching for tools and starting to clean the surroundings. Wu Hang, along with the ghosts and 2 skeleton attendants, entered an adjoining room. The room covered an area of over 30 square meters. A zombie king, its head adorned with horns and skin wrapped in insect armor, was tightly chained in the center. Blood-splattered walls surrounded it. It appeared to have been uncooperative the previous night, assaulted by the guarding skeletons, full of punctured holes. Seeing Wu Hang enter, the zombie king, with its mouth constrained by chains, let out anguished howls, its eyes filled with bitterness and ferocity. Like a wild beast that had been starving for a long time and was immensely furious. Didn't you want to return to Gold and Silver Island, or do you want to take this thing back to base first? Glenda asked. Zhao carefully hid behind Wu Hang's shoulder, its stare is so scary. Not in a rush, leave it here to watch for a few days. Wu Hang then looked around at the skeletons, keep a close watch, show no mercy for any movement. The surrounding skeletons crowed in closer. Forming a circle, their empty eye sockets unblinkingly fixed on the zombie king in the center. After glaring back at the circle, the zombie king's swollen eyes closed. Leaving the house. At the doorway, the rotten viscera had piled up into a meat mountain. Wu Hang cast the grease skill, and then, fireball spell, setting the mountain ablaze. Dark smoke rose up, and the fire enveloped the mound of flesh. Let's go, there's still some time. Let's get Bella upgraded. Wu Hang gestured, and the skeleton army gathered around him. Leaving some to guard the zombie king, Wu Hang continued forward in a truck. As they reached a safe distance, zombies started appearing ahead. Wu Hang got out of the vehicle, having the skeleton hound attract the zombies while the spear array clashed with a horde of undead. As the remnant souls ascended into the sky, Bella charged up again, beginning to devour the scattering of remnant souls. Headquarters of the Korean rescue team. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking rang out, and the tightly closed door cracked open slightly. A woman dressed in professional attire stepped in, speaking softly. Report to the commander, the intelligence department just called in, saying the satellite captured some data. In the room, a middle-aged man sat at a desk, holding a cigarette. What data? The previous detection of the zombie king's location has been completely overtaken by skeletons, and no trace of zombies can be seen within the entire area, his deputy reported in a calm tone. That quickly? The middle-aged commander furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with surprise and fear. There was no need to guess the identity of the opponent. After all, they had given the news to the people of Shanfu Port, but they had not expected the cleanup to proceed so quickly. Nearly a day's time. Even if bombers were employed for blanket bombing, it might not have ended so soon. Taking a deep breath, he waved his subordinate away. You go back first, I will make a call to the information department about this. Yes, the female subordinate left. The commander picked up the phone on his desk and dialed through directly. About the satellite situation, tell me again. Are you sure they are all skeletons? A confirming voice came through from the phone, captured by the satellite, very clear. Can you confirm if there is a super-powered man? The commander lowered his voice sharply. We have indeed detected human targets, but we cannot confirm if they are the skeleton superpower users, came the response over the phone. What weapons are available for this distance? KTS-1 guided missiles, they are sufficient to destroy the target. The commander fell silent. Should he take the risk? If the target was that superpowered man, they could directly eliminate him. But what if it wasn't? Pass the blame to other countries with a missile? No, that sort of thing would be hard to cover up. Taking a deep breath, the commander finally said, there's no rush, let's not make any moves for now. At dusk, Wu Hang returned with the skeletons. The number of skeletons had increased again as Bella had devoured numerous remnant souls. Although there had been no level upgrades, after a few more times, she would approximately reach level 20. He glanced again at the confined zombie king. Seeing it this time, its body was covered with more injuries, probably from another beating. After confirming there were no issues, Wu Hang returned to his room, went through the boundary door, and returned to Seaturd Fortress. After having dinner in the dining hall, Wu Hang bid farewell to Hartle and wore the train captain's hat in a secluded area outside the fortress. He directly boarded the train and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Inside the radio room, Hartle said, Madam, the master has returned to Gold and Silver Island. On the other end, when Manch's voice came while she soothed the child, there must be a new plan, you just take good care of the fortress. Understood, madam, Hartle replied, then added, the master said he will come to see you once he's done. Silence fell suddenly on the other end. When Mancha, with a hint of a smile, said, next time you return, I will have you serve the master with me. Hartle was flustered, replying, I dare not, madam. The master is yours. No matter, though you're bonded by a contract, I see you as a sister. Next time, just join me in serving. When Mangekyō teased a bit and then asked mockingly, if you're not willing, let's forget it, there's no need to force you. Hartel's voice faltered. Then she softly said, thank you, madam. I am willing. Days later. At the headquarters of the association, in the Hall of Glory. A group of people carrying bundles of newspapers walked into the hall. The latest edition of the Gold and Silver Island newspaper has arrived. Swish. The bustling crowd turned around, picked up the newspapers at the reception, and dispersed in different directions. Gold and Silver Island will strengthen management. Apart from association staff, no forces are allowed to deploy armed personnel. This is aimed at the Snake Badge Consortium, isn't it? Probably, they might be looking for an excuse to cleanse the Snake Badge Consortium out. Look at the next item. The second elixir auction is still held on Gold and Silver Island, still 5 elixirs. No, I have to go to Gold and Silver Island. Me too, let's go together, it'll be less lonely on the road. The originally tranquil association headquarters buzzed again due to the newspapers. People walked out in groups, a newspaper in each person's hand. Discussing the content. In the dim castle. A light knocking sound echoed, and a heavy, ornately carved wooden door was gently pushed open. An elderly man in neat butler's attire slowly walked in. He bowed slightly to the wooden coffin in the center of the room, then slowly began, Miss, the latest edition of the newspaper from Gold and Silver Island has arrived. It includes the new episode of the Great Detective story and a letter from Island Lord Wu Hang to you. After speaking, the room fell silent again. Just as the butler was about to leave and close the door. Rustle-bang. The coffin lid was slowly pushed aside, landing on the carpet. Pale fingers rested on the edge of the coffin, and Lilith slowly sat up. What does the letter say? I haven't opened it yet. Bring it to me. Chapter 942, 753, 3 times a day the butler respectfully handed over the newspaper and letters. Lilith only took the letters, casually opening them to start reading. As the content went on, her eyebrows slightly knitted together. A look of surprise appeared on her face. Miss, is there something wrong with the letter? The butler asked softly, noticing something amiss. Lilith casually tossed the letter aside, her voice cool as she asked, Gold and Silver Island is holding the second round of the elixir auction? The butler nodded. The newspaper does mention that event, still offering 5 bottles of elixirs. Give me the newspaper. The butler passed over the newspaper, and Lilith took it, her eyes immediately catching the huge headline. Second elixir auction, set to explosively open, miraculous elixirs, revolutionizing alchemy tailoring, overcoming physical limits, miss ones, fall behind by 1,000 years, fall behind by 1,000 years. Lilith's eyelids twitched in response. Who came up with these words, and they are so targeted? Not many races can live for 1,000 years. No, necromancy could indeed reach 1,000 years. It does align with his future plans. Island Lord Wu Hang invited me to attend the auction, Lilith said, leaning against the side of the coffin. The butler, tidying the room, spoke softly. After becoming the team leader, Island Lord Wu Hang has kept in correspondence with you via letters, and has handled some matters inconvenient for you to address in person. Your attendance would also be an encouragement to him. After speaking, the butler added, of course, everything still depends on your decision. Lilith's eyebrows raised slightly. She pondered for a while inside the wooden coffin before yawning and standing up. Get ready, we are going to Gold and Silver Island. Yes, miss. The butler responded and immediately left the room. Lilith picked up the newspaper again, turning her attention to a story about the Great Detective. Scholar Tower. Leader, the Island Lord of Gold and Silver Island, Wu Hang, has sent you a letter. The door was pushed open and the right-hand man came in with the letter. The leader of the Hongwen Alliance, Claudio, was deciphering an ancient stone tablet. Still looking down, he said, see what it says. The right-hand man tore open the envelope, glanced quickly at it, and then said, Gold and Silver Island is holding their second elixir auction and invites you to attend. The auction? Claudio slightly lifted his head, removing his gloves. Show me the letter. After rereading the letter, he appeared thoughtful, then softly said, you go to Gold and Silver Island on my behalf, attend this auction. Yes, leader. The right-hand man nodded and left the room. Training ground. Sword of Justice Hadra, after reading the letter in his hand, also slightly raised his eyebrows. Unexpected, indeed, that the famed Island Lord of Gold and Silver Island would write to him, inviting him to an auction. Interesting. The young man does have some cleverness. Using his former identity as Field Dunvoy to write this letter. He took out paper and a pen from his space ring and wrote a letter. Getting up, he walked out of the training ground. A member of the association saluted, Leader Hadara. Send this letter to the front desk, mail it out. Yes, leader. Stepping off the train, Wu Heng appeared in a wilderness of gold and silver island. He glanced around, then released 3 ghosts. Home at last. Zhao cheered. The other 2 ghosts also smiled. Glenda said, Gold and Silver Island truly is wonderful. MMH, it's lively here, Bella added. Let's move, let's reminisce once we are back. Wu Heng walked towards the direction of the town. Gold and Silver Island was as bustling as ever. Street vendors calling out their wares, the lively crowd, and some visiting elites. More bustling than ever before. In the entire coastal region, hardly any place could compare to Gold and Silver Island. He hailed a carriage at the roadside, heading towards the central district. The carriage had traveled a distance. Its speed began to slow down. The coachman tapped the carriage wall, shouting, There's some congestion ahead, don't be in a hurry, sir. No rush. Wu Heng pulled back the drapery, looking outside. They had now arrived at the area of the cinema. At the entrance of the cinema had formed a long, thin queue. Together with vendors carrying goods and people chatting in groups, the entire street had become extremely crowded and chaotic. The carriage creeped forward slowly. Voices of conversation also seeped in. I've written to my family, they said there's no such thing as a demon king forging rings, said I'm out of my mind. They've even posted it at the door, purely fictional, you wasted your time writing that letter. It's too realistic, I feel like it's real. This is called a movie, it's a new thing from Gold and Silver Island, nowhere else has this. In the movie, the elf race is just as elegant as us. Crowd gathered together, discussing the movie. Movies, indeed, are quite popular. At least the scene in front of me proves the explosive popularity of movies. The carriage moved past the cinema's area, starting to smooth out. Continuously heading inside. Passing the central district, Wu Heng glanced at the church being built in the distance. The building was still largely unchanged, with some clergy already at the entrance promoting their doctrine. Then, Wu Heng gave a glance out the window. 3 ghosts directly flew through the carriage towards the church. The carriage hadn't gone far, the ghosts returned. Zhao said, Uncle, some people were cleaning inside, there was nothing. Bella added, I checked the rooms in the building, they've been converted to bedrooms, nothing special. Glenda, flying back last, said, found 7 clergy members, with the highest level being 18. Chapter 943, 753, 3 times a day. Well, what do we have here? Assigning a level 18 clergy to this little broken island of his. The last time I investigated Netali City, the accompanying priest was only level 15. You've arranged a level 18 one on the island. Damn. It should still be under renovation, keep an eye on it, Wu Heng said. Okay, the 3 ghosts nodded. Soon, the carriage stopped at the intersection outside the island lord's mansion. Wu Heng paid the fare, and the carriage left directly. Entering the island lord's mansion. Minnie and Roby ran out of the room. Seeing Wu Heng without his mask, their expressions showed surprise. Master. They both called out and threw themselves at him. Wu Heng caught them both, one to the left and one to the right. Be careful not to fall. Master, we've missed you so much, Minnie cooed. Roby also hugged his waist and rubbed her head against him forcefully. I missed Master too. I missed you too, be good. He rubbed both of their heads and walked towards the room together. Master, want to eat? Minnie asked. Just prepare something simple, we'll eat together tonight, Wu Heng said offhand. Okay, Minnie agreed and went to the kitchen. Roby helped him take off his coat, brought him slippers, and was very diligent in her movements. Then she stood by, wagging her tail. Wu Heng found her adorable, patted her little head, and Roby blissfully squinted her eyes. Soon, the skeletons placed the prepared dishes on the dining table. After Wu Heng washed up simply, he began to eat. On the train, the senses vanish, so you don't feel hungry, but you still need to keep track of the time to eat something. To avoid starving yourself on the train. There's no taste when eating, just sustaining oneself. So every time you get off the train and eat, it feels especially appetizing. As Wu Heng ate, the 2 maids sat to his left and right. Minnie looked at him and whispered, Are Sister Wenmansha and the baby doing well? Very well, the baby has gotten plump. Minnie said with some envy, Sister Wenmansha is so lucky, if I were human, I could also have a baby for Master. Roby joined in, yeah, Sister Wenmansha is really lucky. You 2 are my babies too, be good. Wu Heng pinched their cheeks one after the other. Master is so nice, Minnie hugged his arm and continued to see oh softly. Master is so gentle, Roby followed suit. While eating, Wu Heng asked, anything happen on the island while I was away? Minnie shook her head, nothing much. Steward Zai Ligui said that as long as the Holy Court doesn't make trouble, no one dares to cause trouble on the island. After all, The hero had just left. Even though they were targeting Gold and Silver Island, it indirectly brought some stability. That's good, Wu Hang nodded. He took a simple bite. Standing up, he said, Minnie, I'm going to rest in my room, we'll eat dinner together tonight. Okay, master. Minnie and Roby took the dishes down, and Wu Hang got up to go upstairs. Back in his study, he had the three ghosts return to their bodies. He opened the boundary door and headed to the zombie world. Here, it was still the temporary shop chosen when he left. He walked out of the room, went out to check on the skeleton team. They were still densely packed across the entire area, stretching out as far as the eye could see. After confirming that nothing had changed since his departure, he walked into the room where the zombie king was held captive. Make a path, Wu Hang commanded. The skeletons in the room made way. As the skeletons moved, the zombie king, tightly bound in iron chains, shivered violently. Realizing that the skeletons weren't about to swing their axes at it, it breathed a sigh of relief. Then it looked up at Wu Hang, who had entered, and its expression once again became ferocious. Any change in its level? Gran shook her head. No changes, we can continue to let it devour corpse cores if we want it to level up. Wu Hang nodded, took out a plastic bag from his space ring, and handed it to a nearby skeleton. Feed it 3 level 1 corpse cores a day, spread out the feedings. You're feeding it like meals? Gran was somewhat speechless. 3 times a day. They're just level 1 corpse cores, later when I build the lab, I'll increase the amount, Wu Hang explained. Okay, Gran nodded. Wu Hang had Kaizayu resecure the chains on the zombie king, then commanded the skeletons to continue clearing the path forward for a distance. As dusk approached, they returned to Gold and Silver Island. Wu Hang came downstairs, and dinner was already prepared. A few people sat at the dining table, and Andre Willow reported the island's income for the period. Pens, bicycles, watches, and the newly opened cinema, as well as the developed real estate. Every day, a large amount of gold and silver coins were delivered to the island lord's mansion, to an extravagant extent. The maids, too, had gone from initial surprise to now a sort of numbness toward it all. Money. It was very easy to earn. After dinner, the group went together to the storage room beneath the island lord's mansion. They walked down to the second level of the basement, passing through rooms guarded by layers of skeletons until they reached the innermost room. There were chests neatly stacked row upon row. Andre Willow casually opened one, and it was brimming full of gold coins. Master, the several warehouses next door are filled with silver coins, simply stored in wooden barrels, Minnie said indifferently. Minnie was the steward of the island lord's mansion, and she would retally the inventory as it came in. Wu Hang looked at the room full of treasure chests and nodded. It seemed, the factories he had brought here were having a significant effect. The revenue was notable, at least. Arrange for some more skeletons to guard, and then I'll see about constructing a treasure vault, Wu Hang suggested. All right. After looking around the storage room for a while, they left the basement. As the night gradually darkened, Wu Hang lay in bed, running through the plans he had set in his mind once again. He glanced at the time. It was past 10 o'clock at night. The sound of maids frolicking and laughing came from outside the door. Master, have you retired for the night? We've come to chat with you, Minnie's voice came in. Come in. Wu Hang said. The bedroom door opened, and 4 maids walked in one after the other. Andre Willow wore a white gauze dress, Minnie a floral suspender dress, Annette was in black lingerie, and Roby, with the smallest frame, wore a little black skirt. The 4 of them stood at the doorway, their previous mirth turning to a bit of shyness upon entering. Wu Hang smiled and opened his arms. Come here, don't catch a cold. The maids broke into smiles, cheered, and all rushed into his embrace. The 5 of them lay together in the bed. Let Sister Vera have the first bite. Sure. Sounds good. Wu Hang lightly patted the remaining maids. Aren't you here to chat? Don't just keep your mouths shut. The next day, morning City Hall, conference room. Wu Hang sat in the conference room for a while, waiting until Andre Willow knocked on a door and came in. She handed over the documents. Master, here are the chambers of commerce I've filtered through. Wu Hang took them, and looked them over, marking checks on the selected chambers of commerce. 4 Directions Chamber of Commerce, Human Race Chamber of Commerce, 100 Giant-Toothed Pigs. Renan Chamber of Commerce, Dwarf Chamber of Commerce, 2,000 each of white rabbits and colorful-tailed chickens. Moon Creek Chamber of Commerce, Elf Race Chamber of Commerce, 500 star-spotted deer. Nightingale Shop, Beast Taming Shop, to purchase 500 each of hyenas, giant bats, and iron-mouthed crocodiles. After completing it, he passed the documents back to Andre Willow. Just these for now, sign the agreements with them, and have them sent over, make sure they are capable of breeding. Understood, Master, I'll have them arrange it as soon as possible, Andre Willow nodded. Pigs, rabbits, chickens, and deer were all to be raised in the zombie world, while hyenas, bats, and crocodiles were to be used for corpse core experiments. This matter had been dragging on for some time. This time back, it should be settled quickly. Andre Willow gathered up the paperwork. The door was knocked on again. A staffer from the city hall spoke softly. "Miss Vera, the owner of the Shining Arrow magic shop has arrived, saying he had an appointment to meet you here." Andre Willow explained to Wu Heng, "This is the owner of the magic arrow shop." Wu Heng realized he needed to have ammunition engraved and had asked Andre Willow to notify the shop owner on the island. "Let him come in." Andre Willow repeated to the outside. The door opened, and a big bearded dwarf entered. He took in the room, paused with slight surprise, and immediately offered his respects. "Lord Island Master, Ms. Andre Willow." Chapter 754, Scroll Details. "Sit down." The short man sat across from him and asked directly, "Miss Andre Willow mentioned you have a need for magic arrows. May I know what type of arrows you require?" "It's not exactly arrows." "Take a look." Wu Heng took out several electromagnetic cannon shells and lined them up on the table. The short man frowned in confusion. "What are these?" Wu Heng explained, "I need magic inscriptions on these to increase their power on impact." The short man's gaze returned to the metal lumps on the table. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. This must be for the skeleton flying dragons to use as projectiles. Confirmed. Otherwise, there would be no other way to throw such things. Why not use rolling landmines directly, since the technology is mature and the cost lower? The short man composed himself and asked, "Lord Island Master, what type of magic effect do you require? What would you recommend?" "Blast flame, thunder, and poison gas are all quite mature and unlikely to have issues," the short man replied. "Give me 2 of each kind. I'll test their effects later." "That can be arranged, sir," the short man responded with a smile. Wu Heng then asked, "What about the price?" The short man hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Wu Heng and said, "For some trivial work, how could I take your money? Just give me the regular quote so I can understand the cost of using these weapons." The short man pondered again before quoting directly, "Let's say 380 silver coins each, covering both material and labor costs." "Agreed." Wu Heng nodded, then told Andre Willow, "Wire, sign a contract with him." Andre Willow took out a contract and had the short man sign it. After the contract was signed, Wu Heng instructed, "Go and get ready. If there are any issues, come directly to City Hall." "Will do." The short man gathered the shells. After giving another bow, he left the room. Andre Willow followed out but soon returned, saying, "Master, representatives from the chambers of commerce participating in the fair, as well as leaders from 2 stage troops, have also arrived." "Let the Chamber of Commerce representatives come in first," Wu Heng said. Then, the door opened, and several representatives walked in. "Lord Island Master." "Sit down." The remaining time, Wu Heng met with the representatives from the chambers of commerce participating in the island's trade fair and the leaders of the 2 stage troops preparing films. The fair on the island had formed its own standards. They had to be reviewed by the Gold and Silver Island. Only after approval would they be arranged to exhibit in the show hall. After chatting with the representatives for a while, Sabin and Siska, the leaders of the 2 stage troops, came in. Wu Heng discussed with them the progress of the film production. The introduction of movies on the island had indeed put significant pressure on both troops. They had never imagined that the movies Wu Heng described would turn out this way. The immersive sound effects, intense plots, and exaggerated visual impact. Especially the scenes of a horde of beastmen battling the short people and elves. If this was what the island master described as a movie, they couldn't muster that many people or produce such effects. They probably couldn't in their lifetimes. Seeing that both leaders were considering giving up, Wu Heng offered comfort and some promises. He would arrange for people to help them, and even if their films couldn't match the effect of The Lord of the Rings, they would help sell them. There would definitely be some rewards. After receiving Wu Heng's promises, the two were somewhat reassured and continued to plan their films. After they left, Wu Heng let out a sigh of relief. The backlog of tasks that had accumulated was finally all completed. After making sure nothing was left undone in his mind, he bid farewell to Andre Willow and left City Hall. Standing at the entrance, he glanced at the bustling street. He continued walking towards the direction of the association. The association was bustling with activity. Around him, he could see the association guards clad in silver armor, wielding long spears. The local association was indeed flourishing, with even the number of guards having been greatly increased. It seemed that the rank standards had also been raised. Donning a mask, he passed by without anyone paying him any mind. He crossed the long corridor and lightly knocked on the door of the steward's office. After hearing the voice from inside, he directly opened the door and walked in. The air conditioning was on inside the office. The elf sister's eyes lit up when they saw Wu Heng remove his mask. When did you get back? Zai Ligui asked with a smile. I got back yesterday, Wu Heng replied, taking a seat. Shi Yali brought over some floral tea, her tone chiding. You came back yesterday, and you're only coming to see us today? There were too many things to handle. I've just finished being busy, Wu Heng said, sipping his tea. Shi Yali sat down opposite him, resting her chin on her hand as she watched him. Zai Ligui continued with a question. During this trip outside, did you come across any new intelligence? Nothing special to report, just that the Crown Prince and the Second Prince seem to have nearly split control of the Hueco Kingdom between them, Wu Heng replied, leaning back on the sofa. The Second Prince? Zai Ligui's brow furrowed. Shi Yali, who hadn't been listening to these matters and didn't care, just sat there blankly. This Second Prince is capable of taking control of half the territory? Zai Ligui was somewhat surprised. If the intelligence isn't wrong, it should be the case. Zai Ligui pondered for a moment, then countered, then who's supporting the Second Prince? The Crown Prince held the royal city and arguably had the support of the main nobles and officials, and they had even discovered some religious sects involvement. Even daring to carry out assassinations against stewards and investigation teams. With so many level 18 powerhouses, acting so audaciously, the Second Prince could still hold on to half of the territory. This proved that the other side also had considerable strength. Wu Heng was also puzzled, and from the way the London city's forces had advanced, it seemed like the Second Prince lacked powerful subordinates. It's still unclear at the moment. Perhaps he has some means or helpers. The Hueco Kingdom is indeed in chaos. With this affair concluded, it will be hard for it to recover for many decades to come, Zai Ligui lamented. Wu Heng added, the information isn't reliable. It's all hearsay. Don't talk about it outside and don't report it back to headquarters to avoid misleading them. Sure, this matter is already none of our concern. I don't want to get involved, Zai Ligui said, laughing. Wu Heng took another sip from his teacup. Did the Hongwen Alliance send me any letters? When he was in London City, Wu Heng had written a letter to the leader of the Hongwen Alliance, mainly expressing his interest in engraving scrolls. Even if they weren't going to provide him with any information, they should at least send a reply. There are some books and a letter. Give them to him, Zai Ligui said. Wu Heng was pleased. As it turned out, they had provided some things after all. Just as he thought. The watch and pen he had given before were not for nothing. Seeing Shi Yali did not move, Zai Ligui called again, Shi Yali, what are you daydreaming about? Shi Yali snapped back to reality, huh? What flower? The things the Hongwen Alliance sent over for Wu Heng. I can't stand you sometimes, said Zai Ligui with a sigh. I didn't hear, Shi Yali replied, getting up to retrieve some books, a ledger, and a letter from a cabinet and handed them to Wu Heng. Then she returned to her spot, resuming her daydreaming. Wu Heng looked at the books in his hand, one titled Introduction to Scroll Basics and another an old-looking notebook. He put both items into the space ring and quickly tore open the letter to read its content. It was a reply from the leader of the Hongwen Alliance, mainly discussing matters related to engraving scrolls and advising him not to be overly distracted. To focus on studying magic and leveling up, to reach level 18 as soon as possible. The leader of the Hongwen Alliance was from the elf race and, to an elf, the human lifespan was far too short, hence focusing on leveling up was crucial for achievement. Someone like Wu Heng, who one day created a watch and the next improved an elixir, may have caused quite a stir, but from the leader's point of view, was still somewhat frivolous. Leveling up was the correct path. He quickly finished reading the letter and casually placed it into the space ring. Zai Ligui asked, what did they say? They told me not to focus on everything and concentrate on leveling up instead. Chapter 755, Learn Everything. Zai Ligui immediately felt she'd found a comrade, saying, look, the leader said so too. Wu Heng laughed, I'm just asking around. I'm not really going to engrave scrolls. I'm so rich, I can just buy whatever I need. Show off. Mumbled Zai Ligui. Shi Yali, still resting her chin in her hand, said, how about coming over for dinner tonight? Wu Heng glanced at Zai Ligui and then down at the heavy object resting on the edge of the table. The latter sensed his gaze, initially wanting to dodge, then leaned forward instead. Chin tilted slightly upwards. Wu Heng smiled, let's go to my place tonight. After dinner, we can watch a movie. Zai Ligui looked toward Shi Yali, what do you think? I'm good with anything. Zai Ligui said, then we'll go over tonight. No need to bring anything. Bring your own big head, ghost. Zai Ligui shot him an irritated look. Wu Heng stood up again, shaking his somewhat stiff neck, saying, I'll head home first, come over a bit early. As soon as we're ready, we'll head over, Zai Ligui added. Wu Heng nodded, put his mask back on, and left the study. Back at the Island Lord's mansion. Wu Hang hung his coat aside, saying, Minnie, Zai Ligui and Shi Yali are coming over for dinner tonight. Okay, master, Minnie replied with a smile. Wu Hang turned to go upstairs. From downstairs, Roby's inquiring voice came, Steward Zai Ligui has been over quite often recently, hasn't she? Minnie replied, must be something to do with the master. With the master? The last one who kept coming over for meals was the president of the Starflower Wood Elves? Lady Shainera, huh? She also often came over for meals before? Yeah, and now she's even made it into the bedroom, said Minnie. Wu Hang paused his ascent up the stairs. Although just coming over for meals implies a relationship, this explanation isn't reliable, but it seems right. It seems Lady Shainera used to come over for meals frequently. He, too, often found reasons to dine at her place, somewhat like Zai Ligui now. No matter, he would have to tell his maid about it in the future as well. Resuming his steps, he climbed the stairs and entered his study. Inside the study, only Glinda was looking at a magic book. It said on her record that ghosts could learn necromancy spells, but it hadn't been unlocked yet. Zhao and Bella weren't in the room, probably out playing. All taken care of? Glinda looked up. Wu Hang sat down at the desk. I've finalized a livestock purchase and met with a few Chamber of Commerce representatives. Have you thought about the place for breeding zombies? Continued Glinda. Wu Hang replied, there was a prison before. The facilities and equipment there are quite complete, so that place felt right. Glinda wasn't yet his ghost when he took over Xinfu City's prison. So she wasn't familiar with it. I've heard from Zhao, that place might also work, Glinda nodded. The wild animals haven't been shipped over yet, and things might change, so we'll see how it goes. That's true, Glinda said, returning her gaze to the book in front of her. Wu Hang also took out the magic scroll book he'd brought back and placed it on the desk. The book was titled Elementary Scroll Usage, Revised, and though the cover was a sky blue without text and somewhat worn, Wu Hang initially flipped through the book, starting his inspection. The first few pages featured quotes and sayings from previous leaders of the Hongwen Alliance and some scholars. It felt like fluff added for clout. He scanned it roughly and skipped this section to look at the material that followed. The first part's title was also interesting. Called Casting from Scrolls. It stated that all material costs were covered during the creation of the scroll. When using a magical scroll, there would be no need to provide any materials or external costs again. If the scroll required a certain accessory to be used, it needed to be combined with the accessory to complete the use of the scroll. This was relatively simple and clear. It meant that a scroll was a single-use item, tear it open, and you could use the magic inside without any additional costs. Wu Hang continued reading. Next, it discussed the preparatory tools needed for engraving magical scrolls and the choice of scroll styles. He also glanced over this part since he didn't really plan to make scrolls himself. Just getting a bit of understanding was enough. Further on, there was knowledge about scroll making. The design of the packaging, the production and formulation of magic ink, and the rules that need to be followed in the drawing process. A multitude of symbols and professional terminology appeared in the book. Even if one had never seen them before, they could still understand what was trying to be conveyed. After browsing through the entire book, Wu Hang paused for a moment. No system notification popped up to indicate any skill being unlocked. It seemed it wasn't a skill book, unable to unlock any skills. Did you gain anything? Glinda glanced over and asked as he swapped books. One thing I can confirm is that the production of magical scrolls is related to the ink mixed with materials, where the energy contained in the ink acts as the magic power needed to cast spells, Wu Hang answered. Is it helpful for your talismans? Wu Hang pondered for a moment. I think it is. I can try changing the materials and duplicating the talisman again. I remember there are scrolls that can ward off ghosts. Using that kind of material should work. Glinda gave him a look. Try to keep a distance from the Holy Court. I'll just inquire about the materials. No need to approach the Holy Court, Wu Hang said with a smile. Glinda nodded, without adding anything more. Wu Hang continued to take out his notebook and entered a focused state to review it. The contents recorded in the notebook were some experimental experiences. They were quite basic and didn't delve into anything too profound. After finishing the entire notebook, he stored it back into his space ring. It was then that he looked out the window. The sky had darkened. At this moment, Zhao and Bella, the two spirits, flew back together. Where have you been? Wu Hang asked. Zhao said with a smile, we went to the island's tavern to listen to stories and visited the church. How was the church? Nothing there, still the same few people, and it was empty inside, Zhao said. Then, with Bella, they drifted to one side, took out a tablet, and started playing a movie. Wu Hang also got up and went downstairs. As he walked down the stairs, he saw the elf sisters had already arrived and were chatting with the maids. Seeing Wu Hang descending, Zai Ligui said with a smile, "We came to have dinner, and you still weren't coming downstairs." "I was just reading a book about magical scrolls, lost track of time," Wu Heng said with an apologetic smile. "Forgiven," Zai Ligui responded. Shi Yali raised the cloth bag in her hand, brought some flower nectar wine. "Great, I also have some wine here, you can try it later," Wu Heng said. Minnie went down to have the skeleton serve dinner, and a lavish meal was placed on the dining table. Everyone sat together. Shi Yali poured flower nectar wine for everyone, constantly persuading them to drink. "Don't get too drunk again," Zai Ligui whispered. Shi Yali said with a smile, "I know, today it's mainly for Minnie and the others to try." Zai Ligui nodded, then turned her attention back to Wu Heng. "How did you find the scrolls book?" "Got something out of it." Shi Yali also chimed in, "You're not planning to improve upon a new type of scroll, are you?" "I'm just looking casually, just starting out in this area, it's not so easy to make improvements," Wu Heng shrugged. "That's what I thought, you can't possibly know everything, even if you are a genius." Wu Heng glanced at the somewhat provocative short-haired elf. "If you say that, it might just challenge my pride as a man." "What could your pride do?" "Let's just drop it, I'm just researching for fun," Wu Heng said. "Humphrey, I knew it," Shi Yali remarked, then continued talking with Minnie and the others. Wu Heng also chatted with Zai Ligui while eating, discussing some events that happened at the Alliance when they left. After dinner, everyone headed together to the cinema room. The lights turned off, and the movie screen began displaying The Lord of the Rings 2. Even though they had seen it before, everyone refocused their attention on the screen. Wu Heng whispered into Zai Ligui's ear, "Where's the blanket? Put it on your legs." Zai Ligui's expression froze, her eyes looking surprised at him. Hesitating for a moment, she took out a blanket and placed it over her legs and waist. Wu Heng smiled and slid his hand under the blanket, gently touched her abdomen, and slowly caressed downward. Zai Ligui let out a soft moan, her legs slightly parted to find a comfortable position, and she slowly exhaled. "I need to go to the restroom." Shi Yali suddenly stood up from the other side. Zai Ligui's body stiffened, and Wu Heng's movements paused. After a while, Shi Yali returned from outside. She glanced at Wu Heng and Zai Ligui, then sat down on the other side of Wu Heng. Then, under Wu Heng's puzzled gaze, she also took out a blanket and placed it over her legs. Chapter 756, The Small Moves Under the Blanket. The same style of blanket was also draped over Shi Yali's legs. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows and cautiously glanced at the other person, who was studiously looking elsewhere. During his moment of distraction, Zai Ligui beside him felt his movements stop suddenly and, feeling a bit anxious, twisted around and brushed her legs against his, signaling him to continue. Wu Heng soothed Zai Ligui on one side while stealing glances at Shi Yali on the other. In fact, he could sense that Shi Yali had taken a liking to him. But was the blanket because the air conditioning was truly a bit chilly, or had she noticed his subtle interactions with Zai Ligui and was giving him a hint? He suspected the latter but feared he was overthinking it. As Wu Heng pondered, he felt a smooth and slightly cool hand slip into his own palm, lightly scratching it. Turning his head, he saw Shi Yali with a full-faced smile and a mischievous, wicked grin. Wu Heng held her hand, not pulling away, and Shi Yali relaxed a bit, the smile at the corner of her mouth growing more apparent. Then, Shi Yali pulled his hand under the blanket, resting it on her leg. The two sisters, although similar in appearance, had some differences in their figures. Zai Ligui's legs were more rounded while Shi Yali's were long and straight. Even through the pants, they felt quite elastic. Wu Heng, hand resting on her leg, thought for a moment, then, just like he had with Zai Ligui, he began to explore the flat belly area and then moved downward. Feeling his hand suddenly move lower, Shi Yali's body tensed up abruptly, her legs clamping tightly around the offending hand, her eyes full of confusion. She looked at her sister with even more astonishment. Wu Heng was also taken aback, he had gone too far. Shi Yali glared at him with a red face, pinched the back of his hand hard, and then moved his hand back to rest on her leg. Wu Heng laughed awkwardly. That worked too, one step at a time. The movie ended. The lights in the room came on. The maids chattered about wanting to play a game. The elf sisters, however, both flushed, guiltily folded up the blankets. Steward Zai Ligui, assistant Shi Yali, stay and play games with us. I'll teach you, it's very simple, Roby jumped out and said. Zai Ligui glanced at the sky outside the window. It's too late, perhaps next time. If it's late, you can stay here, we have plenty of rooms, Wu Heng suggested. Zai Ligui replied irritably, being known to spend the night at the island master's house, what a bad impression that would make for a steward. I'll teleport you back in the morning, no one will know, Wu Heng offered. No way, my sister is still here, we'll talk about it some other time, Zai said firmly. Shiyali stood by, arms crossed, listening to the conversation without voicing her opinion. Seeing their insistence on leaving, Wu Heng did not push further. After all, they all lived on the island, and he could see them every day. There was no need to insist they stay. He escorted the two sisters to the door and arranged for a skull team to take them home. Wu Heng and the maids returned to the house. While the maids started their game, Wu Heng quickly freshened up and went straight to his room to rest. Lying in bed, he couldn't help but think back to the recent events. If Shirley Yali's exaggerated behavior last time was due to being drunk, then this time, although she had some to drink, it was within her tolerance. It was clear what she wanted. This elf sister had also taken a fancy to him. And she was quite bold about it. His feelings for Zai Ligui had developed over time through a partnership in battle. Trust in each other gradually morphed into a kind of romantic affection. When had Shiyali started taking an interest in him? It wasn't some kind of fetish, was it? Shiyali liking him was, to be honest, quite pleasing. Who wouldn't like such a pair of beautiful and pretty elf sisters? But whether Zai Ligui, who was accepting of his maids, could accept him going after her sister, Zai Ligui probably won't like the idea. Oh man. Better just refuse Shiyali. What's with all this touching? At the steward mansion, Zai Ligui soaked in the bathing tub, exhaling deeply. The flower nectar wine had a strong after effect, making the movie night unsettling. Absolutely annoying. Creak. The bathroom door was pushed open, and Shiyali walked in wrapped in a white bath towel. Zai Ligui peered through the misty fog and complained, "You're really slow." With that, she moved forward in the tub to make room for Shiyali to sit behind her, leaning back against her. The two of them had grown up together and had always been very close. Shiyali was the older sister and had came to Gold and Silver Island with her. Even after dying once on the island, she still chose to stay. She helped with paperwork, cooking, and cleaning, an attentive and caring sister. Zai Ligui cared deeply for her sister as well. Everything she had now, she had fought for with her very life. Shiyali hugged her sister and whispered, "So soft, no wonder Wu Heng likes to touch." Zai Ligui slapped her hand away. "What are you talking about?" Shiyali leaned closer to her ear. "During the movie, all those little gestures you made, I'm not blind, you know." Zai Ligui's body shivered. What little gestures?" "Just the little gestures under the blanket." Zai Ligui's cheeks and body visibly turned red as she defensively said, "It was just holding hands." "You wouldn't know since you don't have a man, it's very normal." Shiyali laughed, wrapping her arms around her sister's waist. "I didn't say anything. Why are you getting so nervous?" "I'm not nervous at all." Shiyali leaned in again. "Tell your sister, besides holding hands, what else did you do?" "Why do you need to know? Are you sick or something?" "There's no need to keep secrets from your sister." "I'll keep it confidential." Zai Ligui said irritably, "Those words of yours are for deceiving children." "So are you going to tell your sister or not?" "Ah. You're so annoying, just some touching," said Zai Ligui, in a mix of shyness and irritation. "Touched where?" "Don't go too far, Shiyali." The following morning, Wu Heng came down from upstairs. Roby jogged over, eagerly bringing him his bowl and chopsticks. "Master, breakfast is ready." Wu Heng ruffled her cute little head, and Roby giggled foolishly. Then, the rest of the maids also came over. They sat down at the dining table to eat. As they ate, Andre Willow said, "Master, the dignitaries who want to attend the auction should be arriving soon. I think we should discuss with the association to strengthen security on the island and along the shipping routes." "You and Zai Ligui handle it," said Wu Heng. "Arrange for all the skeletons on the island to be deployed." Andre Willow nodded. "Okay, when I get to City Hall, I'll give the steward a call and sort this out." Wu Heng added, "If any ships from the association's headquarters dock, remember to let me know." No one had replied to the letter he had sent to the headquarters. He didn't know if any heroes would attend. Whether they did or not actually didn't matter much, the main thing was to keep in contact with them. At a critical moment, they might speak up for him. "All right," Andre Willow agreed once more. After a brief chat, they finished their breakfast. Andre Willow and Annette left for City Hall, while Minnie and Roby cleaned up and prepared for their daily training. Life as a maid in the Island Lord's mansion wasn't too bad. There were no heavy laborious tasks, the most taxing part was training to improve themselves. In terms of living conditions, they had air conditioning, private rooms, and ate whatever Wu Heng ate. As Philippa said, it was the kind of life a princess or queen would have. The maids all went to do their own things. Wu Heng then went upstairs, back to his study. Entering the study, he called his 3 ghosts and went to Zombie World. Stepping out of the boundary door, he glanced out the window at the surroundings. There were no changes, the skeleton army still filled the streets and the open spaces as far as the eye could see. He released the ghosts and checked on the zombie king imprisoned in the room. The zombie king was still securely tied in place, and the glance he cast up at him was as fierce and resentful as ever. Like a trapped wild beast waiting for a chance to take revenge. "Take him with us when we head out," Wu Hang ordered and turned to leave the room. The skeletons dragged the zombie king along, following behind all the way to the truck. "Put him in the truck bed," Wu Hang commanded. Sensing he was about to be taken away, the zombie king began to struggle violently. Only after countless spears plunged down and the zombie king turned from struggling to painfully convulsing was he thrown into the back of the truck. "Are we heading back to the base?" Glenda asked. "There aren't many zombies left here, we'll head back and look for a new place to raise Bella's level," Wu Hang explained. "Thank you, everyone. It's been hard work," Bella said with a smile. Zhao remarked, "It's not hard work, we're ghosts and can't feel the strain." Wu Hang reminded, "Zhao, I'm still alive, you know." Chapter 758, Go Talk to the Leader in the Church. The local bishop, wearing a long white robe and a bishop's crown, approached. "Bishop Dirk Gavin," Andre Willow greeted. Dirk Gavin, the local bishop of Gold and Silver Island. Wu Hang had told her that he was a level 18 priest. It was extravagant to think that a level 18 had been appointed on Gold and Silver Island. The bishop's frown turned into a smile. "Miss Andre Willow, what has happened?" Andre Willow spoke earnestly. "Lord Bishop, the number of people coming to the island has increased recently. We came to see if there are any issues." "Oh. Everything is fine. The security on Gold and Silver Island is still very good," the bishop answered with a smile. "It's good that Lord Bishop is confident about the island's security. Another issue is that the various powers on the island should not station too many personnel." Andre Willow smoothly brought up this matter. The bishop's smile faded, and he understood the other party's intention. The new newspaper had indeed mentioned that the powers on the island were not allowed to station too many armed forces. But he hadn't expected them to actually come to the Holy Court to discuss this matter. Given the Holy Court's influence everywhere, it was the second force after the association that was exempt from local governance. Yet, it seemed that Gold and Silver Island did not think so. The church here had not yet been established, and only a few priests were staying here, with protective church knights yet to come. The number of priests definitely met the other party's requirements. The mention now must be about the upcoming protective church knights. "Ms. Andre Willow, surely our church isn't counted among the forces you mentioned," the bishop said. "We have no choice either. We've also visited the Snake Badge Consortium, and they will be withdrawing their personnel soon too. Please don't make it difficult for me, Lord Bishop," Andre Willow said helplessly. "This. Ms. Andre Willow, then let the Lord Island Master and Leader say I do handle it," the bishop said in a calm tone, yet his attitude was firm. "In other words, you, Gold and Silver Island, do not control us. If the leader agrees, we will comply. If he doesn't agree, there's nothing we can do." Andre Willow also said, "I am merely informing you according to the regulations. Perhaps you could speak to the Lord Island Master. If he agrees, naturally we would not wish to trouble everyone." The scene momentarily quieted. Both parties were asking the other to speak to their respective superiors. The bishop suddenly smiled. "I will visit the Lord Island Master. I hear he is an elusive genius." "That would be best," Andre Willow agreed with a smile and then said, "The auction is imminent, and large-scale construction is prohibited. The renovation inside the church should also be paused for a while, to be continued after the auction." The bishop's gaze narrowed again, but he did not speak. Andre Willow bowed again and left directly with the skeleton, leaving only the bishop standing there, his expression changing unpredictably. Zombie World. A town off the main road. A large group of zombies crashed against the spear array, screams and scraping noises resonating throughout the area. Strands of remnant souls floated up into the sky. Bella quickly rushed up, devouring them. This morning, Wu Hang received the location for clearing zombies from Chi Hang Kai and took the skeleton army there to clear the zombies. The situation in the other world was becoming increasingly unstable, and accelerating the enhancement of personal strength was essential for better security. Raising himself to level 20 was still somewhat difficult. But raising the ghost to level 20 was still achievable. The fighting intense up ahead, Bella was busy devouring remnant souls. Zhao then flew down and said, "Uncle, a car is coming." Wu Hang looked back and saw a modified off-road vehicle parked on the outskirts of the Skull Team. A survivor got out of the vehicle, adjusting the frequency on a walkie-talkie. People from Chi Hang Kai's side, who had come out from Donggan village together, joined the Zinfu city base. They were essentially his backup. Then, Wu Hang's walkie-talkie, hanging on a skeleton, transmitted a voice, "Leader, I've brought news. Come over." Wu Hang pressed the walkie-talkie. Then, looking at Big Head Skull, "Tell the skeletons to clear a path for him." The skeleton army at the rear stepped aside, creating a path for the base's survivors. They hastily moved through the crowd of skeletons to arrive in front of Wu Heng. "Leader, Sister Chi didn't mention this on the radio, so she sent me to tell you that a new type of elixir tablet, crafted by alchemy skeletons, has arrived from the Xinfu City base," the survivor rapidly explained. The elixir tablet had finally been produced. This was good news indeed. "I understand. You can go back now, and don't talk about this to anyone else," Wu Heng instructed. "Understood, leader," the survivor nodded, then retraced his path through the Grand Skeleton Army and left in an off-road vehicle. After the man left, Zhao and Glinda appeared beside him, one on each side. "What kind of tablet is it?" Zhao pondered. "It's an elixir from the other world, processed into a tablet form for easy carrying and use." "Oh, now I remember." Glinda continued, "The use of such elixirs isn't very common in your world, and selling them abroad might invite trouble." Wu Heng nodded. They were originally prepared for Gold and Silver Island. "With affluent people coming for the auction these days, we can display the tablets and show them what elixir innovation looks like. That indeed presents an opportunity." Wu Heng then shifted his gaze back to the battlefield. As time passed, the number of zombies began to decrease. He ordered a forward advance to start eliminating the remaining zombies along their path. Then, the Grand Army continued to move forward. Upon reaching the next area, they engaged in combat with a new horde of zombies. They sped up, working to clear the zombies quickly and consume the remnant souls. As twilight approached, they turned the corpses littering the ground into skeletons. He boarded a truck and, with the skeletons, returned to the base. Upon returning to the base, it was already 10 p.m. Lights were on in the dormitory building, and people could be seen smoking at the windows. He directed the skeletons to drive the truck to the garage, then he entered the dormitory building. "You're back a bit late today," Chi Hengkai said in her pajamas, leaning against the doorframe. "The skeleton army jogged all the way here with me," Wu Heng replied. Chi Hengkai smiled and said, "If the skeletons had thoughts, they would surely curse you, the cruel slave master, for driving while making them run." With that, she slowly approached and hooked her arm around his neck. Wu Heng cautioned, "I've just returned, be careful of viruses, in case you get infected. If I turned into a zombie, would you still love me?" Chi Hengkai looked intently at him. "I'm afraid you'd try to bite my tongue," Wu Heng said, playfully slapping her backside. "Don't speak of such ominous things. Where's the elixir tablet Liang sent?" "Here." Chi Hengkai went to her room and brought back a white pill bottle. She added, "Yang said that 2 tablets are equivalent to 1 bottle's effects." Wu Heng put away the pill bottle. "All right, I won't keep you company tonight. You should rest early if you're tired." "What kind of leader tires themselves out like this every day?" Chi Hengkai straightened his collar. "It's for our future." "Right," Chi Hengkai nodded. Wu Heng returned to his own dormitory, had Ghost check on the Zombie King, and after confirming things were as before, he absorbed Ghost back into himself and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Back at the Island Lord's mansion. After bathing, he looked down from the stairs. The entire mansion was silent, but the sound of insects came from outside the window. He went to the kitchen, where the skeleton chef prepared some late-night snacks, and he began eating at the dining table. Then, Andre Willow came downstairs in a white slip nightgown. Seeing Wu Heng dining on the first floor, she smiled with relief and greeted, "Master." Wu Heng patted his thigh, and Andre Willow obediently sat beside him. Her fluffy fox-tail gently swayed behind her. Wu Heng then asked, "Has the number of people arriving at the island increased?" Andre Willow responded, "Many have come. Xiligui, the steward, and I have rearranged the island's defenses. The association guard and the patrol guard have increased their patrols." She continued, "Today, I also visited the Snake Badge Consortium and the church. The church was somewhat uncooperative about reducing the number of station troops. They insisted you speak with the religious leader directly. The local bishop will also come to speak with you personally." Chapter 759, Continuously landing on the island. Wu Heng had implemented this plan mainly to restrict personnel from the Holy Court, to prevent too many protective church knights or priests from staying on the island. The Snake Badge Consortium was simply caught up in the misfortune. But the local bishop, he was pretty arrogant. He directly invoked the church leader. "We don't need to bother with them for now, let's wait until the auction ends," Wu Heng said. "Yes, Master," Andre Willow nodded. After Wu Heng had eaten, he wiped his mouth, pulled down the strap over the little fox's shoulder, and continued, "The alchemy skeleton has produced another type of elixir pill. Take it to the association tomorrow for a potency certification, then display it on the stand." "Which one should be replaced?" "The fountain pen." "Okay, Master." Wu Heng patted the little fox's pert bottom, and said, "I'm going to brush my teeth, wait for me in the room." Andre Willow smiled, "Okay, Master." Having said that, she hopped and skipped upstairs. At the exhibition, the fountain pen stand was taken down, and a new exhibit was put up. News of the island lord's mansion displaying new goods spread quickly across the island. Watches, fountain pens had become bestsellers everywhere. No matter the race or nation, all acknowledged these goods, and the various chambers of commerce that transported them also made a handsome profit. Now, hardly anyone heard about any knockoff products, everyone was increasing their purchase volumes to keep selling. This time, no one knew what new product had been developed to be showcased before the auction. Elites arriving on the island, representatives of various chambers of commerce. Residents who came to see what the fuss was about. All of them made a beeline for the exhibition. Crowds thronged the main hall. The center display area was already packed with people. Advertisements for the new products played on the screen hanging above. A wounded warrior quickly took out a bottle, poured 2 white elixir pills into his hand, and swallowed them. The next second, the wounds on his body stopped bleeding and the flesh healed. This time's exhibit is an elixir, for healing purposes. Turning it into these little rounds is indeed more convenient for carrying. Goodness, Island Lord Wu Hang is venturing into the alchemy business now. Lord Island Master, first thing after making money is to improve the elixir for us. Lord Island Master really is thinking about us. The crowd surrounding the exhibit began to discuss fervently. Fountain pens, watches, bicycles, these products, even if designed, were unrelated to most ordinary people. Priced too high and not necessities. But an elixir was different, it was a matter relating to everyone. If it wasn't a liquid, then mercenaries and adventurers without space rings would find it more convenient to carry this type of elixir. If only the price could be reduced, then everyone could benefit. So, this time's elixir improvement seemed more like research and development for the ordinary folk. Suddenly, everyone present became excited. Who was the island master? A human genius, owning the entire island. Yet he still remembered ordinary people like them. The earlier products must have been about making money first to fund the development of elixirs. What a good person. A great benefactor. Near the exhibit, a row of alchemists gathered around the counter. No one discussed whether the island master was a good person or not. All alchemists leaned over the counter, observing the appearance of the elixir pills, then wafted their hand close to try and sniff out the ingredients from the scent. But all they smelled was sweat. And the stench of the people next to them. Yet all the alchemists present knew. After this, the alchemy industry was likely to see a huge upheaval. More so than with the mechanical watches and bicycles. Those who couldn't keep up would probably be completely phased out. Elsewhere, Wu Hang sat in the steward's office, his gaze upon the elf scholar standing opposite him, dressed impeccably in long attire, with a pair of silver-rimmed glasses. Zai Ligui introduced, "This gentleman is the deputy to the leader of the Hongwen Alliance, Claudio, Mr. Kelmick." She then introduced Wu Hang, Island Lord of Gold and Silver Island, Jade Sea Flag Bearer, Island Lord Wu Hang. Island Lord Wu Hang. Mr. Kelmick. The two smiled and greeted each other. Wu Hang himself was a member of the Hongwen Alliance, though he had not traveled to headquarters nor participated in any of the Alliance's associated research. It was his first time meeting the leader's deputy. And it was also the first time he'd heard of the position. The elf deputy still bore a smile and said, "Leader Claudio has recently been immersed in researching ancient tablets and truly had no time to come. He let me come in his stead to attend this elixir auction. My apologies for not considering the leader's schedule. I hope I haven't disturbed his research," said Wu Hang, with a hint of regret. Whether the other party came or not wasn't really a big issue. Sending over a deputy also showed the kind of attitude the other party wished to convey. They still regarded him quite highly, equivalent to the leader coming in person. "I've only gotten to know about the development of Gold and Silver Island through the newspapers before. This visit truly is a surprise," said the deputy in an even tone. Wu Hang was curious, when did Kelmick arrive on the island? "This morning. When evening comes, the island will be even more lively." "Do you mean those nighttime illuminated streetlights?" asked the deputy. Wu Hang nodded, "Yes, the streetlights, though by lively, I mean the state of the residents as well. Should you have the time, you might consider taking a stroll in the evening." "I look forward to this evening," said the deputy, and then asked, "Lord Island Master, when will the auction start?" "The event is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and I will arrange for someone to escort you to the venue." "That will be fine. As for our accommodations over these 2 days, we leave it in the hands of the island master and steward Zai Ligui," said the deputy, still as courteous in speech. Zai Ligui nodded and looked to one side before speaking. "Shiyali, lead Mr. Kelmick and a few of the headquarters staff to the association dormitories." Shiyali stood up, gesturing with her hand. "Mr. Kelmick, I'll take you to see the dormitories." "All right, I'll go sort out my accommodation then," said Kelmick, standing up. Wu Hang walked him to the door, waving goodbye. Returning to his room, Xyligui took out another letter from her space ring. This is a letter from Leader Hedera to you. Just how many leaders did you invite? Hedera was the leader of the Sword of Justice, the field envoy. Wu Heng stood up to receive it. Just 3. Xyligui gave him a disapproving look. What do you mean just 3, honestly? There were a total of 5 church heroes. Setting aside some conflicts with church heroes, he had invited everyone except 1. He made it sound as though it were so few. Wu Heng smiled and started reading the letter. The content of the letter was an apology for being unable to leave headquarters, commendation for Wu Heng's recent progress, and words of encouragement to keep striving. From the content, it seemed they still recognized Wu Heng's former identity as a field envoy. It seemed frequently updating the leaders proved useful wherever you were. The leader also wrote me a letter, affirming the recent development of Gold and Silver Island and commending my good work, Xyligui said delightfully. Do you know each other? Asked Wu Heng. Same race, plus he's the leader of the field envoys, any problem with that? Xyligui retorted. Both were of the elf race, and naturally, those from the race who rose through the association were categorically placed there. Being bullied by church heroes was largely because there was no strong backing to support them. Not even a nation of their own. After the auction is over, I'll prepare a gift for Leader Hedera and send it then, Wu Heng said. Xyligui frowned slightly. Send a direct gift? Wouldn't that create a bad impression? It won't be mentioned outside, no worries, Wu Heng replied. As they spoke, the door was abruptly opened. Shi Yali quickly peered in, looked at the two seated in their respective positions, and said with a smile, just checking you two haven't been up to any mischief. What nonsense. Xyligui shot back with a glare. Shi Yali chuckled, then asked, coming over to watch a movie tonight? Sure, just sleep over if it gets too late. Wu Heng continued to press. Xyligui gave a furrowed brow look to the bantering pair. Let's wait until after the auction, there are a lot of people on the island recently. That works. Wu Heng nodded. Shi Yali muttered, annoying, all these guys. Xyligui said, you live on the island, any time is good for a movie. I'm just saying, continued Shi Yali. Tonight Wu Heng will use teleportation to bring dinner, as long as it's not discovered. Wu Heng glanced at her, I'll see. After finishing their conversation, Wu Heng also stood up and said, I need to get back now, to arrange the following matters. Alright, go ahead, Xyligui replied with a smile, nodding. Leaving the association, Wu Heng also made his way toward the Island Lord's mansion. Upon returning to the Island Lord's mansion, Wu Heng entered his study. He poured himself a cup of tea and took out the letters he had just received to look at them again. 2 leaders, one had written him a letter, the other had sent a deputy. How about Lilith? He considered himself to have a good relationship with her, she couldn't possibly ignore him. It seemed that she, indeed, had never responded to his letters before. That cold? Chapter 760, For the Future of Alchemy. He thought about it carefully. Actually, whether Lilith came or not wasn't a big issue. As long as the message was sent over and they maintained close contact, that was good enough. Just like when he had first arrived at Gold and Silver Island and found out about the secret cultivation hall kidnapping girls for blood banquets. He had sent her a letter under the pretext of damaging the Blood Clan's reputation. At that time, there was no reply from the other side, no news at all, but it didn't take long before there was news from outside about the search and capture of the secret cultivation hall people everywhere. This time it would probably be similar. The aloof Blood Clan leader. Thinking this, he carelessly pulled out a magical scroll book from the space ring and started to read it again. First, get ready. Wait for Liang to lend over the talisman books, and then try to attempt drawing. Whether successful or not, just give it a try. After reading seriously for a while, Zhao and Bella flew back from outside. How was the exhibition? Wu Heng put away the book. Zhao said, it was very successful, with many people crowding around. They all say, Uncle, you're a good person, different from other rich people. Why do they say that? Wu Heng was somewhat puzzled. Zhao thought about it, speaking in an uncertain tone, it seems like they said these elixirs are something they can use. Bella added, they believe that the pills you're producing now are designed and improved for them. After all, rich and powerful people all have space rings, only ordinary people would feel the importance of these pills. That made sense. In fact, when he considered the pills, he was indeed preparing them for people without space rings. That's right, I am a very good person. Wu Heng gave a thumbs up. Uncle is so silly. Indeed very silly. The 2 ghosts nodded in agreement. Wu Heng was speechless. What are you guys talking about? During their conversation, Glenda also flew back, glanced at one person and 2 spirits. What are you talking about? Uncle says he's a good person. Glenda nodded, her tone very approving. That aspect of him indeed doesn't quite match his profession. Perhaps he'd better serve as a priest to bless people. Zhao widened her eyes. Andy, you don't really think so, do you? Of course. Glenda said with a smile. Wu Hang also smiled and didn't let Zhao continue, interrupting to ask, Glenda, how's it going on your end? Glenda looked over and said, the island is very lively, you can see many rich people on the streets. Seeing Wu Hang and Glenda start talking business, Zhao and Bella flew to the side. Pulling out a tablet, they turned the volume down and began to watch a movie. Wu Hang took a sip of tea and then said, by the way, I just came back from the guild. The leader of the Hongwen Alliance has arranged a deputy to come over. Judging by Zai Ligui's attitude towards him, he's probably also an 18th level professional. The deputy must be a trusted aide. It seems he's pretty caring towards you. Glenda flew to the side of the desk and then asked, what about the other leaders? Didn't you write 3 letters? Sword of Justice wrote me a letter saying it's inconvenient to leave their headquarters but encouraged me after all. There's no news from Lilith, no one came over, and no reply either. Lilith didn't arrange for someone to come over? It seems your charm has decreased. Glenda said teasingly with a laugh. Wu Hang glanced at her unhappily. I've never even met the other party, so where does the question of charm come in? Did you check out the exhibition over there? Glenda said, I passed by for a look. Many alchemists were inspecting the pills, looking and smelling them. Pill production shouldn't be difficult. Once they go on sale, they should be developed by others. Then, we'll have to fight on quantity and price. We have large machinery, that's an advantage. Glenda casually pulled out a book and said while flipping through it, you also said pens aren't difficult, yet no one's been able to imitate them. Instead, the order quantities just keep rising. Indeed, it's not difficult, who knows why they gave up on researching it. Of course, having only one manufacturer was undoubtedly a good thing, as it allowed better sales and a monopoly on the market. But the pills changed the form of the elixirs, and all alchemy organizations would probably have to follow suit. If they didn't, they would eventually be ousted by the market. So, unlike pens and watches, the market would force them to adapt. And the advantage on Wu Hang's side was the large pharmaceutical machines. Perhaps soon there won't be any need for alchemists to adjust, the machines could directly produce them. By saving labor, the cost would naturally decrease. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked, followed by the voice of the cat woman Roby, Master. A few alchemists have come with an invitation from Shayla, asking to see you. Alchemists? Invitation? The invitation must be for the auction. Holding this thing, to come and see me at the Island Lord's mansion? Wu Hang opened the door and went out, take them to the living room. Sure, Master. Roby replied, turned, leaped onto the staircase railing, and slid down. Wu Hang also went downstairs, waiting in a living room. After a short while, the sound of commotion arose. Through the window, one could see Roby followed by 3 people, 2 humans, and 1 dwarf, all dressed in alchemy robes, the standard attire of alchemists. Following Roby, their gazes drifted around the skeleton guards in the courtyard, cautious and careful. They entered the hall. Roby said, Master, the people have come. The 3 turned their gaze towards Wu Hang, then bowed slightly. Lord Island Master. Please sit, be at ease. Wu Hang said with a smile and a nod. As the visitors sat down, Roby brought over refreshments and placed them in front of them. Wu Hang looked at them curiously and asked, Gentlemen, why have you come to see me? Chapter 760, For the Future of Alchemy Among the Alchemists, one middle-aged man introduced with a smile, Lord Island Master, this gentleman is the Vice Chairman of the Fumori Alchemy Association, Mr. Seed. He has come to attend the auction and happened to see the displayed elixirs. He feels it's truly a great revolution. The one introducing was the elderly human sitting in the middle. He looked to be over 50 years old. Thank you very much. Wu Hang first extended his courtesy, then turned to the elder, Vice Chairman Seed, do you have any particular business here? The elder surveyed Wu Hang up and down and then spoke, presenting elixirs in pill form is indeed an impressive innovation, but your organization is ultimately not a traditional alchemy institution surely, it contains many flaws. We could collaborate to further develop and produce these pill form elixirs. And continue research with them. They have been verified by the association to meet elixir standards. How could they be deemed flawed? Vice Chairman, the elixirs are without flaw, and the association's alchemists are also highly professional, Wu Hang stated. The other party's gaze sharpened, body leaning forward, his tone becoming much more earnest. Every elixir is the result of generations of alchemists' continuous improvement and development. They are the reason alchemists are where they are today. The method you hold is indeed novel, but it could also bring a crisis to the entire alchemy industry. He sighed lightly, his eyes filled with earnestness. If you would publicly share your refinements, it would be a bold and colorful stroke on the long scroll of alchemy's history, and you would be hailed as a hero in the annals of alchemy. Upon hearing the end, Wu Heng's eyes widened instantly. After all this time, it turns out he wanted me to disclose the method. That's faster than robbery, just outright demanding something. Looking at the other party's still righteously indignant demeanor, he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Wu Heng said, "Indeed, we will naturally invite masters who have made significant achievements in alchemy research to collaborate." The other party's eyes lit up, and he cleared his throat. "I do have some accomplishments and reputation in alchemy." Wu Heng smiled and said, "I will report this to Leader Claudio of the Hongwen Alliance. I believe with the achievements of Vice Chairman Seed, you will certainly appear on the list." The three across from him widened their eyes instantly. The Alliance leader? It even involved the association. To be on the list when they, as Vice Chairman, weren't even recognized. Since the Island Lord has made arrangements, there's not much else for us to say, but you may also consider our proposal, for the furtherance and broader benefit of alchemy. "Good, I will consider it," Wu Heng said with a smile and a nod, then turned to someone nearby and said, "Roby, please escort these gentlemen out." Roby was somewhat peeved, his tone unfriendly. "Let's go, leave this place." The three men got up and followed the maid outside. After Roby returned, Wu Heng continued, "Tell Minnie to say I'm not in if anyone else comes by, especially refuse to see any alchemists." "Of course, Master," Roby agreed. Wu Heng nodded, stood up, and went back upstairs. He thought they had some matter with him, but they just wanted to snatch the formula for free. As for the nomination by the Hongwen Alliance, it was merely an excuse to give both sides a way out. It's unlikely that their unheard-of alchemist association could have any contact with the leader of the Hongwen Alliance. He waited upstairs until the afternoon. Then Wu Heng put on his mask and went out to check on the auction venue's preparations. Since Shayna hadn't returned to Netali City, he needed to keep an eye on things. Of course, Shayna had arranged everything, so Wu Heng only needed to check if any adjustments were necessary. As dusk approached, a few staff members from the headquarters stood at the main gate waiting. Someone said, "I've asked the local staff, and it seems that streetlights are illuminating devices that glow, somewhat rarer in the eyes of ordinary people. You can't say that. Being able to set up the whole island proves these devices can be mass-produced, which is already stronger than an illuminating stone. We'll see when the time comes, won't we?" Amid their conversation, the sky gradually darkened. Click, click, click. One streetlight after another lit up, and the entire area was suddenly bright. Then, with a whoosh, crowds of people emerged from all around. Bards carrying wooden boxes stood under the streetlights and cleared their throats before starting to tell great detective stories. Vendors carrying their wares began cheerfully selling their goods. Children chasing and playing gathered to chat. And equally astonished outsiders stayed on the other side, watching the suddenly lively city. It really is different from other places. The people here seem even happier than during the day. Church. Inside the bishop's room. Seated on both sides of a round wooden table was the local bishop, Dirk Gavin, and another man with a burly figure. The street lights shone through the window, and the noise outside followed. Dirk Gavin picked up his cup of water, took a sip, and said, "Come with me to the Island Lord's mansion tomorrow to meet that young island master." "What's the matter?" "A 15-level youngster, and you can't handle it," the burly man said softly. Dirk Gavin's tone remained calm. "After all, we are on Gold and Silver Island, there are certain things it wouldn't be appropriate for me to do." "Do you want me to kill him?" "He has issued an order restricting military forces on the island, so we should visit him to have a chat and let him know what can and cannot be done." "Okay," the burly man nodded. The next day, Golden Sail Tavern. The ground floor of the tavern was already filled with patrons. Different from the usual local residents, today was also full of lavishly dressed people. Bards performed with even more vigor. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. In a second-floor private room, a knock on the door sounded, and an elderly man dressed neatly entered the room, bowed, and said, "Miss, I've found out. The auction is being held tomorrow. Today's highlight on the island is an exhibition where they have unveiled a new type of elixir, round-shaped like a tablet and possessing the effects of typical medicine." In the room, sitting in front of the wooden table was a woman with brown hair and a purple long skirt, exceptionally beautiful but with an icy demeanor. She spoke indifferently. "Is it something Wu Heng came up with?" "The island's residents say it was his doing, but whether it was indeed Island Lord Wu Heng who came up with it is yet to be confirmed," the old man said once more. "Let's go, we might as well check out the exhibition too." The woman rose to her feet, put on a hood and walked out. At the doorstep, her body shrunk slightly, and her appearance grew increasingly youthful. She now looked like a young girl. As she descended the stairs and reached the entrance of the tavern, the old man himself put on a hood and opened a black parasol to shield the girl from the sun as they walked out. They hailed a carriage by the roadside, heading to the exhibition. At the entrance of the exhibition, a few figures sat in a circle. Someone said, "Boss, no big haul today. With so many patrols around, it's tough to make a move. Let's wait a bit longer, we'll switch to the port. There are plenty of rich folks over there, too. When you make your move, be careful. There's not much worth stealing from those with space rings, and it's easy to run into trouble. Got it? We're not stupid." Hiss. Suddenly, one of the group signaled towards a spot not too far away. Turning their heads, they saw an elderly man accompanied by a young girl stepping down from a carriage. Under a parasol, dressed in lavish finery. It must be some lady from a noble house. Seems like we could get a good haul. Be careful when you make your move. That old man with her might be a high-level professional. If it goes haywire, take cover in the crowd. Understood, boss, the speaker was confident. This type of young miss with only an old servant for company was the easiest to deal with. No real power on their side, and with a bit of intimidation, you could come away with even more profit. If they were powerful, saddled with a liability, they wouldn't go too far with things, and in the end, it would come to nothing. Go. The man known as Boss nodded. The two jumped down from the wall top and followed directly, using the crowded throng to reach for the young girl's waist. Chapter 761, Lilith is here. Watching their target in front of them, the two men felt a surge of elation. In time, they planned to steal some valuable items and, incidentally, feel the slender waist of the noble lady. Using the crowd as a cover, they approached an elderly man and a young woman. One cooperated while the other stretched out his hand amid the chaos. However, as soon as he extended his hand, the man felt something was amiss. He looked down at his outstretched palm. His eyes suddenly widened. Without knowing when, his palm had turned a shade of blue and purple, and he could no longer feel its presence. Whimpering noises. His face filled with terror, he was about to scream but found he could only make whimpering sounds. His other hand frantically reached for his mouth. His eyes filled with even more panic. His mouth was gone. Through his skin, he could faintly feel the contours of his teeth. The man's heart shuddered, his hand immobilized, and his mouth had disappeared. He fell to the ground, then turned his head and stumbled towards the outside. Behind him, the companion responsible for covering him saw the fleeing figure and immediately gave chase. Why run? Did you find any good stuff? In the crowd, the young girl and the old man slightly turned their heads to watch the departing person. They continued following the crowd, walking toward the inside of the exhibition. In the bathroom. Island Lord Wu Heng, a level 20 hero has arrived on the island, Glenda said, passing through the walls to speak directly. Wu Heng paused in his movements, his eyebrows immediately furrowing. A level 20 hero had come to the island? Who has come to the island? Glenda's tone was somewhat uncertain. It looks like Lilith, but her appearance is a bit different. I'm not sure if it's a disguise. Lilith? Wu Heng had killed a Blood Clan exile, and while Glenda devoured the ghost, she had seen some fragments of memory. These included scenes of Lilith, so she knew what the person looked like. Those memories were later shared with Wu Heng. Now, Glenda indicating there was a difference meant it was not the same as in her memories. Let me see, Wu Heng said. Glenda entered his body, and the images of the exhibition location were shared. Outside the exhibition, a person was running headlong out, and Glenda's gaze followed the direction they ran from. She then saw a towering level column of light. Swiftly flying over, the figures of an elderly man and a young woman appeared before her eyes. The level 20 individual was the young girl. And from her looks, it was indeed Lilith. A younger version of Lilith. Unless she had a sister or biological daughter, it had to be her. Glenda followed for a while and seeing that the individual was just visiting the exhibition, she flew back and reported back to Wu Heng. Is it her? Glenda re-emerged and asked. It should be. I've never heard of her having any sisters or daughters. Wu Heng wiped his face. Glenda spoke irritably. You're confused by those elf sisters. Where else would all those twins capable of becoming heroes came from? I was just saying. Wu Heng walked outside, casually adding, next time I'm in the restroom, could you not just pass through the wall like that, respecting a bit of personal privacy, okay? Cut it out. I've seen everything there is to see on you, Glenda pouted. Peeping Tom. You say that, but don't look for me when you're in trouble. Glenda got a bit angry. Wu Heng laughed. No, just teasing, love you. Humphrey. Returning to the bedroom, he dressed while pondering the matter. He thought Lilith would not have any news to send before the last day of the auction, but she came in person. It seemed among the many heroes back at headquarters, Lilith still somewhat trusted him. What's your next move? Glenda floated beside him. Go pick her up, otherwise, if someone provokes her outside, what do we do if it causes trouble? Wu Heng dressed in a formal outfit and headed downstairs. Lilith's demeanor remained somewhat aloof and dominant. On the pirate-infested island, whoever dared to provoke her could end up killed on the spot. It could definitely escalate into a big issue. Downstairs. The maids were organizing the gifts that had been delivered in the hall. The release of the new product felt like returning to the original exhibition, with people from the Chamber of Commerce coming to present gifts while also seeking information about the product launch. The sooner one got the goods, the sooner they could make money. Unlike the alchemists who came yesterday demanding the formula and method right away. "Master, look at the new gifts we've received, do you like any?" Minnie asked. Wu Hang walked downstairs. "Choose what you like, whatever you don't like send to the warehouse, guests might be coming later." "Okay, Master," Minnie replied. Several maids were opening boxes like they were unveiling mystery boxes, their cheeks flushed with excitement. Wu Hang then walked over to the telephone and dialed the steward's office. "Hello?" came Shiyali's voice from the other side. "Shiyali, this is Wu Hang." "Oh, Wu Hang, what's up?" Shiyali asked with a laugh. "Is Xiligui there?" "She's in the meeting room, assigning tasks to the teams." "Is there something you need?" After a moment's thought, he continued, "Tell her to get ready, I will go to the Alliance shortly, and we'll pick someone up together." "Pick up who? Do you need anything prepared?" "Arrange for 2 teams and a carriage, I will explain when I get there," said Wu Hang directly. "Alright, I'll tell Xiligui when she gets back." After hanging up the phone, Wu Hang said to Minnie, "Minnie, I have to step out for a bit." "Stop looking, all these items are yours. Tidy up the house and prepare some tea and snacks." "Is it the guests you mentioned who are coming?" "Yes, they might come, and if they don't, we'll enjoy the snacks ourselves." Minnie smiled and said, "Okay, Master." Wu Hang left the Island Lord's mansion accompanied by 2 skeletons. Ghost stayed in the office with Glinda, Zhao, and Bella. Upon arriving at the Alliance, from a distance, he saw Xiligui and Shiyali, along with 2 teams waiting at the entrance, with 2 carriages parked beside them. Seeing Wu Hang approaching, Xiligui waved and got into one of the carriages. Wu Hang also boarded. "Head to the exhibition," Wu Hang said. Xiligui tapped on the carriage wall, "To the exhibition." The carriage started moving slowly towards the direction of the exhibition. "Who is coming?" Xiligui asked. Shiyali also looked over curiously. A professional from headquarters level 18 hadn't said to bring so many people to pick up. Wu Hang lowered his voice, "A leader from headquarters." "A leader?" "Lilith!" Xiligui exclaimed. Shiyali was even more dramatic, shuddering. "Why Lilith?" Although they often mentioned heroes and leaders during conversations, neither sister had ever met a real level 20. And now one was coming to the island. Xiligui looked at her sister and calmed herself down. Wu Hang wrote invitation letters to 3 leaders, only leader Lilith hadn't responded. The field envoy leader had been written to, the Chamber of Commerce leader had sent a deputy. Lilith was the only one left without any news. Now that a leader was mentioned as coming, it had to be Lilith. "Oh, isn't it a bit late for us to go pick her up now?" Shiyali said, her anxiety inexplicable. Xiligui's face also turned red. "No worries, we've cleared exile several times for her leader, our relationship is reasonably good." Wu Hang held Xiligui's hand. Shiyali also put her hand into his other side. "Okay," Xiligui nodded. Soon, the carriage arrived at the exhibition location. The coachman said, "Steward, it's very crowded up ahead, shall we continue?" Xiligui looked ahead. "We'll wait here," Wu Hang said. Outside the exhibition, Lilith and her entourage were slowly walking out of the exhibition. An elder opened an umbrella, shielding the young girl from the sun overhead. Turning the elixir into a tablet form, "How do you feel about it?" The girl's voice was calm. "Should be quite effective and will also make those conservative alchemists lose their advantage," the elder earnestly replied. "So you think highly of this exhibition's products?" the girl asked. The elder answered while walking, "Nothing that Island Lord Wu Hang has produced has ever disappointed." The girl nodded and didn't speak. This statement was indeed true. Several items created by Gold and Silver Island had shown market values beyond expectations. Other aspects were hard to judge, but in terms of innovation, it was indeed impressive. The elder continued, "The residents here are all talking about the medicines. With his prestige on the island, he might easily surpass the notoriety requirement of level 18. Very likely, perhaps that is what he is preparing for," the girl said softly. They walked through the crowd. Both their gazes turned towards the road ahead. There, 2 alliance carriages were parked with several members wearing field envoy armor, waiting there. Chapter 762, Looking for trouble. The 2 paused in their steps. The association was waiting for someone? It couldn't be waiting for them, could it? The girl glanced around and whispered, "Let's go this way." "Miss, aren't we going to the association?" "Let's check out the cinema first, we can head there when it gets dark," the girl said. The 2 turned around, intending to leave. Across from them, an elf girl from the association squad, along with the members, quickly approached. Indeed, they were coming for her. Leader Lilith, the carriage is ready, the lead elf bowed respectfully. The association members behind her also immediately bowed. Whispers spread around. The surrounding crowd instantly turned their attentions their way. Although the word leader might not have been heard clearly, the fact that the steward took the lead in bowing also proved that the identities of the old and young were extraordinary. Whose little girl is this? She must be some princess here for the auction. She must be from the headquarters, or else the steward wouldn't came to meet her. Definitely someone of no ordinary status. The area buzzed with noise. Slowly, a circle formed around them, with people discussing animatedly. Now it was impossible for Lilith to go out for a stroll. With an expressionless face, she asked the few in front of her, "Just you?" Island Lord Wu Heng is in the carriage. If he gets off, it will attract even more onlookers. Please excuse him, Zai Ligui spoke again. With the situation as it was and so many onlookers, there was no way to proceed with the planned activities. Let's go, lead the way, Lilith said. This way, please. They walked together to the carriage. Zai Ligui opened the carriage door for her. Leader, please. Lilith got into the second carriage and said, have Wu Heng come over. Zai Ligui nodded and quickly went to the first carriage, speaking to Wu Heng. Wu Heng, wearing a hood, walked over. The carriage door opened, revealing the girl Lilith. Leader Lilith. Come in, I have some things to ask you. Wu Heng got into the carriage. Zai Ligui then asked, to the association? Lilith didn't speak, but Wu Heng said, let's go to the Island Lord's mansion first, I will treat Leader Lilith to a meal. Lilith still didn't speak. Zai Ligui returned to his own carriage and slowly moved forward. In the dim carriage, Lilith sat on one side, Wu Heng across from her. The accompanying elderly servant stayed outside with the coachman, seemingly not worried at all about Lilith's safety. Wu Heng surveyed the other party, while Lilith also carefully observed him, and for a moment, their eyes met. Then both looked away. Before the leader came, why didn't you say a word in advance, so I could have welcomed you at the port? Wu Heng broke the silence first. The intelligence work on the island isn't bad. I just arrived on the island today, and you already discovered me, Lilith said. Apparently, he didn't notice Glenda. That is, a level 20 ghost could remain undetected by professionals of the same level if kept at a good distance. I also felt you would come, so I had my men pay special attention, Wu Heng said with a smile. That medicine, did you come up with that too? It's my idea, realized by an alchemist. It's not solely my work. People at the expo think highly of you. Helping more people is also the mission of the association. Midway, the carriage stopped at the association. Zai Ligui and the squad members went back to the association. Wu Heng's carriage continued on, heading to the Island Lord's mansion. Entering the Island Lord's mansion, Lilith looked around with great interest at the skeletons holding guns, her eyes devoid of fear towards necromancy, only intense curiosity was present. As they entered the living room, Wu Heng invited her to sit down. The maids immediately brought over brewed tea and an assortment of pastries. Then they stood neatly on one side. Their expressions were filled with confusion and surprise. This young girl is the esteemed guest the masters spoke of? Could she be a princess from some household? Lilith sat on the sofa and said, the island is managed quite well, it's apparent that you have some talent in this area. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work. I, as the island lord, haven't done much. Ah, modesty, that's also a fine virtue, Lilith nodded in approval. Wu Heng continued, where did all the leaders on the island go? I'll see if there's anywhere you haven't visited yet and can take you there. There's not much on the island, I've only missed the cinema, Lilith pondered and responded. Wu Heng said, that place isn't suitable for you to visit, it's crowded and somewhat chaotic. The Island Lord's mansion has a home theater, which provides a better viewing experience. I'll have the maids prepare it shortly. As per the arrangement of the Island Lord. Thump thump thump. While they were chatting, someone knocked on the courtyard gate. Minnie went to check the door, and quickly ran back. Master, Bishop Dirk Gavin from the Holy Court has arrived, saying there's an important matter to discuss with you. Wu Heng frowned. A bishop from the Holy Court. Lilith also cast a puzzled look from the side. Wu Heng glanced at her. Leader, what do you think? It's fine, go ahead with your discussion, I'll just sit over here, Lilith said, taking a seat by the nearby tea table. Roby diligently brought over the tea and pastries, softly explaining each flavor. Wu Heng didn't know what to say and just told Minnie, bring them in. Soon, footsteps were heard, and Minnie led two figures into the room. The one in the lead was the local Bishop Dirk Gavin from the Holy Court, followed by a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique. Compared to Minnie leading the way, he looked like a giant moving slowly. As the two men walked in, the skeleton guards on either side began to make a clatter-clatter sound. It was like machinery receiving interference, in an unstable state. Glenda flew back and burrowed into his body. The shared vision showed 2 level 18 professionals. Entering the hall, the bishop and the 2 men glanced around the room. Their gaze swept past Roby and Lilith together, moved on swiftly, and then fixed on Wu Heng. Lord Island Master. Bishop. Please take a seat. The 2 sat opposite. Wu Heng asked, what brings you 2 here? It's about the island garrison orders. Our situation at the Holy Court is peculiar, and we hope the Lord Island Master can make necessary adjustments accordingly. The bishop went straight to the point. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. They brought another level 18 on the day before the auction to discuss this matter. Quite the timing. What specific circumstances does the Holy Court have? If it's truly special, adjustments can be considered, Wu Heng said. The bishop smiled. Due to the Holy Court's uniqueness and the deterrent effect on the evil cult and heretics, several situations pose dangers, requiring specific armament to ensure the safety of the priests. Wu Heng said, rest assured on that point, Gold and Silver Island is very safe. The other burly man, his eyes sharpening, coldly questioned, with so many necromancy on your island, far exceeding the number of pirates you've killed, where do they all come from? Always finding excuses to reduce our personnel, isn't there a problem with your island? Wu Heng frowned. They really came here to make trouble. Given Lilith's presence, it wasn't suitable to make the scene too ugly, but he still said, this island has been continuously reporting back to the headquarters, so there naturally isn't any problem with its origins. Headquarters is so far away, who knows what you've done? The burly man scoffed, then said, I see issues with this island. Today I'll start by searching your island lord's mansion. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed, understanding the 2 men's intentions. They were not here to negotiate but to assert dominance. 2 level 18s, in their view, were sufficient to suppress the entire mansion, especially since they were already inside the room. His expression turned serious too, and he stared at them, half smiling. What do? You don't need to know who I am. Wu Heng's gaze turned to the bishop. Bishop, did you bring a bandit to rob the mansion of the flag bearer of my association? The bishop remained silent. The burly man spoke again. You have 2 options. One is to lift the limits on personnel numbers, and the second is to explain the source of every single skeleton on the island. Can't explain. Wu Heng shook his head. Ha! Laughter came from the side. The burly man's face contorted with anger as he suddenly turned to the side and yelled, Little girl, are you laughing at us? Chapter 763, Evil Profession. The burly knight suddenly turned his target, loudly reprimanding someone to the side. Wu Heng furrowed his brows and also turned his head to look behind. He saw Lilith's eyes also looking this way. Her indifferent face with narrowed eyes seemed surprised that she was implicated just by watching the excitement. Lilith looked toward the burly man, her voice rich in texture. Are you talking to me? You don't know the height of heaven and the depth of earth, yet you dare to question me? The knight's voice grew harsher. Wu Heng immediately made his stance clear. This lady is my esteemed guest. Say what you need to, but do not disturb others. After all, they were in the island lord's mansion, and it wouldn't be right not to say something. Oh? The man's gaze settled back on the girl, then glanced at Wu Heng. Your esteemed guest wouldn't happen to be from some evil profession from somewhere, would she? Take her back with us. Let her return after we've investigated clearly. Wu Heng looked at the man. His guess was quite accurate. Tap, tap, tap. Lilith hopped down from her seat and walked down slowly. You still want to capture me? Seeing that she dared to come down, the burly man stood up fiercely, his towering figure over 2 meters tall, emanating an oppressive aura like a massive mountain. Dare to talk back further, and I'll right now just. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the girl in front flicking her pale finger casually. The next second, he felt his mouth growing smaller and smaller, gradually unable to speak. Touching with his hand, he found that his mouth had disappeared. Then his vision started to blur, and his eyes vanished as well. Whoosh! The burly man's complexion changed drastically, relying on memory. His body leaped up abruptly and threw a punch in the direction of the girl. Thud. A muffled sound. The man's body instantly flew backward, smashing the tables and chairs behind him. The bishop's face turned drastically, holy light flaring up, but at this moment a similar emblem was tossed over. His instinct was to dodge, but as it flipped through the air, he caught a glimpse of the emblem's design. He caught it with his hand, looking closely once more. The main branch, the ruling leader's emblem, symbolizing the current right of governance. His voice trembled, disbelief apparent in his tone. Leader, leader. Although he had never been to the main branch, having reached level 18, he still had enough knowledge. This kind of emblem had been recorded in the association's books, the emblem of the ruling leader. The burly man who staggeringly stood up at the distance, his mouth and eyes gone, but he heard clearly the words spoken here. His complexion changed as well. The church leader? Here? Lilith looked at the bishop, still expressionless, and asked, "What's your name?" Cold sweat surfaced on the bishop's forehead. "Dirk Gavin." Lilith nodded, resettling into her sofa seat, attacking and insulting the leader. "This is the first time in many years such a thing has occurred. Do you think if I killed the two of you, would say I do try to find me to the death?" This. The bishop's forehead beaded with sweat, dropping like rain. "Leader, spare my life." There was only one female governing leader, no need for guessing, and indeed relations with the Holy Court were not good. Now that he struck first, he had given the other party a valid reason. "Lilith," softly said, "take him back to the main branch for punishment." After speaking, she flicked her finger once again. The bishop's mouth also disappeared in an instant, only able to utter whining sounds. "Go back and prepare." The bishop wanted to speak but could no longer open his mouth. Resigned, he returned the emblem to the coffee table and then, supporting the burly man, left the mansion. They came striding in boldly but left cautiously. And so they left the mansion. Roby followed to close the door firmly. Leaving the island lord's mansion, the bishop and the burly knight both donned hooded cloaks. Supporting each other, they walked toward the distant carriage awaiting them. "Priest, where to next?" The priest asked softly from outside. An arm extended from the carriage window, pointing in the direction of the Holy Court. The priest nodded, "Back to the Holy Court." The carriage began to move away slowly. Inside the carriage, the eyes of the bishop were still filled with indelible fear, and the burly knight's expression was also exceptionally grave. They had intended to trouble the other party, planning to warn them with their strength. Yet they never anticipated it turning out like this. How did a leader appear in the mansion on Gold and Silver Island? Was it not said he had no backing? Damn it. The burly man kept coughing violently, his mouth gone, causing streams of blood to flow from his nose. The bishop cast the holy word technique, stabilizing his injury for a moment. The burly man took out paper and pen from space, fumbling to write, "Is that really the leader? Lilith?" The bishop also wanted to write back, but his own mouth had been sealed. Since the other party could not see, he could only write in the man's palm, "It must be her." "What should we do next?" The bishop continued to write. "First, write a letter to the Seidu leader, then head back to headquarters to receive punishment." The two maintained silence again. Their hearts filled with bitterness and regret. After all that haste, they caused no harm to the others, but both ended up in such a plight themselves. Face could be dealt with, but upon reaching headquarters, it was uncertain what kind of punishment awaited them. Moreover, with both of them in this state, the reduction of personnel on Gold and Silver Island was likely unstoppable. Unless the Seidu leader returned, only then could he hold back the entire situation. The remaining journey was still quiet. The carriage slowly made its way toward the church. Island Lord's mansion. After the two departed, Wu Hang glanced at Lilith sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Her expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. He had thought Lilith would have directly killed one of them. After all, in the memory of consuming the exile, Lilith was known to be quite ruthless. It seemed that she still gave face to the Holy Court, or perhaps she didn't want to foster irreconcilable conflicts over such a trivial matter. That was better. Had they actually died on the island, he would have his own trouble. "Thank you, leader, for helping me out of a tight spot," Wu Hang expressed his thanks. The trouble had started when the burly man provoked Lilith. But some pleasantries still had to be said for the sake of future favors. Lilith asked, "Why did you allow the Holy Court to establish themselves on the island?" "Ah." Wu Hang sighed, recounting the story of the Holy Court leader forcefully buying a shop to establish the church while he was not on the island. His tone was somewhat aggrieved, as if the islanders had been bullied in his absence, and the matter had been settled without his input. After listening, Lilith showed little change in her expression and said, "So, the restrictive decree you issued was also targeting them?" Wu Hang promptly denied it. "It was to control the local gangs. This is a pirate island, and residents are used to forming alliances. I just didn't expect the Holy Court to react so strongly." Lilith gave him a look, then turned to the old servant behind her and instructed, "Select a location on the island to establish the Grey Saint Church." "Yes, miss," the old man responded. "Damn it. Another one. What kind of mess are they all gathering on my island? If two religious denominations start here, it would throw the island into chaos." Wu Hang said, "Why buy anything? The island is expanding. When the time comes, I'll leave a good building for you. It can't be worse than the Holy Courts or they'll think we are inferior." Lilith nodded in satisfaction. "Then I'll wait for your news." "No problem." Wu Hang quickly changed the subject. "Minnie, is the cinema ready?" Minnie immediately replied, "It's ready." "Leader Lilith, this gentleman, let's go watch a movie." "Let's not let those impolite people spoil your mood." Wu Hang stood up and gestured for them to proceed. "All right," Lilith nodded. Wu Hang led the way to the cinema room, with Lilith and the elderly servant following. They settled into their chosen seats. Minnie went to play the movie, and Wu Hang sat next to Lilith, explaining, "This is a film, the story is scripted, and the scenes are all recorded beforehand, so don't be too alarmed." Lilith glanced at him, waved her hand to indicate she knew, and needed no explanation. Wu Hang said no more. The movie began. When the sound effects and the images appeared, Lilith's body still jolted sharply, but seeing from the corner of her eye that Wu Hang and the other maids had no reaction, she continued to watch the screen. Association. Zai returned from her rounds and removed her helmet, exhaling deeply. She adjusted the air conditioning down a few degrees before asking, "Any news from Wu Hang's side?" Shi handed her a cool drink. "Nothing, there's been no news since they returned." Zai sat down at her office desk. Shi leaned on the side of her chair, whispering in a very low voice, "Sister, you don't think she will force Wu Hang into doing anything under the guise of her leader status, do you?" "Do what?" "Be her male concubine." Chapter 764, Want to learn? PFFT. Zai spat out her cold tea and hastily wiped the table, annoyed. "What are you talking about?" "There are plenty of circulating stories about this leader's romantic escapades, keeping many male pets in the castle, taking them out for walks in the courtyard, just like walking a dog," Shi whispered into her ear. Zai furrowed her brows, and the image of Wu Hang wearing a collar appeared in her mind. "You believe those too? What leader doesn't have such rumors around them?" Shi wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "Then, shall we go check it out tonight and pay a visit to Leader Lilith again? Isn't that a bit too deliberate? Silly sister, what if the man gets snatched away?" Zai took a deep breath. "Okay, let's go take a look tonight." Shi also showed a smile. 2.5 hours later. The first movie ended. Lilith's brows were deeply furrowed, still not recovered from the plot she had just watched. After a while, she asked, "How was this produced?" "A mechanical device called a camera." "Leader, did you think the story was alright?" Wu Hang looked at her and asked with a smile. "Not bad, it's quite novel. It should be popular on the island as well." Lilith raised her tea to her lips and took a delicate sip. If not for her outward appearance still being that of a little girl, her body language resembled that of a noblewoman enjoying afternoon tea. "Not bad, there's always a long queue in front of the cinema every day, waiting to watch movies. Of course, those who go the most are couples in love," Wu Hang said with a smile. "Love, which one here is your wife?" "You haven't introduced her?" Lilith asked again. I don't have a wife yet. All of them came with me from humble beginnings and our family," Wu Hang said with a smile. Lilith glanced to the side. The cat girl dressed as a maid was wagging her tail as vigorously as a rattle drum. After withdrawing her gaze, she continued, "What type do you like? I can introduce you to someone suitable for your status. It's also good to have a reliable support. Let nature take its course. I'll talk about it when I become a hero." Lilith raised an eyebrow. "How? You're so confident about becoming a hero?" Wu Hang leaned to one side. "I'm a necromancer. If not, I'll become a corpse ghost. Being undead, I'll make it eventually." Lilith rolled her eyes at him. "I thought you were confident about advancing in your lifetime." Knock, knock. The door was knocked, and Minnie walked in holding a brocade box, which she handed over. Wu Hang took it and placed it on the table between him and Lilith, opening the lid to reveal a beautifully crafted potion. "This is a strengthening potion we've developed. I hope the leader will accept it." The potion bottle was redesigned, looking like a faceted crystal. It looked more exquisite than a standard potion bottle. This was also a suggestion from Shayla, having already sold at sky-high prices, it naturally needed a matching appearance. Lilith looked at the potion. "Is this the strengthening potion you mentioned? How is the mass production?" "Very limited, averaging 4 to 5 bottles every 5 months, if everything goes smoothly." Lilith nodded. "I'll take the item. I won't bid on it tomorrow." Wu Hang said, "This potion is a token of my gratitude for your care over the years and has nothing to do with the auction. You can bid as you like at the auction, even buy everything. I could earn a bit more." "Oh? You're increasingly pleasing me," Lilith said, a smile appearing on her usually cold face. If she wasn't so young now, she would certainly be very pretty. The potion was taken. Minnie then brought in some snacks and pastries. Wu Hang continued, "Leader." "Yes. Is that technique to silence people a skill?" Wu Hang asked curiously. "Why, do you want to learn?" "It's not suited for the necromancy sect," Lilith said indifferently, popping some nuts into her mouth. "I might not be able to learn it, but it'll broaden my horizons." "It feels quite cool," Wu Hang said, then tentatively asked, "Could you lend me the skill book to take a look?" Lilith did not respond directly, instead counter-asking, "What else do you want to see?" If there are any high-level necromancy skill books or methods to enhance ghosts, I'd like to see those, Wu Hang stated directly. Lilith was silent for a moment before continuing. I'll check for you when I get back. Thank you, leader. There's a second movie. Shall we continue watching? What is the second part? Just like a novel, divided into volumes, Wu Hang explained. Play it. It's good to finish it together, then we can head back to the association, Lilith responded. Compared to when she first arrived, she was obviously much more talkative. Wouldn't you like to stay for dinner? I had the maid prepare it. No need. The room dimmed again. The movie played once more. Near dusk, Zai Ligui and Shi Yali were leaving the association. As they walked, they discussed how to compete with his female leader for the man. Just as they reached the gate, they saw a carriage slowly stopping, and Wu Hang, along with a girl in a purple dress, stepped down. You're back? Was just preparing to visit, weren't you? Lilith leader. The two of them immediately went up to greet her. Is the room ready? It's ready, I'll take you there. Zai Ligui led the way, and as they walked, she mentioned, at the dormitory, there are a few elders from the headquarters. It's fine, and don't tell them about my visit. Understood, the room has air conditioning and electric lights. Let me know if you need anything else added, and I'll arrange for it. Their figures gradually receded into the distance. Wu Hang also turned around and headed towards the auction house. The venue was located at Shanila's Opera House. The place was large, and the facilities were quite sophisticated. Upon entering, several wood elves came out directly. Lord Island Master. Is the venue ready? Wu Hang asked. Everything is ready, we can start tomorrow as per schedule, the wood elf replied calmly. Wu Hang continued, this time we have a lot of high-level professionals coming, make sure the attendants are careful not to stir up trouble. Understood, the wood elf nodded in response. Prepare a VIP room, it will be useful tomorrow. Alright. Go on, I have nothing else, Wu Hang said. The wood elf nodded, went to prepare the VIP room, and briefed their subordinates on the tasks again. At this moment, footsteps could be heard. Zai Ligui and Shi Yali also came back from outside. Did you arrange the room? Wu Hang asked. Zai Ligui looked at him and said, I thought for a moment she would stay with you. What are you thinking? How could a woman stay at my place? Shi Yali whispered, they say she likes male pets, I thought you bowed to power. I'll go tell Lilith. Shi Yali's face changed, and she grasped his arm tightly. Are you crazy? She would kill me. Is that so? It is. Okay, enough. Shi Yali said softly. Wu Hang then said, the Holy Court came to my place, mocked me to my face, but the Lilith leader beat them up. What happened? Wu Hang recounted the situation. Both women raised their eyebrows, that's really satisfying. They were unlucky to mock Lilith without recognizing her, Wu Hang said with a laugh. Shi Yali added, now they can't speak, and since the Lilith leader won't return for a while, let's see how they manage to eat or drink. They won't starve to death, will they? Shouldn't be the case with high-level professionals. Wu Hang said, keep an eye on them, and if they die, see where the bodies are buried. Not even sparing the bodies, one joked. Wu Hang smiled and said, come on, let's go eat at my place, I've had a lavish meal prepared today, let's chat while we eat. The three of them walked outside together. Actually, we were also planning to visit you today. In the room of the Holy Court. A group of priests chanted devoutly as the holy light slowly descended upon the two in front. After the holy light passed, they immediately felt their mouths and eyes, but there was no effect. The bishop immediately got up and started flipping through books quickly. Eventually, his expression sighed in defeat. In the stocky man's palm was written, wait for the leader to return, or wait for her to calm down to lift the effect. Bang! The stocky man punched the ground, and the stone slabs cracked. At night, a girl in a purple skirt returned to her room from outside. To be honest, she liked it here. The night remained bright, and there was none of the annoying sun. Even the tumultuous crowds around, including street brawlers, were more interesting than at the headquarters. From Lighthouse Street, she returned to the central district. When the sky turned dark, and there were hardly any people outside, except for numerous patrolling skeletons on the streets, only then did she return to the dormitory with her attendant. Upon entering the room, she took a wooden coffin out of her space ring, ready to lie down for rest. Just as she was about to close the coffin lid, her gaze directed towards one side of the room. Calmly she spoke, are you Wu Hang's ghost? A small head peeked out, curiously asking, sister, were you the one who chased away those bad people today? Chapter 765, you don't have a dad either? Lilith looked at the ghost with a puzzled expression. From its stature and the blur of its features, it had been young at the time of death. At such a young age, to have become a ghost after death was, in a sense, a sign of talent. Are you referring to the people of the Holy Court as the bad guys? Lilith emerged from the coffin and sat down beside it. To define the Holy Court as the bad guys, and necromancers and ghosts as the good ones, was something that probably only happened on Gold and Silver Island. Zhao leaned forward a bit, then timidly retreated back to the corner under the canopy, saying, "Yes, they always come to trouble Uncle, and Uncle doesn't dare to fight them." Lilith raised her eyebrows. "Your uncle, you mean Wu Heng? He wants to fight the people from the Holy Court?" "They're just average." Zhao floated in midair with her arms crossed. Lilith took out some wine from her space ring and filled her glass. Zhao flew forward again. "Sister, aren't you afraid they will trouble you if you fight them?" "Not afraid." Zhao thought for a moment, looked at her, and then said, "Then do you want to live on the island? The scenery here is really nice." Lilith took a sip of fruit wine. "Do you want me to help your uncle and keep fighting the people from the Holy Court? Is that possible? What would I get in return?" "You can't expect me to do it for nothing," Lilith said, a smile playing at the corner of her mouth. "I'll ask my uncle to give you a house, a gaming console, anything you want," Zhao assured her eagerly. Lilith swirled the wine in her glass and asked, "I don't even know your name?" "You can call me Zhao. Your name is Lilith, right?" "Zhao." Lilith repeated the name, then asked, "How many ghosts does your uncle have?" Zhao immediately became cautious and backed away. "Uncle won't let me tell." "Oh, then who does your uncle like the most?" "Of course, he likes me the most," Zhao said firmly. Lilith lifted her wine glass and took another sip, then continued, "The house and game console you promised, would your uncle agree to it?" Zhao paused, thought for a moment, and then said, "You can talk to him yourself, he doesn't let me run around." "Does he keep a tight leash on you?" "Not too bad, he just always wants me to learn to write, but I'm already dead." "You can't write?" Zhao looked a bit displeased, crossing her arms. "Everyone has their strengths. I could look at the house tomorrow, I don't need your uncle to send me." "Really?" Zhao brightened up. Lilith nodded at her. "Does your uncle really not have a wife?" "A wife?" Zhao looked at her oddly, puzzled. "Sister, do you not have a father either?" The next day, at the opera house, the grand hall was bathed in brilliant light. A gigantic crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling cast the entire space in brightness and fantasy. Exquisitely dressed guests, led by the staff, made their way to their seats. While conversing in low voices, they marveled at the wealth and grandeur of Gold and Silver Island. After everyone had gradually taken their seats, a copper bell rang at the exhibition, and a gorgeously dressed wood elf auctioneer walked onto the raised platform. The auctioneer bowed respectfully. "Honored guests, welcome to the second elixir auction on Gold and Silver Island." Click. As he spoke, the large screen behind suddenly lit up. Streaming live images of the entire stage allowed everyone, no matter where they were seated, to see and hear everything. Wow, what technology! Stuff from Gold and Silver Island. The exhibition includes promotional products. That's amazing. The chaos ensued. The auctioneer gently clapped his hands, signifying for everyone to quiet down, and then announced, "The auction will now officially begin." The staff member walked up with a tray in hand, lifting the silk cover to reveal the beautifully bottled elixir. Constitution Enhancement Potion, certified by the Association and the Consortium, still 5 bottles, starting at 500 gold coins, with a minimum increase of 20 gold per bid. "Ladies and gentlemen, you may begin." After finishing, the auctioneer stepped aside, leaving the potion in the center of the stage. In the stands, after a brief silence, someone raised their bid paddle. 520 gold. 540 gold. 800. 1,000 gold. After a few minimal raises, the bids began to increase rapidly, surpassing 1,000 gold. And the price continued to skyrocket without stopping. 1,500 gold. 2,000 gold. One after another, bids were made, now disregarding the minimum raise and increasing by hundreds of gold. The prices continued to soar. Below, as the prices rose swiftly, many of the elite began to sweat at their foreheads. This auction was truly exaggerated. Bids in gold coins were being thrown around like copper coins and silver coins. Had I known, I would have placed a bid at the very beginning just to feel involved. Inside the second floor VIP room, Lilith sat to one side, watching the bidding below with keen interest. Just a few rounds in, it had already reached over 2,000 gold, surprising her. It wasn't that the potion wasn't worth the price, but that the increase was a bit too rapid. This Gold and Silver Island truly lived up to its name. "The next room has started bidding," said Wu Heng. Lilith was brought back to her senses. "Is the next room also people from our headquarters?" "It's the assistant to the leader of the Hongwen Alliance, along with several elders and level 18 professionals from headquarters," Wu Heng explained softly. "It seems they all highly value your potion," Lilith remarked, her expression still calm. "It's all thanks to their support." Wu Hang said with a smile. During their conversation, the first round of bidding for the potion ended. It was finally sold for 7,260 gold coins. That really is extravagant, Lilith remarked upon hearing the final price. In the neighboring room. Steward Xiligui, didn't you say the final price would be around 3,000 gold? This difference is quite significant, commented an elder of the elf race, his face flushed. It wasn't that he was angry with Xiligui, but the bidding below had caused his blood pressure to rise. Xiligui responded, the final price of the first item in the last auction was just over 3,000 gold. I also didn't expect it to turn out like this today. Wu Hang was accompanying Lilith, and the other elders from the association were being looked after by Xiligui. After all, they were all from the association, and they had inquired about the prices with Xiligui beforehand. However, they didn't expect such a large difference from their expectations. The first item had doubled. The elder took a deep breath to calm down, then asked, based on the last experience, will the prices increase or decrease later on? The others in the room, also watching intently, came from far away, all for the potion, hoping to take a bottle back with them. Under everyone's gaze, Xiligui embarrassingly said, it will only get more expensive. Chapter 766, selling for a sky-high price. The first transaction was completed, and then the second bottle of elixir was brought up. The auctioneer didn't introduce it, just lifted the silk covering and then announced, the rule remains the same, everyone may start bidding now. 600. 1,200. 7,000. The price shot up to 7,000, and the number of people calling out bids began to dwindle. Lilith glanced at the person by her side. The elder walked to the window, raising the wooden sign in his hand. 8,000 gold. A distinguished guest on the second floor bids 8,000 gold. Does anyone wish to offer more? The auctioneer repeated. 9,000. The elder continued to raise the bid. 12,000. When the price hit 12,000, no one continued to raise their bids. The auctioneer asked 3 times, and finally, it was purchased by Lilith. Wu Hang listened without preventing this from happening. He had already given her 1 bottle, and now that she wanted a second, it was her own choice. One must abide by the rules of the auction. Helping her secretly would only diminish the value of the elixir in her eyes. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and a staff member brought the elixir over. Seeing Wu Hang in the room, the staff member paused for a moment. Wu Hang gestured to the side. This gentleman purchased it. My lord, your elixir. The staff member's attitude became even more respectful. Lilith took the elixir, while the elder took out gold bars, starting to pay for the auction. Several staff members began verifying the payment. Downstairs, the auction continued. The third bottle was auctioned for 36,000 gold coins by an elder in the middle section of the lower floor. The fourth bottle was sold for 37,000 gold coins to a woman. Then, the last bottle was brought up. The auctioneer gently reminded, ladies and gentlemen, the last bottle, starting at the same 500 gold, miss it today, and who knows when the next auction will be, perhaps never again, please begin. The entire venue fell silent for a few seconds, then someone spoke up. 7,000, it's just a bottle of elixir, there's no need for us to fight over it like this. Indeed, this gentleman speaks wisely. Gold and Silver Island has made so much money, we can't let them continue profiting. 8,000. Races with long lifespans, please don't compete with us. 9,000. We can't let young Wu Hang profit too much. Everyone calm down. 9,500. The hall started to become noisy. While people continued shouting not to bid rashly, the price still soared rapidly. Eventually, the price settled at 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold at once. Is there anyone who wants to raise the bid any further? No expense is as solid as investing in oneself. 50,000 for the second time. Distinguished guests on the second floor, elixirs are rare, this is your last chance to bid. The whole place remained quiet. It seemed that the price had indeed hit its peak. Seeing that the price could really not rise any higher, the auctioneer brought down the hammer. Boom. The gavel fell. Congratulations to guest number 387, the elixir is yours. The named guest showed no sign of joy. Grinding his teeth, he took gold bricks and some Snake Badge Consortium promissory notes out of his space ring. The rest of the crowd, while discussing the auction, gradually made their way out. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Then, Xiligui walked in from outside, first bowing to Lilith, then saying, several of the elders from our headquarters wish to take a ship and leave directly. So soon? Wu Hang was somewhat surprised. It's somewhat urgent. Wu Hang looked to Lilith and said, Leader, I'll go and see the elders off. The carriage for the return to the association is still waiting in its original spot. Lilith waved her hand lightly, and Wu Hang left the room with Xiligui. In the carriage, Wu Hang sat on one side, Opposite him sat Claudio's deputy, from the Hongwan Alliance, Kelmick. Mr. Kelmick, such a hurry to return? Kelmick smiled and said, there are many things back at headquarters that require my attention. It won't make much difference to stay one more day. Let me show you around the island properly, Wu Heng insisted again. After all, they were colleagues in the Hongwan Alliance, and he still had to show more enthusiasm. Perhaps next time, Kelmick said. Wu Heng then asked, did you gain anything from the auction? The leader had asked me to bring back one bottle, but the price was a bit beyond expectation, Kelmick said somewhat awkwardly. For the leader, the price of the elixir was high, but it wasn't to the point where it was unaffordable. He just hadn't expected it to soar to such a price. Hearing that the other party hadn't acquired any elixir, Wu Heng hesitated, then reluctantly took out a bottle of elixir from his space ring and a watch, saying, Mr. Kelmick, this watch is the latest from Gold and Silver Island, I hope you won't disdain it. This bottle of elixir was kept for myself, but now I'm giving it to Leader Claudio. Kelmick raised his eyebrows, this is not necessary, the next time will suffice. Just a token, I couldn't take care of everyone else, be sure to bring this back to the leader, Wu Heng said. Seeing Wu Heng's seriousness, Kelmick didn't feel it was appropriate to refuse any longer. Alright, thank you Lord Island Master, I will convey your sentiments to the leader. Wu Heng nodded. Soon, the carriage arrived at the port. After Kelmick and a few other members of the headquarters disembarked from the carriage, they bid Wu Heng farewell and boarded the designated cargo ship. As the ship slowly left, Wu Heng also reboarded the cargo ship. The matter of gifting the elixir to the Hongwan Alliance leader had been decided. An elixir of this grade only had value in this world, it was useful for smoothing over relations with those above. He felt it was worth it. Especially since the church leader had quite a bias against him. Relying only on Lilith, it would likely be difficult to hold any significant sway among the 5 governing leaders. Return to the island lord's mansion. After coming back, Wu Heng made a phone call to Zai Ligui. He inquired about the situation with Lilith. He confirmed that she had returned to her dorm and, for the moment, there seemed to be no intention of leaving. It appeared that this lady had no plans to go anywhere. Wu Heng scratched his nose. Lilith was responsible for the secret speakers of the Alliance, still involved in intelligence work. Was she not busy? Should he remind her that there was not much to do on the island and it was about time to go home? But it was just a fleeting thought, he couldn't really say these things out loud. It could be said that among everyone at the Alliance's headquarters, his relationship with Lilith was one of the best. He wanted to maintain that going forward. After discussing briefly with Zai Ligui, he hung up the phone. In the afternoon, the gold coins from the auction were delivered under escort to the island lord's mansion, where maids and city hall staff began counting them before taking them down to the underground treasury. Wu Heng continued his conversation with Shainala. He informed her of the success of the auction. The elixirs had sold for astronomical prices. Zombie World, Korea Rescue Team. Inside the commander's office, a middle-aged man held a cigarette in one hand and a phone in the other, his expression becoming increasingly grave with the conversation. After putting down the phone, he took a couple of deep puffs on his cigarette and redialed a different number. Then, the office door was knocked upon, and a woman dressed in professional attire entered. Commander. Have we heard anything about the skeleton superpower user from the intelligence team? The commander asked. The woman shook her head. We have secretly inquired among some survivors from their base, but there has been no precise news yet. The commander took a couple more puffs of his cigarette and then said, notify them to make contact with Shanfu Port again. This time, we need to know their appearance and whereabouts. Yes, Commander. The next morning, inside a tavern on Gold and Silver Island, a bard was describing the scene at the auction house. When the patrons heard that the highest price reached 50,000 gold coins per bottle, everyone in the tavern was astonished. 50,000 gold coins. For a single elixir. Has the world gone mad? With that much money, you could fill an entire ship's cabin. Someone exclaimed. As if you've ever seen that much, another retorted. I might not have seen that much money, but have I not caught that many fish? It's definitely that much. Good heavens, think of how many women that money could buy. You could cast a woman out of gold and use her for a lifetime. The crowd murmured in wonder. Then, someone else mentioned, right, the holy court is closed now, you can't even see the priests when passing by. Maybe they closed temporarily because there are more people on the island lately. Island Lord's Mansion. Wu Heng had breakfast and then returned to his study. He glanced at the 3 ghosts in the room and asked, Zhao, why have you been going out at night these last few days? Zhao tilted her head up. Uncle, you're not going to tell me it's dangerous outside at night, are you? There are some high-level professionals on the island who might discover you and try to harm you, Wu Heng replied. I'm level 18 now, okay? I could go to university, Zhao retorted and then added, I made a friend, just chatting with her. Wu Hang glanced at Bella, who shrugged her shoulders, indicating she also didn't know. Is she okay? Wu Hang wanted to ask if the other party was scared of ghosts. But, what he ended up asking was, is everything alright? Yep, we chat quite well. Maybe she doesn't have a dad either. Ugh. Hearing this, Wu Hang's heart felt a pang of sorrow, then he said, it's good for Zhao to have a friend, but our secrets must not be disclosed to her, and don't let her trick you into revealing anything. What does tricking into revealing mean? It means subtly probing to find out our business, Wu Hang explained. Zhao nodded, don't worry, she doesn't seem that clever. Wu Hang didn't say much more, just waved a hand and said, alright, come back now. Let's go see how things are in zombie world, it's been a few days since we've been there. The three ghosts returned to his body. Wu Hang then walked through the boundary door. Exiting the boundary door, he was back in the base's bedroom. He sat on the bed and waited for a moment. Bella flew back in. There seems to be some changes with the Zombie King, I'm not sure if it's a sign of leveling up, she reported. Let's have a look, Wu Hang immediately said. Bella returned to his body, and the vision shared from her mind came through. In the dim room, the once normal-sized Zombie King had swelled in size, and the bulging muscles created deep indentations where they were bound by the iron chains. Even the chains were making taut sounds. Clearer blood vessels and pulsating muscles appeared on the surface of the Zombie King's skin. It indeed looked as if it was about to evolve. Meanwhile, in a plastic bag next to it, the corpse core was nearly depleted. He let Bella out again. How is it? Is it going to evolve? Asked Bella. It seems like it, we'll keep feeding it for a few more days and see, Wu Hang replied. Okay. After checking on the Zombie King, Wu Hang picked up the walkie-talkie and called Chi Hankai. Shortly after, a knock came at the door, and Chi Hankai entered with her owl. Sitting down, she said, our South Korean headquarters made contact, wanting to expedite another material exchange, not ruling out the possibility that they want to probe your intelligence. Wu Hang considered. The Korea rescue team was gathering information about him privately. His side also wanted to clarify their purpose. Wu Hang said, then let's schedule it for tomorrow. Chapter 767, are there others? I'll notify them right now. As he spoke, Chi Hankai adjusted the frequency on the radio, instructing the station to directly contact the South Korean refuge to finalize the matter. Soon, a reply came from the other side confirming that Korea Main Station also agreed on the time, setting it for a material exchange tomorrow at noon. After ending the call, Chi Hankai asked, do we need anything prepared in advance? Wu Hang also gave it some thought and said, didn't you say you were collecting my photos? Just find someone to give to them, preferably someone who's no longer here. Understood, I'll arrange it right away, Chi Hankai agreed. After the matter was settled, Wu Hang continued asking, any news from the other bases? It had been several days since there had been any contact about the auction. It was still necessary to confirm if there had been any changes. Chi Hankai took a small notebook from his pocket, glanced at it, and said, there's nothing wrong. Yeong and Korea Main Station mentioned the issue of talisman books. The other side might think there's some secret in these books, they agreed, but haven't delivered them yet. It seemed that his own interest in borrowing the books had also aroused suspicion from Korea Main Station. They might think that talisman books could have some special effect. After all, with zombies and ghosts appearing, talismans also having an effect was not really surprising. Let them research it, no need to keep asking about this matter, Wu Hang was indifferent. The effect of the talisman wasn't significant, he only wanted to combine it with a magic scroll technology to experiment. Korea Main Station would be exhausted and still not figure out anything significant. Chi Hankai smiled, understood, I'll mention it to Yeong. Once all matters were discussed, Wu Hang stood up and said, let's go, let's head to the Zombie King. Chi Hankai responded and also got up to follow him outside. They left the dormitory, and Chi Hankai drove an SUV, pulling him along to the room where the Zombie King was imprisoned. In the basement, Chi Hankai waited outside. Wu Hang opened the metal door, and a strong, foul stench rushed at them. Skeletons still surrounded the area, and in the middle, the state of the Zombie King, sharing the same scene as Bella, began showing signs of evolving. A pair of eyes stared intently at the entering Wu Hang. No longer the initial restlessness and anger, but rather a bloodthirsty hatred. As if it knew it might evolve to a higher level, it could potentially have a chance to break free from its shackles and seek revenge on its enemies here. Wu Hang glanced at the Zombie King, then looked away. He continued to hand a plastic bag of corpse cores to the guarding skeleton, continue feeding it on time and increase the quantity appropriately. Seeing the corpse cores being taken out again, the Zombie King's eyes also turned fervently hot. The skeleton calmly took the plastic bag, placing it on a nearby shelf. Wu Heng scanned the room again, confirmed there were no issues, exited the room, and closed the door. "Let's go back," Wu Heng said as he walked toward the outside. Chi Hengkai quickened his pace and caught up in a few steps, asking, "How is the zombie king?" "Still the same, no change." Chi Hengkai followed up with another question, "Could it evolve into a higher-level mutated zombie?" "Uncertain, but it seems to be just a matter of time," Wu Heng replied. Keeping the zombie king here, arranging for the skeletons to feed it corpse cores, Chi Hengkai could also guess what was being planned. After all, the many skeletons here had all been transformed from zombies. The higher the mutation level of the zombies, the stronger the skeletons would be, and he definitely planned to cultivate zombies above the zombie king level and then transform them into skeletons. Although understanding the intention, the thought still made his heart race. There had not been any zombies reported above the zombie king level, but they were trying to cultivate one. It was rather terrifying. And since it's called the zombie king, there was no way to name anything beyond that. "Make sure to keep an eye on it, don't let it escape," Chi Hengkai added with some concern. The two walked out of the building and got into the SUV to return to the base. In the afternoon, Chi Hengkai gathered people at the base for a meeting, and Wu Heng listened in. Until 5 in the afternoon, when the canteen served food, Wu Heng returned to the dormitory and went back to Gold and Silver Island. Returning to the island lord's mansion. After a simple wash-up, Wu Heng came down from upstairs. Minnie and Roby were still sorting through the gifts delivered today. It seemed there were more Chamber of Commerce representatives or others who had brought gifts for a visit. Now, the island lord's mansion didn't need to purchase living supplies anymore. The sample products or gifts brought were enough for its use. "Master," the two greeted sweetly. Wu Heng walked down the stairs, smiling. "Any news on the island?" "Nothing's been reported back," Minnie said. "What about Lilith?" "The young leader who came to our place before," Wu Heng continued. Minnie shook her head. "No news about her." "All right, carry on," Wu Heng said, then proceeded to the telephone and dialed the steward's office. After 2 rings, the call was connected, and Shiyali's voice came through. "This is steward's office." "Shiyali, it's Wu Heng. Is Leader Lilith still at the association?" Shiyali's voice lowered. "Leader Lilith went to the cinema today to watch a movie, and she's been in the dormitory all afternoon without going out." "Went to the cinema again?" The island had only shown 2 of the Lord of the Rings, which she had already seen at the island lord's mansion. She went to the cinema to watch it again. Hope no one bothered her. Chapter 767. Are there others? "No, Zai Ligui is following," Shiyali continued. Wu Heng also breathed a sigh of relief and then said, "What about Zai Ligui? Coming over for dinner tonight?" "Sure, Zai Ligui just went out, we'll come over when she's back," Shiyali said cheerfully. "Waiting for you." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng called Macintosh to check on the situation on the island. Then he invited her to come to the island lord's mansion for dinner. Dusk. Andre Willow and Annette returned from outside. Zai Ligui's sisters, and Macintosh, who was in charge of the island's intelligence work, successively arrived at the island lord's mansion. They sat around the dining table, chatting and eating dinner. Since Macintosh joined them, the flower nectar wine Shiyali brought was not drunk and was set aside on a shelf, planning to continue next time. After dinner, they gathered in the living room, waiting for Wu Heng to discuss the purpose of calling them. "Is there something you need?" Zai Ligui asked curiously. Shiyali and Macintosh also looked on curiously. Wu Heng directly took out 3 potion bottles. "Each of you take one, don't talk about it outside." Seeing the familiar shape of the potion bottle, their pupils suddenly constricted. Although they had drunk this type of potion before, just yesterday at the auction, 1 bottle had sold for 50,000 gold coins. A level 15 fugitive from the association only had a bounty of 600 silver. 50,000 gold coins, enough to buy all of their lives. Zai Ligui frowned and watched for a while before saying, "For us? Why not sell them at the auction?" Shiyali also followed up, "Yeah, we're not in a hurry." Wu Heng smiled and said, "The money is enough for now, what we need to do is improve our strength to hold on to it." "That's true, but I feel it's better to sell it. If it's 30,000, the news will definitely sell," Zai Ligui said again. Macintosh glanced at everyone and said lightly, "I'm not in a combat profession, let Island Lord sell mine, Assistant Zai Ligui and Shiyali can drink theirs. The promotion of the elixir is that it's made from precious materials and is low yield." Aside from Wu Heng and a few maids in the Island Lord's mansion, everyone else thought the same. Wu Heng continued, "Money is important, but our strength and safety are important too, trust me, each of you take one." The 3 looked at each other, seeing Wu Heng was serious, and did not continue to argue. The whole island had developed to this point by following Wu Heng's ideas. Naturally, he had thought more than they had. Each took the potion bottle in front of them, opened the cap, and drank it back. A sour taste flowed into their stomach, followed by the side effects of the potion. Their bodies curled up, enduring the pain. Soon, the pain gradually subsided, and the three straightened up. "How is it?" Wu Hang asked. "I can feel my body getting stronger," Zailigui said. Shi Yali wiped the sweat from her forehead. 50,000 gold, just gone. Macintosh also shook her shoulders, stretching her muscles. Wu Hang said with a blessing, "Remember, don't talk about this outside." "Understood." The three nodded earnestly. Association, dormitory. Lilith sat on a chair, her eyes fixed on the two potion bottles on the wooden table in front of her. Wu Hang had given her one bottle, the other was purchased at the auction. After pondering for a moment, she opened a bottle of potion and drank it directly. The moment the potion entered her stomach, her beautiful brows instantly furrowed, and with a flip of her hand, a bottle of detoxifying potion appeared. However, soon the discomfort disappeared, and a sense of strength filled her body. It really works. Even though she knew the auction wouldn't fake it, such a clear sensation still surprised her. Then, she opened the second bottle and drank it. The same sensation occurred again. Gold and Silver Island really is a special place. "Sister, let's go outside and play." On one side of the wall, Zhao peeked in. Lilith put away the potion bottles and asked, "Where do you want to go play?" "Let's go to the tavern and listen to stories, it's still open." "Let me change my clothes." Lilith changed her clothes and then jumped out of the window, heading in the direction of the main road. The next day, Zombie World. Wu Hang followed the convoy and arrived at the designated location for the resource exchange with the Korea rescue team before noon. As noon approached, a faint electric current came through Chi Hankai's walkie-talkie, followed by a voice, "Sister Chi, the Korean convoy has arrived. Take them to the conference room." "Understood." The call ended, and Chi Hankai looked at Wu Hang. "Any instructions?" "Just proceed with the trade as usual, and I'll handle the investigation," Wu Hang said. "Don't we need to record it? It could serve as evidence." Wu Hang smiled and said, "When will there ever be a need to bring this before a tribunal?" "There's no need to record it." "All right." Chi Hankai nodded, straightened her clothes, and headed straight to the neighboring conference room. After sitting in the room for a while, the door opened, and the representative from Korea walked in. "Vice Leader Chi." "Commander Lee." The Korean representative sat down across from her, a smile on his face. "Vice Leader Chi, we still need to buy some food from you. We've traded before, no need for formalities." Chi Hankai turned her head and said, "Go and check the materials, then finalize the food settlement." "Yes, Sister Chi." The person behind her nodded and walked out. Chi Hankai's gaze returned to the other party, and she smiled, asking, "Commander Lee, how is the skeleton I arranged for your side doing in its studies?" "Still learning." "Are you sure these skeletons can learn?" In another room, Wu Hang sat inside, eyes closed, listening to the conversation next door. His senses heightened, even through a wall, he could vaguely hear the contents of the conversation if he concentrated and kept quiet. It was all normal trade talk. Collecting appearances, isn't that what their rescue team is supposed to do? Why do they sound so normal? As he pondered, Glenda flew back in, saying, "I've come to get the cell phone and the photos." Wu Hang's eyes narrowed. "Let me see." Glenda merged into his body, and the images were shared into his mind. After the Korean convoy arrived, the main individuals entered the building to discuss the material trade with Chi Hankai. Glenda followed the survivor tasked with gathering Wu Hang's likeness. Soon, someone walked over. Checking that no one was around, he asked, "Got anything?" "Yes," a basemate patted his pocket, then said, "Tell me first, what do you need these photos for?" "I don't want any trouble." The other party handed over 2 chocolate bars. "Your leader is quite famous out there. Who wouldn't want to know what he looks like? And now, there are no portrait rights anyway, what are you afraid of?" The basemate frowned. "Fame or not, what does that have to do with a photo?" "Don't ask, I don't know the specifics either. Anyway, the higher-ups are quite interested in him." "Then I can't give it to you. Who knows what you'll do with it?" The other party, growing desperate, said, "Don't worry, it won't implicate you." The two murmured for several moments, worried that speaking too much might let others catch on. Still, the basemate handed over a cell phone. "It's in the gallery, no password." "Thanks, brother." After saying this, the person stuffed 2 boxes of cigarettes into his pocket and then turned to leave. Glenda followed the person back to the convoy. Seeing that he didn't mention this to anyone else, Glenda flew right back. After ending the shared view, Wu Hang released Glenda again. "What's portrait rights?" Glenda asked. "It means my facial features cannot be misused by others, it would be illegal," Wu Hang explained. "The laws here do appear to be quite comprehensive," Glenda remarked, and then asked, "Did you find anything?" Nothing, but he mentioned it's the higher-ups at the headquarters who are checking, probably referring to the top executives, Wu Hang pondered. The phone given was one Chi Hankai had arranged in advance. The people in the photos were long gone, nothing could implicate him now. Just then, Zhao and Bella also flew back. Uncle, how many people did you arrange to give photos to? Wu Hang looked at her. Just one. Why? Zhao said, Bella and I also noticed people exchanging phones. Could they also be exchanging photos? Wu Hang looked at Bella, who nodded. Not just one, it seems related to this matter as well. There were other people. Chapter 768. I didn't know it was so serious. The news brought back by Zhao and Bella led to yet another twist in events. The others had provided photos to the opposite side, rendering the fake photos he had arranged useless. How many people provided photos? Wu Hang asked. Zhao replied, I discovered one, and Sister Bella found two. Bella also chimed in, saying, I specifically checked around and found two people supplying information, both were given devices like cell phones. The other side was indeed carrying out this matter with organized efforts. Glenda remarked, it seems not everyone in the base is in your favor. It's inevitable, people are the most fickle. Wu Hang then looked toward Zhao and Bella, let me see who these people are. Zhao and Bella also delved into their bodies, and the images were directly shared. The people in the images conducted trade at different locations. The method was also about handing over cell phones to each other. There was nothing particularly special about the images. Glancing at them was enough. Releasing Zhao and Bella, he walked to the window and looked outside. The trade between the two sides continued, each meticulously checking the other's goods. Uncle, are you afraid they might use your face for something bad? Zhao asked curiously. Watching outside, Wu Hang casually said, is this how you usually spend your mother's money? Zhao crossed her arms, I don't do that. At that moment, Wu Hang's gaze shifted downward, and with a smile, he said, let's go down and have a look. Where did they go, vanishing in the blink of an eye? Damn it, deceiving me with fake pictures, you son of a... At the car shed, one person grumbled while looking around. Approaching, Wu Hang saw the person's expression freeze instantly. Come have a smoke. As he explained, the man's brows furrowed when he recognized the sudden appearance, then a look of surprise surfaced. Skeleton. His words halted abruptly. Wu Hang said, come, I'll take you to a quiet place for a smoke. I don't smoke. The man stammered, and his body suddenly stiffened. He walked over uncontrollably. As Wu Hang placed a hand on his shoulder, an array appeared, and the two vanished in an instant. They returned to the original room. The man, taking in the suddenly changed surroundings, had his pupils dilate, struggling to grasp what had just happened. His body immobile as if his limbs were tied, he tried to articulate amidst the confusion, let's trade, live in harmony. Search him, Wu Hang commanded. Skeletons awaiting in the room stepped forward and started the search. Walkie-talkies, pistols, cigarettes, and cell phones were laid out one by one on the table. This doesn't seem to follow the rules, you know. If there's an issue, you can negotiate with our commander, the man said, his complexion turning sour as he forced himself to stay calm and negotiate. Wu Hang glanced at the items on the table and began examining them. We can talk this over nicely. You can let me go first, whatever you want to do, I'll cooperate. Aren't you and Shanfu Port advocating for mutual assistance? This treatment of me doesn't reflect well on your reputation. As Wu Hang inspected the cell phone, the man became increasingly uneasy. He began to blather incessantly. Wu Hang tossed the phone aside, looked at the man, and then declared, kill him, and let's proceed with Wenshai. Snap. Crack. Before the man could plead, his neck was twisted sharply a full rotation and repositioned back. His body immediately collapsed to the ground. Communicate with the dead was cast, and the corpse sat upright again. Its cloudy eyes looked this way. Wu Hang asked directly, why confirm the appearance of the leader here? The corpse responded, not clear, the order came from above. They really didn't know. Wu Hang continued questioning, in your opinion, what could be the purpose of this investigation? After a brief silence, the corpse slowly began to speak. Skeleton army keeps conquering kingdom territories, and because of this, there have been several meetings inside the base. They mention various methods to persuade the skeleton leader to relinquish the land, which might be related to this. It was related to the skeleton occupation of lands. South Korea had the perception that the skeletons cleaning up zombies and occupying lands was akin to indirectly invading their national territory. Previously, they had negotiated with this side, hoping to return all occupied territories to them and even promised some official position and identity. Some details weren't remembered, it sounded like an honorary position. Wu Hang found it hard to understand the thought process of these people. If skeletons didn't clean up the zombies and they didn't deal with them either, they'd just wait for the trapped survivors to starve to death bit by bit. He cleared the zombies, and they brought up land and sovereignty. With the energy to not think of ways to clear the zombies and rescue survivors themselves, they came running to collect his appearance information painstakingly. He couldn't fathom their reasoning. Wu Heng sat and pondered. 3 ghosts hovered to one side, quietly speculating about the other side's intentions. One young, and the other 2 from a different world, talked for a long while and concluded that it might be through facial curse or high-tech face swapping to use Wu Heng's likeness to spread false messages or something similar. It was possible, but the risk didn't seem equivalent. After thinking for a bit, Wu Heng then asked, who could know the purpose of collecting the photos? The commander, or several department heads of the base? Where are all those you've mentioned? In the base. There was one last question Wu Heng asked, what's your name? Shen Dongman. With the 5 questions over, the corpse lay back down on the ground. Curious, Glenda asked, what's the point of asking that? You gonna put up a tombstone for him or something? Wu Heng took out a faceless mask from the space ring and, while placing it on the corpse's face, said, let's go take a look at their base, we don't have time to waste bickering with them. Hueco Kingdom's plans, the Holy Court's targeting. They didn't have the luxury of time to slowly investigate this matter and guess the opponent's intentions. Besides, with modern technology, long-distance killing is even more deadly than in the different world. They needed to resolve this issue quickly. Going to their base? Lilith is still on Gold and Silver Island, remarked Glenda. No worries, Lilith isn't as vulnerable as we think. Plus, it's just for one night, Wu Heng replied. Yeah, she's a good person, Zhao nodded in agreement. As they spoke, the mask finished collecting the appearance of the corpse. Wu Heng then started putting on the dead man's clothes, and placed the phone, cigarettes, and pistol back into the outfit. Wu Heng, it looks like the trade outside is finished, Bella said from the window. He walked over to the window, saw Chi Hengkai and several others stepping out of the building, chatting at the entrance. He picked up the radio and said, Sister Chi, come over here for a minute. Then, Chi Henkai's voice came through, okay, wait a moment. They waited in the room for a while. Chi Hengkai opened the door and stepped inside. She glanced at the corpse on the ground and then at Wu Heng, who was now dressed. Did you have to kill someone? Is it that serious? They've arranged for others to collect photos as well. I found 3, deal with them. Chi Henkai's expression grew stern. Who are they? I'll kill them. 3 Koreans. One with a square face and a mole above his lip, another in an anti-stabbing suit with a red shirt underneath, and the last one, a man with long hair tied in a ponytail who seemed to be wearing lipstick. Wu Heng repeated what he'd seen. I've got it, Chi Hengkai nodded, then looked at his disguise and asked, what's all this for? I'm going to follow them to the base and check out what they're really up to, Wu Heng said. You're going with them? Wu Heng nodded, put on the mask, and his face transformed into that of the dead man on the floor. Chi Hengkai was seeing this for the first time and her eyes widened. Holy shit, a face-changing technique. I'll follow them. You handle things here and wait for my message, Wu Heng instructed. Alright, Chi Hengkai nodded and left the room to head downstairs. Wu Heng stood by the window and looked down, cast the teleportation technique, and appeared at the previously noted car shed location. Then he quickly walked towards the Korean motorcade. Damn, where did you go? Someone cursed discontentedly. Wu Heng lowered his voice, using a fake photo to cheat me out of 2 boxes of cigarettes. I couldn't sleep all night if I didn't beat him up. Enough, get in the truck. We'll be heading back soon, the other person urged, standing by the vehicle. Wu Heng walked up to the truck door, opened it, and climbed inside. The others also boarded, waiting for their leader to finish talking to Chi Hengkai outside. Soon, the Korean commander and Chi Hengkai parted ways. He returned to the convoy and hopped into an armored vehicle at the front. The radio began to confirm headcount. Once they verified there were no issues, the convoy started up and left. At the entrance, Chi Hengkai watched the departing vehicles, her smile gradually turning icy. She turned around to go back, her voice grave with a chill. Close the gate. All Koreans, assemble in the square. Her subordinates exchanged glances as though sensing some serious matter had arisen. Still, they nodded and acknowledged, yes. Quickly, everyone gathered in the central clearing, including the Koreans from the base and survivors who had come with them. They formed 2 squads standing on the open ground. Sister Chi, everyone's here, someone whispered. Chi Hengkai nodded, walked into the crowd of Koreans, and started inspecting each individual. You, come out. And you too, come out as well. The 3 named individuals stepped forward, already sweating bullets if their nerves were weak. Staring at them, Chi Hengkai asked, do you know why I've called you out? No clue, leader. One of them ground out through clenched teeth. Chi Hengkai smiled, then commanded the nearby skeleton, take them and kill them. Everyone tensed at the sight. They're going to kill them just like that? The skeletons approached, escorting the three towards the direction of some flower beds. At this point, the trio began to panic. "Vice leader, I know why. I gave them a photo," one yelled, and the other two began to plead loudly. "Leader, I've made a mistake too, I won't dare again," another begged. "Please spare me. I didn't know it'd be this serious," pleaded the last one. Chapter 769, Commander. The three people shouted loudly, their bodies struggling violently. But no matter how they resisted, they couldn't break free from Skeleton's grasp, and were slowly dragged away into the distance. By now, the rest had basically understood what had happened. These three had provided some kind of photos to outsiders, akin to betraying the base's intelligence, and had been discovered by Chihenkai. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the three were dragged into the flower bed, and the sound of swords and blades piercing flesh rang out. The pleas for mercy and screams also came to a stop. They truly killed them. Everyone's faces paled slightly, a sense of fear rising in their hearts. Chihenkai turned back to the others, his voice cold as he said, "Don't forget who rescued you from the zombies, when you couldn't even find a bite to eat. Now that you're well fed, you think about betraying the base's intelligence. The consequences of betrayal and ingratitude only lead to one thing, and that is death. You all know the situation outside. The main rescue team is also buying food from us. Of all the bases in the world, this is the only one where you can eat your fill. Use your brains when you do things. If you don't want to eat, if you want to go to an outside base and be dogs, don't drag everyone else down with you. The rule is set here, anyone who betrays the base or its members will be executed, regardless of what you did before, no exceptions." Chihenkai spoke these words loudly, his tone still icy cold, with someone translating beside him. Some particularly long sentences still needed someone to translate. The others listened in silence, also sensing Chihenkai's anger at the moment. Heads bowed, they responded in unison, "Yes." At 5 in the afternoon, the convoy slowly approached the refuge base. The first thing that came into view was a towering wall made of concrete, its surface covered with mottled marks, and at the top of the wall, sharp barbed wire, and armed guards patrolling. "Damn, finally back. Been on edge out there. Survived another day, feels good. We got quite a bit of food from this raid, should last us a while. With so many people in the city, what we traded for won't be nearly enough, no idea where those guys get their food to trade away like that. Dongman, what's up with you, acting all serious, hardly said a word today." "Don't mention it, the photo thing got messed up, not sure how to explain when I get back. We had several people arranged, not like it'll make a difference without you." As they spoke, the convoy neared the gate in the wall, where guards began checking each vehicle one by one. After confirming there were no issues, the gates opened and the convoy drove straight in. Entering the base, they were met with a chaotic scene. On both sides, various temporary tents and makeshift shacks, with ragged women and children following the convoy, ceaselessly kneeling down begging for food. In their eyes, exhaustion and numbness, a total lack of confidence in life. This is the main base? It was no better than Shanfu Port when they first arrived at the island, or rather, it was an enlarged version of Shanfu Port. The convoy didn't stop, continuing on. Next, they entered another area enclosed by walls, the same towering barriers, barbed wire, along with armed guards and heavy weaponry. The women and children followed for a distance, then didn't dare to approach the inner wall any further. The gate opened, and the convoy entered. Houses, basketball courts, in the distance one could see armored vehicles and some special-purpose vehicles. So this was the real base. It was somewhat like London City, with an inner city and an outer city distinguished. A military base. The outside seemed more like slums. The convoy stopped in front of a warehouse. Someone immediately came up to move the supplies. The rest of the people got out of the vehicles. "Let's go, time to eat in the cafeteria," someone called out. Wu Hang shook his head. "You guys go ahead, I need to report on the situation here. You're acting weird today, but suit yourself. If you're late, there won't be any food left," the others said as they walked off to one side. Wu Hang turned his gaze toward the commanding officer in the convoy and gave a sign with his eyes. Bella immediately followed. They sat on a bench outside the distant basketball court for a while. Zhao, who had gone to scout the area, flew back and whispered on his shoulder, "Uncle, there are so many weapons here, they seem even more powerful than ours." "Let's see what they've got," said Wu Hang. Zhao slipped into his body, sharing the visuals. Passing quickly through each large warehouse, Zhao's view swept over armored vehicles, helicopters, and missile vehicles with thick cylindrical tubes. Missiles. They actually had such things here. After releasing Zhao, Bella returned as well, saying, "They met with the commander and showed him your photo." The commander seemed delighted, promising them promotions. It feels like a bad situation for you. Wu Heng nodded, his eyes moving toward a building not far away. The commander is over there, isn't he? Yep. Let's go see what the commander actually wants from me, Wu Heng said as he stood and walked toward the building. Climbing the stairs en route and guided covertly by Bella, they reached the floor where the commander was. A woman resembling an assistant or deputy eyed him curiously and asked, "What do you want?" "It's about the photo. I have a crucial report for the commander," Wu Heng promptly replied. The deputy looked at him more closely. "Wait here, I'll ask." The deputy soon returned. "Come with me." Wu Heng followed her into the commander's office, a large room with extensive furniture. The middle-aged commander sat behind a desk, engrossed in his cell phone. "What information do you have?" "Speak up." "Commander, those people have heard of us, and the photo they provided is fake," Wu Heng immediately stated. "Fake?" The other's brow furrowed. "Yes, fake. That's what they told me at their base," Wu Heng continued. Seeing that the conversation was proceeding normally, the deputy closed the door and left the room. "Do you have the real one?" the commander inquired. "Of course I do." Wu Heng scanned the doorway and took out a soundproof pot, placing it on the coffee table. Then he commanded, "Control him." In the next second, the commander's body stiffened, and his face underwent a drastic change. "You're not one of us from the base." Wu Heng removed his mask and rotated his neck, saying earnestly, "Commander, why are you looking into my appearance? Tell me why." "Wu Heng. It's you," the commander exclaimed in shock, and then he began to shout, "Guards, come quickly." Wu Heng sat down across from him, picked up the cell phone from the desk, and casually glanced at it. Sure enough, there was his photo. He tossed the cell phone into the space ring and looked at the increasingly pale commander, lost in thought. After meeting this commander, it was evident that the base had quite a population. What to do next? How could he gain control of this base in a simpler and more effective way? "Wu Heng, throw out any conditions you like, I'll agree to all of them," the commander, now hoarse from shouting, seeing no response, began to bargain. Wu Heng also looked up and said simply, "Kill him." Crack. The commander's neck twisted full circle once more, his body slumped down, and he collapsed to the floor with a thud. Chapter 770, Night Battle. It seemed that the commander's living conditions weren't so bad. The corpse lay on the ground, its fatty flesh spreading out to both sides. "Would it be difficult to handle things afterward if we just killed him?" Glenda whispered. With Wu Heng's personality, it wasn't possible for him to really kill everyone at the base. Now by killing the leader here directly, many things afterward would also be difficult to handle. Wu Heng kicked the corpse aside and sat down in the chair. "First, communicate with the dead, then we'll see." Communicate with the dead was released and the corpse clumsily sat up, its murky gaze watching him. Wu Heng asked directly, "What is the purpose of collecting my photos?" The corpse replied, "To capture using satellite images for precision strikes." Damn. Hearing this answer, Wu Heng's heart trembled. Precision strike. It was a term only heard in the news, but now they had targeted him. Ow! Seeing the missiles in the warehouse earlier, they were prepared for him. It was also lucky that this matter didn't drag on, otherwise, once they got the photos, they might really strike him someday. No matter how many skeletons there are or how high-leveled he was, he couldn't withstand the power of modern missiles. Seeing Wu Heng's grim expression, Glenda asked, "What does that mean?" Zhao and Bella also looked over curiously. Wu Heng explained, "It's a type of information technology that can capture the position of a target, then carry out precision strikes with artillery shells, missiles, and the like, directly throwing them to kill the target." The three ghosts nodded together, indicating they understood. Zhao flew close to the corpse, spat, and said, "Eating our food and still being so bad, big bad guy." Wu Heng also looked back at the corpse and continued to ask, "How many departments are there mainly in this base?" "Logistical support, equipment development, combat squadrons, information communication." It listed several in one breath. Indeed, it was more professional than his side. But the two were also different, as Wu Heng's side mainly relied on the skeletons for both technology and combat power, not requiring so many departments. Wu Heng continued with the third question, "Are you the highest commander of this base?" "Yes, but decisions need to be discussed with the other departments." The fourth question, "How did you become the highest leader here?" The corpse answered, "I have the main command of the armed forces." In the end, it all came down to whoever had the military power held the leadership, regardless of their technical skills or past high-ranking official status. Without military forces, one wouldn't even have a say. The final question, Wu Heng straightforwardly said, "Name all the heads of each department here." The corpse was silent for a moment, then began to report the names of the departments and their heads. Wu Heng used the paper and pen on the desk to record all the names. After the 5 questions, the corpse lay back down on the ground. Wu Heng then pulled open the desk drawer, Found a handgun, some bullets, a watch, and 2 opened boxes of mini umbrellas in middle position. Below were diaries, filled with records of various accounts. He continued to pull open the other drawers. Several files were taken out. Among them, a file folder contained the reformation and personnel lists of various departments. And also included were the distribution of weapons in the town's layout, and the channel distribution near the base. He quickly glanced through everything. Wu Heng got up and continued to search the bookshelf behind. The middle of the bookshelf featured an empty antique shelf, with matching open-door wardrobes on either side. The right side open door was a fake door. Inside was a separate bedroom, complete with a bed, TV, and shower. Behind the single room, there was also a small door leading to another emergency exit. What a setup, layer after layer. In the opponent's wardrobe, Wu Heng found a set of clothes similar to the ones he had just worn. Then, using a human skin mask, he recorded the appearance of the corpse. "Are you planning to disguise yourself as the commander?" Glenda asked. Wu Heng began changing clothes. "I feel like my acting has really improved just now." "You can use the deputy outside, slowly replace all the people on this list, and then take over here," Glenda said, looking at the list on the table. While buttoning his shirt, Wu Heng said, "There's no time to drag this out with them here, and I can't sit here pretending to be the commander every day." "What do you want to do then?" "Handle as much as I can tonight." Wu Heng rolled out the corpse in a carpet and stored it in the space ring. Knock knock. The knocking sound came. Wu Heng put on the human skin mask, and his appearance began to change. With a flick of his hand, the soundproof pot flew into his hand and was stored away. "Come in." The female deputy walked in, glanced around the room, and frowned. "Where did the person from earlier go?" "He left after finishing his business." "What's up?" The female deputy continued. "Commander, the cafeteria is asking if you want your dinner brought over." "Bring it over." "All right." The female deputy turned around and left. Soon after, she walked in with a tray, setting each item on the coffee table in front of the sofa. "Have a seat, I need to talk to you for a moment," Wu Heng said. The female deputy's eyes sharpened. "Commander, we had agreed that I'm only responsible for administrative tasks. Where are the skeletons arranged from Shanfu Port now?" Wu Heng bypassed her remark and asked directly. The female deputy was startled, first bowed to apologize, then said, "All arranged in a warehouse, letting them watch a few computers. Didn't arrange for them to learn about satellites. Per your orders, no knowledge was given to them, just some videos of satellite launches playing daily." Chapter 770, Night Battle Fuck. This bunch of guys. They've been putting on an act for themselves all this time. Talking about selling satellites, teaching skeleton classes, sending them over here and just sticking them in the warehouse. Wu Heng took a deep breath and said, "Go, call all the department heads for a meeting, and all the heads of the armed forces in the base, too. Tell them to go to the conference room." "What's the meeting about?" "Killing the leader of Shanfu Port." "Yes." The deputy responded and immediately left the room. Conference room. One by one, ministers and military leaders walked into the conference room. They sat down on chairs, legs crossed, smoking cigarettes, and talking about their business. "What's so important this late?" "I've just rescued a few members of a girl group, and I was about to enjoy the show." "What else could it be?" "It's about the skeleton superpower user. We've got the photo. Don't worry. As long as we can confirm his appearance and physical characteristics, we can manage a precision strike. No matter how powerful his superpower is, we can drop a missile right in his nest. Can we be sure the skeletons will disappear if he's confirmed dead?" According to the superpower patterns reported from the United States, when a superpowered man dies, the effects of the superpowers they created disappear as well. "You should be more reassuring. That gives me no confidence. There isn't much territory left. We just clean up by ourselves. What we need to think about is how to deal with Shanfu Port Base and the Hua country headquarters after we kill him. Without Wu Heng, they're nothing." The group talked eagerly, puffing smoke until the room was filled with it. Creak. At that moment, the door opened. Everyone looked up together and saw the commander enter with his deputy, followed by 2 figures with round helmets. Everyone furrowed their brows, curious. The commander seemed somehow different, his whole demeanor and aura had changed from before. Had he awakened a superpower? Or secretly used a corpse core to alter his physical state? Have we got the image of the skeleton superpower user? Can we identify what he looks like now? The person near the door blew out a ring of smoke and asked directly. Wu Heng didn't respond but asked his deputy, "Is everyone here?" The female deputy checked again and nodded, "Yes, they're all here." Wu Heng moved aside for room. "Get on with it, and make it quick." As soon as his words fell, the helmet-wearing skeletons behind him charged out. "What the hell?" The first person furrowed his brow in question. In the next second, He was punched so hard his throat shattered, and his body flew back against the wall, blood and smoke spewing from his mouth and nose. Fuck, you're crazy. Someone immediately reached for their service pistol at their waist. As they just raised the gun, the arm along with the gun was slashed away, then a second blade of light flashed across their throat. The others, startled by the sudden attack, were thrown into disarray, completely caught off guard. The two shadowy figures charged again towards the chaos. Commander, if something's the matter, just tell us. No, the power is yours. Spare my life, please, Commander, spare me. Pleads for mercy rose, but they couldn't stop the attacking figures. Help me. The female deputy's eyes bulged as she screamed and turned to run out. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a multitude of ministers' guards lying on the floor outside. The last figure, trying to escape down the stairwell, had its neck twisted and broken. The step she was about to take stopped dead, her legs trembling uncontrollably. The fight inside the conference room had also ended. The air was heavy with the smell of blood, and all the senior officials of the refuge were dead in that room. Do you want to die? The female deputy's body shuddered. Commander, I don't want to. Come back here. Wu Heng sat back down in his chair. The female deputy walked back stiffly, knelt to the ground, and spoke respectfully, please, don't kill me. Lift your head. Wu Heng removed his mask. Trembling, the female deputy lifted her head and saw Wu Heng's true face. Do you know who I am? I don't know you. The female assistant's eyes evaded. I am the leader of the skeletons you were looking for. You wanted to kill me, but it ended up that I killed you instead. Should be no problem with that, right? Wu Heng continued, I still have use for you. If you are smart, you will cooperate obediently. If not smart, then go down and accompany your leaders. The woman's body trembled, and then she said, I can help you take down this place. I am very familiar with it. With the operations here, I will definitely be able to help you. You really do react quickly. Wait on the side for now, Wu Heng praised. Then, he took out the documents he had found in the office and started checking the identities against the corpses through photos. He used communicate with the dead on one of them. The corpse suddenly sat up, looking this way. And the woman behind curled up in a corner, hugging her head. Wu Heng looked at the corpse. How to cut the power? There are two power supply systems. You need to cut off both the normal supply and the backup system as well. Where are they located? After questioning the corpse ended, Wu Heng had the skeletons bring the woman, who was curled up in the corner, back. The locations mentioned earlier, you know where they are, right? I know. Take me there, whether you live or not depends on your performance, Wu Heng said. Okay, I'll take you, the woman answered, leading a group of people outwards. At this time, the sky had already darkened. Occasionally passing a patrolling person, they gave a slight salute, and then passed each other by. Wu Heng arrived at the room with the power switches, and pulled them down directly. The entire base went dark abruptly, but the backup power box kicked in the next second. The searchlights and street lamps outside lit up again. Then, the switches for the backup power were also pulled down. The entire base was instantly enveloped in darkness. Wu Heng locked the woman in the room. Then, he opened the boundary door, and a large number of skeletons surged out, heading toward the armory, the dormitories, and the gates. The perimeter wall. All power was cut off, the world seemed to be covered by a thick curtain. The guard team managing the perimeter wall fell into darkness, beginning to inquire about what happened. While everyone was discussing what the matter was, why there was a power outage, a chilling click-clack sound emanated from the darkness. It was like the scraping of leaves on the ground, and also like continuously grinding teeth. Flashlights, aim in that direction, someone shouted loudly. The beam of light swept over, revealing densely packed skeleton troops, wearing armor and brandishing weapons, already charging at the base of the wall. Damn it, it's skeleton monsters. They're attacking from Shanfu Port. Fire, start firing. The sound of gunfire roared like a thunderstorm, flames spurted from the muzzles. The shots left voids in the skeletons' bodies, but they staggeringly stood back up, crowded together, and surged up the walls. The perimeter wall and armory have been taken, without much difficulty. Lady Glinda is staying over at the armory to prevent anyone from approaching. Bella flew back in from outside. What's with the gunfire outside? There are a few squads still resisting, but it's no big problem. They're not many in number, Bella answered. The most dangerous were still those heavy weapons, but they were also not a big problem. The existence of ghosts meant they had no means of restraining the people here. Even if they hid inside armored vehicles, they could still be directly killed. Wu Heng nodded and pulled the female assistant out from the next room. Lead the way, to the room with the radio set. Scattered fighting continued throughout the night. When the sky began to brighten, the skeletons moved the corpses to an open area in the middle, and the rest of the people were all locked in the dormitories. As long as they didn't come out, the skeletons wouldn't actively rush in to kill. However, if they came out to resist, there was only a dead end waiting for them. At 8 in the morning, the vehicle convoy from Shanfu Port Base arrived at the main base. They passed through the civilian area and entered the inner military camp area. Chi Hengkai let his men wait at the entrance, while he himself walked into the office. Looking at Wu Heng sitting in front of the desk, his eyes widened. You wiped out the main rescue team? In one night? Chapter 771, Missile Truck. Last night, when Chi Hengkai received the message from the radio station, everyone was bewildered. Wu Heng had instructed her to immediately organize a departure to take over the main station. At that moment, she was stunned for quite a while. She had changed appearance to follow the main station during the day, and by evening, she was supposed to take over? Changing the unit and handing over work was never this quick. Facing Chi Hengkai's exclamation, Wu Heng gestured for her to calm down and explained, "There's no way around it. They are collecting photos and planning to use satellites for precision strikes, targeting me with missiles for assassination." Chi Hengkai's expression hardened, her face instantly becoming calm. And the reason? It's still about that land issue. If I die, the skeletons will all collapse and disappear, and the land cleared of zombies will still be theirs, said Wu Heng. Chi Hengkai clenched her teeth in anger. These people really deserve to die. The two sides had always been maintaining a trade. It wasn't that their relationship was very close, but they provided each other with a steady supply of food. Under the current circumstances, those willing to accept their gold in exchange for food, even that was considered aid. How many bases around the world wanted to make contact with this side to engage in food exchange? In the end, these folks almost bit back, killing their own leader. "Don't worry, I've already killed the person," Wu Heng said with a smile. Chi Hengkai sat down across from him, her legs crossed, her expression still serious. "This place is different from our base, full of entrenched levels and powers. It might not be easy to manage." "No need, I've killed all the management, wiped them out in one go, and half of the military too. You just need to promote some people and put them to good use," Wu Heng said, taking a light sip of water. All killed?" Wu Heng nodded. "All the high-ranking officials like the commander, ministers, and commanders of the guard team. I've turned them into skeletons cleaning the streets now." Chi Hengkai took a deep breath to calm herself and asked, "What should I focus on doing next? The military arrangement here might be somewhat different from ours." "Don't worry, I'll assign you a deputy. She will assist you." Wu Heng leaned back in his chair. "A deputy?" Chi Hengkai raised her eyebrows. Wu Heng pressed on the phone. "Li Senying, come over here." The door opened, and the female deputy walked in, looking somewhat wary, her eyes still cautious and wary. "Leader." The female deputy bowed to Wu Heng and then gave a slight bow to Chi Hengkai. "This is Chi Hengkai. From now on, besides me, she will be in charge of the base. You will be her deputy. Do a good job, and surely it won't be worse than following your former commander," Wu Heng introduced. The female deputy looked at Chi Hengkai and said in Chinese, "Commander Chi Hengkai. You speak Chinese?" Chi Hengkai looked at her. "I speak Chinese, English, and German," the female deputy responded respectfully. Chi Hengkai nodded. "From now on, you call me Vice Leader, and refer to him as the leader." "Yes, Vice Leader Chi." Chi Hengkai continued, "You can go down now. Later, take me to familiarize myself with the various departments here." The female deputy bowed again and left the room. The door closed, and Wu Heng said, "She was originally the deputy to the commander. Get to know the territory through her, but also be cautious, as we can't yet be sure if there's any problem." "Okay, I'll be careful." Wu Heng smiled, stood up, and gestured towards the chair. "Come, sit here and try it out." Chi Hengkai also smiled broadly and sat down in the commander's position. After feeling it out, she said, "It's just so-so, not as comfortable as my chair." "That's the feeling of power. Who asked you to evaluate the chair?" Chi Hengkai laughed. "From now on, only we call the shots here, right, honey?" "Yes, you are the commander now," Wu Heng said, pinching her chin and kissing her from above. The two separated, Chi Hengkai's gaze somewhat reluctantly lingering. She licked her lips and said, "Let's deal with official matters first." "Let's go, I'll also check on the armory." The two walked out of the office together. At the entrance, several people and the deputy bowed and followed behind. Chi Hengkai had the deputy take her to see several key departments, while Wu Heng headed directly to the weapons storage. After checking the guns and ammunition in the armory, Wu Heng headed to the garage for specialized vehicles with skeleton. Rows of armored vehicles and those with special functions appeared before them. The collection was more abundant than any they had gathered before. No wonder they dared to call themselves the main rescue team. They truly had some capital. After inspecting the armored vehicles, they proceeded to the garage where the missile carriers were stored. There were 3 missile vehicles, each parked in a separate garage. They looked like steel beasts, exuding a cold and majestic aura. The tires were taller than a man, the surface was painted with camouflage, the body was made of thick armored steel plates, and the rear was equipped with elongated, robust missile launch tubes. Given the size of these launch tubes, even if just regular explosives were loaded, they could cause massive destruction. Wu Heng looked at the vehicle body, which had Zoan Wu 3 written on it. He was not very familiar with this and wasn't sure whether it referred to the vehicles or the missiles model. Once they fully controlled the base, he planned to have Chi Hengkai ask around. The 3 ghosts appeared beside him. Glenda asked, "Is this the missile for precision strikes?" "It should be this kind." The 3 ghosts had seen cannonballs and bullets, and they had also listened to some of Wu Heng's explanations about the principles. If the power of a cannonball was already considerable, a missile of such exaggerated size could likely wipe out an entire city. Zhao directly crawled inside the missile and then poked half of her head back out. "There are so many circuits inside." Wu Heng looked at her. "Zhao, come out quickly. My heart can't take it, stop fooling around." "What's there to be afraid of?" Zhao said, but obediently flew out. "You might not be scared, but I am," Wu Heng said, clutching his chest. "Hee, I won't go back then, uncle, you're really timid," Zhao giggled, then suddenly remembered something and half lying in the air, she analyzed, "Uncle, does that mean you can't go out later? What if other bases have these missiles too?" That was indeed an issue. It wasn't far-fetched to think that other countries might harbor the same idea. But achieving this was not easy. Having missiles was not enough, they also needed to ensure the satellites were operational. They would have to be more cautious in the future. "Let's try to keep a low profile, and now that we have satellites and missiles too, mutual restraint should prevent rash actions," Wu Heng said. Oh, I didn't quite get that," Zhao remarked. Having inspected the armory, Wu Heng called over a large number of skeletons to seal the place off. After handling that, Wu Heng mingled with the crowd, following Chi Hengkai and visiting several departments. The skeletons he had previously arranged to bring along were also rescued from the warehouse. Opening the warehouse door, Wu Heng felt a pang of sorrow. The skeletons were covered in dust, standing inside the warehouse, staring at the video that looped on the wall's projection. Damn it, not avenging the grievances suffered by his skeletons would be a betrayal. Busy until dusk, Wu Heng handed over the place entirely to Chi Hengkai and returned to the high-rise residential building. He chose a suite, opened the boundary door, and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Leaving the boundary door, he let the 3 ghosts off to attend to their matters. Wu Heng descended from upstairs as the skeleton chef just happened to bring dinner to the table. The maids looked over and greeted with a smile, "Master. What's been happening on the island these past few days?" Wu Heng walked down the staircase. Andre Willow said, "Master, Leader Lilith has purchased a property on the island. You weren't here, and there wasn't a chance to report it." Chapter 772, Holding an Umbrella Real Estate? Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. Was Lilith planning to live on the island permanently? Why was it that she didn't want to leave after her arrival? No worries, she's a leader buying things, you can't stop her, and you don't have to concern yourself with what she wants to do afterwards. Just remember to report back to me after the fact, Wu Heng said. Yes, Master. The group made their way to the dining room and sat down at their table. Wu Heng then asked, what kind of real estate did she buy? A mansion in the Snowborn district, Andre Willow answered. The Snowborn district was the area where Wu Heng had rented a place when he first arrived on the island. It consisted of separate mansions inhabited by various wealthy and powerful individuals. Wu Heng nodded, indicating he understood. His relationship with Lilith was fairly good. Among all the leaders, she was one of the closest to him. In dealing with the matters of the Holy Court, she was more advantageous to his side. Their interactions over the past few days revealed her to be rather aloof yet not as domineering as she seemed on the surface. She was relatively agreeable. If she settled on the island, the likelihood of her discovering his secrets wasn't great. It was the possibility of danger occurring that was the main concern. Roby, clutching his pork chop, asked while eating, Master, does Lilith living here affect us in any way? It's fine. Lilith is our ally. I'll go have a chat with her tomorrow, Wu Heng said with a smile. The group continued their meal. Andre Willow went on to describe the situation on the island. The auction had ended several days ago, and those who had came to the island for the auction were gradually starting to leave. Even though the commercial streets and the cinema remained bustling, the number of people had started to decline steeply. He estimated that things would return to normal in another week. After dinner, Wu Heng made a phone call to Zai Ligui. His main purpose was to inquire about Lilith's real estate purchase. Zai Ligui was aware of the situation, and she felt that this was just a temporary residence for Lilith. She wouldn't stay here for an extended period. After all, She was a ruling leader and had her own race. How could she always live on Gold and Silver Island? The two chatted for a while, exchanged some sweet nothings, and then ended the call. Wu Heng went upstairs to take a shower. After freshening up, Wu Heng lay in bed in his bedroom. He stared at the ceiling, musing over the events of the previous day. The Korea main station's intent to kill him with satellites and missiles was indeed unexpected. Such tactics were often seen on TV being used in the Middle East to eliminate leaders of hostile nations. It was almost used on him. They really thought highly of me. Fortunately, he had dealt directly with the situation by wiping them out, otherwise, it would have been an issue sooner or later. With Korea main station taken over, the plans need some adjustments, but it's not a big problem. Wu Heng's brain worked quickly as he brought up his previously formulated plans, reordering them. First, there was Belle's leveling up. She had now reached level 19, and the goal was to get her to level 20 in a short period to enhance their overall strength. Secondly, there was the plant growth potion ordered from the Wood Elves, intended to increase the crop yield in Zombie World. Enough time had passed, and there should be some results by now. This matter can't be delayed. I'll ask the local representative tomorrow. Thirdly, there were the Zombie King's evolution and the mass production plan for the Corpse Core that needed to continue. In Zombie World, these 3 points were the priorities for now. In the other world, on the other hand, the biggest challenge he faced was still the elevation of his reputation. Despite working hard and earning quite a bit of money, the increase in his reputation was limited. Aside from money, I've got nothing. He propped his arms behind his head, pondering once again for ways to enhance his standing. Was there a way to buy reputation with money? After much thought, he couldn't find a good method. It seemed that he had to start with the Hueco Kingdom. If the fifth princess occupied Netali City, it would mean conflict with the Crown Prince's plans, and in the north, war had already broken out with the second prince in London City. The two princes, the most likely to claim the throne, both had conflicts with him. The Crown Prince's side, the Chamber of Commerce has already intervened. It's best not to make any big moves on my own. As for the second prince, it's better to wait and see for now. Continuing the war might draw too much attention. That means I shouldn't make a move there for now. Wait for the Chamber of Commerce to finish its investigation. On Gold and Silver Island, Lilith had bought a house. A level 20 professional indeed represented an unstable element, but if handled well, it might not be a bad thing. At the very least, with Lilith living here, the leaders from the Holy Court, unless they're looking for trouble, wouldn't come around to cause a ruckus. Maybe it could even be a promotional boost for Gold and Silver Island. This requires careful consideration. And then there are the satellites and missiles. In the modern world, Korea Main Station already had satellites in use. Perhaps I could launch one of my own in the other world. To monitor my enemies' movements and strike with precision if they provoked me. Heroes, as long as they are flesh and blood, can't survive a missile strike. It's actually doable. Just thinking about striking the headquarters now, it doesn't seem so difficult. The issue was nothing more than a missile problem. This matter was feasible and methods needed to be devised to implement it. He thought over every aspect of the situation. The urge to sleep surged, and he lay down in bed and fell into a deep slumber. In the Snowborn district, within a dark mansion, a young girl wearing a purple dress slowly descended from the sky and spoke to the void. This is the property I just purchased. What do you think? Why purchase it? There are so many rooms in the Island Lord's mansion. Piao floated nearby. Lilith, without shifting her gaze, explained indifferently, we adults shouldn't stay at someone else's house randomly. Piao nodded, then added, it would have been better if your uncle had given you a house, somewhere closer to the Island Lord's mansion. Is your uncle very wealthy? Piao tilted her head up, just average, piling up into mountains. Lilith found it somewhat amusing and continued, you run out every day, won't your uncle find out? I told him I made a new friend, and my uncle told me to get along well with you. Piao floated forward and added, my uncle really dotes on me. It's evident. I'll take you to see the room. It's not yet furnished and is a bit messy. Okay. One person and one soul entered the house. The next day, at the city hall, Wu Heng sat in the meeting room for a while. The door was knocked and a representative from the Starflower Chamber of Commerce walked in. With a slight bow, Lord Island Master. Wu Heng nodded and directly asked, is there any news from the Wood Elves side regarding the potion recipe and the elixirs? There were two types of dealings with the Wood Elves. One was for elixirs, which Wu Heng had ordered in bulk for the increased food production in the zombie world. The second was for the potion recipes. Wu Heng wanted to buy the potion recipes, but it required discussion by the Elf Elders Council. The Wood Elf representative respectfully said, Lord Island Master, the finished elixirs will be delivered in the next few days. I will arrange for someone to send them to the warehouse for you. As for the recipe, the elders have said they still need to discuss it and cannot currently give you an answer. In other words, they did not agree to hand over the recipe. Wu Hang nodded. Notify me promptly once the elixirs arrive. Of course, my lord. Wu Hang continued. There will be pharmaceutical factories established on the island soon. Do you sell the necessary materials? The elf representative's eyes lit up. The popularity of the pharmaceutical products on the island was evident. It looked like they would begin bulk purchasing materials for mass production. Of course, food and medicinal materials are our main exports. If you place an order, we can offer you the lowest price. There will be other chambers of commerce competing as well. Submit your prices to the city hall, and we will sift through them. Understood, we will compile the prices as quickly as possible, the Wood Elf said immediately. Gold and Silver Island was becoming the Wood Elf's biggest client. The volume of goods purchased exceeded all previous major customers. They were also relieved that they had not escalated the conflict with Gold and Silver Island but had instead both taken a step back and resolved it amicably. All right, go back and prepare, Wu Hang nodded. The Wood Elf bowed again and promptly left the room. Wu Hang also got up and left, relaying the information to Andre Willow, put on his hood, and exited the city hall. Heading to the association. The association was still bustling. The hall was filled with mercenaries and team members checking tasks and processing business. Wu Hang bypassed the hall and headed to the association's dormitory building. Standing at the door, he gently knocked. After 2 seconds, the door opened automatically and a cold voice came from inside, "Come in." Entering the room, he saw Lilith sitting at a desk, reading a book. "Lilith leader," Wu Hang greeted with a bow. Lilith glanced up. "Come and sit." The room was slightly dim, the curtains tightly closed. Wu Hang walked in, sat on a chair opposite, and said, "I heard Leader Lilith bought a mansion on the island. This place is good, it's nice to have a house here to come over to," Lilith spoke flatly. Wu Hang replied, "The area is populated by chambers of commerce and the powerful. I have arranged a more suitable mansion for you, and we can arrange for someone to renovate it immediately." Lilith indifferently said, "The one I bought is quite fine. The lifestyle of the rich and powerful might be unfamiliar to you, they often hold balls and night activities, it's not so quiet." Wu Hang changed his approach. Lilith's brows rose, seemingly persuaded. "I have arranged a more suitable place for you, closer to the island lord's mansion, and more befitting your status," Wu Hang said. "You really are quite wealthy," Lilith replied. "It's not about money." Wu Hang was taken aback, wondering how the conversation had turned to money. "I will take you to see the new house." This time, Lilith did not refuse. "You go out first, and I'll come out after I change my clothes." "All right." Wu Hang waited by the door for a while. When the door opened again, a girl in a Lolita dress stepped out. "Let's go." "What about the old gentleman?" "He went to take care of some matters, it's fine for us to go just the two of us." Reaching the entrance, an umbrella was handed over. "Use the umbrella." Wu Hang himself donned a hood and opened the umbrella over Lilith. Together, they walked out. They got into a carriage waiting at the door and rushed towards the arranged mansion. Chapter 773, Emerald Sea. Heavenly Arpatu sat inside the car. Outside was the noisy street. The carriage then fell into a brief silence. Lilith was not talkative, and Wu Hang thought for a moment, then initiated a conversation. "The church is closed. Those 2 level 18 bishops must have left the port." At this, Lilith slightly lifted her head, her pale and tender face still expressionless, and spoke softly. "They had come looking for me at the association earlier, but I didn't see them." It turned out they had also looked for Lilith at the association. "Has their sealed mouth been opened?" Wu Hang asked curiously. "Unless Seidu returns, just by themselves, they'll remain this way for life," Lilith said with a laugh. Seidu was the name of the religious leader. From Lilith's tone, this religious leader seemed quite formidable. "Did they go to the headquarters to receive their punishment?" Wu Hang continued to ask. "At the headquarters, someone will arrange the punishments according to the rules." "Serious?" Lilith looked up at him. "With the guarantee of the Holy Court, and no substantial damage done, it won't be severe." "What a pity." Lilith's beautiful eyes glanced at him before speaking. "That's why having backing and power is a necessary condition in any situation." Wu Hang understood this principle too. He belonged to the human race, and the heroes of the human race were of the Holy Court. Thus, all along, he had no real backing. Lilith could be considered one, but that was just some private correspondence. Of course, now being level 19, and the ghosts reaching level 20, he was soon to become someone else's support. With the current strength, as long as he didn't provoke too powerful a target, self-protection was completely manageable. Wu Hang nodded, indicating he understood. Perhaps feeling that she had said too much, Lilith curiously asked, "How many stories are there in the Great Detective series?" "There are several episodes, and many more continuous ones later," Wu Hang responded. Lilith scrutinized him. "For someone your age, to have such energy for solving cases? Wu Heng said, I have quite rich life experiences. Lilith smiled, without saying more. Wu Heng then asked, Leader Lilith, do you also enjoy great detective stories? Occasionally, to pass the time. The carriage traveled for a while, then slowly stopped. The two alighted from the carriage, Lilith fixing her gaze on the building in front. This place was very close to the island lord's mansion. By looking up one could see the mansion's surrounding wall. Originally on the island lord's mansion was the pirate king's residence, and the row of mansions here was where the important members of the fleet lived. However, after Wu Heng became the island master, the place hadn't been sold. It had remained vacant until now. Wu Heng introduced, you will stay here for now, the city district is still under expansion, later I will arrange for a bigger mansion to be built for you. He deliberately kept her living quarters separate, mainly to ensure the safety of others. If there really was a gala next door, disturbing her, it was feared that everyone at the gala would have their mouths sealed. That would create a major mess. Lilith said nothing but walked straight into the building, Wu Heng holding an umbrella followed behind. The layout of the building was simple, similar to the mansions in the Snowburn district, but it occupied a larger area and was more spacious. Some weeds grew in the courtyard, with a fruit tree on the left exceptionally lush. The two stood in the yard for a moment. From behind, there came a soft knock on the gate. Then, the gate opened, and two dwarves carrying briefcases walked in briskly. They saluted, Lord Island Master. Then, glancing at the delicate girl under the umbrella, their gaze slightly sharpened. The Island Master personally holding the umbrella. Immediately they saluted again, Miss. Miss, followed by another salute. Whatever the rank, moving forward with saluting was certainly safe. Wu Heng introduced, these two are the island's designers, anything you need, you can tell them and incorporate it into the renovations. The two dwarves still bowed, showing humility. This young lady turned out to be an important figure, the Island Master spoke of her with respect. The Island Master even dared to confront a prince, the princesses of the Hueco kingdom needed his help. This young lady was surely above the royal family of the kingdom. Lilith nodded, you two come with me. The group entered the room, and Lilith explained her ideas to the designers. Wu Heng waited by the door. Lilith then came out with the two dwarves. Returning to Wu Heng's side, she said, the basics will be arranged by them, some furnishings and decorations, I will take care of myself. I will have someone install the lighting and cooling devices for you. That works. Do you want a cinema setup? Prepare an extra set of these as well, I'll take it with me, Lilith said softly. Wu Heng explained, these won't work outside, they all run on a certain energy source only available on Gold and Silver Island. Lilith narrowed her eyes slightly at him, her gaze then moved forward without speaking. Wu Heng said, really? At this moment, the two dwarf designers came out from the room. Saluting in front of them, Lord Island Master, Miss, we have taken the measurements, we'll start working immediately according to the requirements, arranging for the furniture and fixtures. How long will the renovations take? Wu Heng continued asking. The designer answered, it can be done in 3 days. Work quickly, there might be adjustments needed later. Yes, Lord Island Master, we will prepare to go back now. Wu Heng nodded, and the two turned to leave. Leader, let me take you back, Wu Heng still holding the umbrella, and Lilith re-entered the carriage. Chapter 773, Emerald Sea Heavenly Arc. After sending Lilith back to the dormitory, Wu Heng once again took the carriage and returned to the island lord's mansion. On the carriage, Wu Heng sighed with relief. Of today's plans, the most prone to issues was Lilith's part. It seemed that there weren't any significant demands regarding the housing, and it felt like she wouldn't stay here long, just using it as a temporary residence on the island. All in all, having Lilith stay was somewhat beneficial for him. When the house remains here, it's even better if she's not present. Returning to the island lord's mansion, Minnie helped him remove his coat, shook it out in an empty space, and asked, Master, did everything go smoothly with Lilith? Smoothly. In the next few days, a renovation team will be working on the mansion outside. If you have time, go and keep an eye on it, said Wu Heng. Okay, I'll have Roby take a look in a moment, Minnie said directly. No need, just go check in the morning and evening. The renovation team is there to supervise, and our occasional presence from the island lord's mansion also shows some consideration, Wu Heng explained. Minnie nodded. Roby also breathed a sigh of relief, just making an appearance to check was fine. After chatting briefly with the two maids, Wu Heng had them prepare lunch. He then called his steward, Zai Ligui. He informed her about changing Lilith's housing situation, feeling better knowing she was updated. They chatted for a few more moments before hanging up. After having lunch, Wu Heng returned to his study, summoned 3 ghosts to him, opened the boundary door, and went to Zombie World. Once out of the boundary door, the other side revealed the sweet dormitory they had left behind. After releasing the three ghosts, he walked to a window and looked outside. Among the bustling crowd, he could see some of the old residents of the base. It looked like Shihankai had moved more people over. He stood at the window waiting for a while. The three ghosts flew back. No issues at the armory, the warehouse is tightly closed, and skeletons are guarding it. Uncle, the missiles are all here, nothing's wrong. Your little girlfriend managed quite well, everything in the base is normal and no issues. The ghosts floated above, reporting each of their observations. Wu Heng said, let's go down and take a look, then arrange transport to elevate Bella's level. He descended the stairs and headed straight toward the commander's office building. At the staircase entrance, skeletons had been posted as guards. Ascending the stairs, he saw his female deputy in her usual seat. Seeing Wu Heng go up, the deputy's body trembled slightly as she saluted. Leader. Is Shihankai inside? Yes, you can go straight in. Wu Heng nodded, knocked twice on the door, and walked in. Inside the office, Shihankai was engrossed in some documents. Hearing the knock, she looked up and instantly smiled. How are things? Wu Heng sat down opposite her. Shihankai put the documents aside. I've reassigned heads to various departments. We've also interspersed our people among them, especially at the satellite communications side. I checked there, and it's indeed clear who's who. So, you're saying I nearly didn't survive, Wu Heng stated. Shihankai said, I specifically consulted these people, and it's indeed possible to clearly locate targets, but the territory is so vast, it's not that simple. But always being watched is dangerous. That it is, Shihankai nodded, then added, we've dissolved all military forces inside the base. All city defenses and armed forces are now replaced by skeletons. Those dissolved are scattered into transportation and rescue teams. I plan to send some people over to Yaong's factory. That works, discuss it with Li Yaong, Wu Heng said. Shihankai glanced at the document beside her again and said, there's one more issue. What is it? The living conditions in the Shanti area are too poor. An outbreak of fire or chaos could lead to bigger issues. I'm considering either adding houses during the winter or moving people downtown like in Xinfu City, where the buildings are already set up. Outside, the area where the refugees lived was hardly different from shanties. Currently, it was manageable, merely more mosquitoes. In winter, it might result in a lot of people freezing to death. Thus, the living environment needed change. Wu Heng responded, we've also cleared the city area. Let skeletons meticulously check it again later and settle people in a suburb area. I was thinking the same, Shihankai nodded. Having finished discussing the base issues, Wu Heng said, let's get the few technical departments up and running faster, especially satellite launch and control. Keep training the previously arranged skeletons, giving them a designated time to teach basic operations. Okay, I'll arrange it right away, Wu Heng nodded. Seeing that he had finished, Shihankai asked, you know about the girl group, right? Yes, the singing and dancing team. There are a few former members of the group, are you interested? Shihankai raised an eyebrow. Chapter 773, Emerald Sea Heavenly Arc. How's that? Looks good, but I have all I need with you guys. Wu Heng patted his waist. Shihankai smiled, touched his face, and said, you always say the nicest things. Wu Heng continued, alright, get a vehicle ready, I'm taking the skeletons to clear out the zombies. Okay, Shihankai agreed. After preparing the vehicle, they took out a heavy, sturdy push-button phone, a satellite phone, no need to use the public channels on the radio anymore. Definitely more convenient, Wu Heng said as he weighed the phone in his hand. It still had a certain heft to it. I'm off then, call me if anything comes up. Wu Heng went downstairs where a truck was already waiting. He sat in the passenger seat as a large group of skeletons assembled from the military camp. Then, with the skeleton army escorting him, they headed outside the city. Exiting the inner city gate, the truck and skeletons moved into the cluttered, narrow streets lined with shacks. Malnourished survivors hurried back into their shacks, peering out through the gaps. Some ragged survivors knelt along the road, bowing to the convoy and shouting words of thanks. It seemed Shihankai's propaganda was working. His own reputation was likely to increase. Leaving the base. Traveling towards the distance. As they approached the location marked on the map, they could already see the wandering zombies. Wu Heng put on a mask, altering his appearance before stepping down from the truck. Skeleton hounds lured the zombies, and the skeleton spear formation met the incoming horde. The fierce fight began, and strands of remnant souls flew into the sky. Bella charged forward, beginning to devour the souls scattered in the air. During the intense devouring, Bella's experience was quickly increasing. She was probably 1 or 2 skirmishes away from leveling up. Gradually, the battle ended. Wu Hang commanded the skeletons to clean up the battlefield, and he began converting more skeletons. Once everything was handled, he found a place to stay nearby and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Gold and Silver Island. It had rained slightly last night, and the morning streets were thick with moisture. People started their day early, and the streets gradually became lively. At that moment, a paper boy on his bike quickly arrived at his usual corner. He held up the leader's paper and shouted, "The latest great detective story, Elixir auctioned for 50,000 gold coins. This division praises the exceptional people of Gold and Silver Island, buying a mansion on the island." The busy crowd suddenly stopped in their tracks, and the whole street went still. Today there was a new story from the great detective, and they could read a new story. The elixir auction for 50,000 gold coins had also been circulating. But a hero buying a mansion on the island? What was this news? A hero on the island? A level 20 hero appearing here? The crowd surged forward, once again rushing to buy the newspapers. Golden Sale Tavern. With the newspaper sales, quite a few people had gathered early in the morning, waiting to hear the latest story from the great detective. Sitting down, it was not long before they saw Bard Sabin, dressed in brocade, holding a newspaper walking out. "Is Mr. Sabin telling the story today? I love hearing Mr. Sabin's stories." The crowd murmured quietly. "Good morning, everyone," Sabin greeted cheerfully as he took the stage, his voice full of energy. "I know you all came here early to hear the great detective's story, but before we begin, let's read the most important piece of news from the paper," Sabin said, prompting discussions among the crowd. "As I was coming here, I heard that a hero had come to the island. It seems they even bought a house. Mr. Sabin, please tell us quickly, is it really related to a hero?" "Indeed, we have never seen a hero before." Amidst the bustling discussions from the crowd, Sabin lightly tapped the table. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "It's confirmed, the head of our division, Lilith, has settled on Gold and Silver Island and is contributing to the island's security." The audience was taken aback. "Who is Lilith?" "The head of the headquarters, don't you know that? A level 20 hero is living on the island? My goodness, is Gold and Silver Island that impressive?" Inside the headquarters dormitory, Lilith, holding a newspaper, watched the headline "Head of Division settles on Gold and Silver Island, building the Heavenly Ark on Emerald Sea," her eyelids twitching. Not taking any losses indeed. She had given a house yesterday, and today her own was used to promote the island's real estate. Now this hero was also responsible for the island's security. The elder aide next to her laughed. "Island Lord Wu Hang really has a unique business mind." Lilith tossed the newspaper aside. Childish cleverness. Chapter 774, Level 20 Steward's Office. Xiligui held the phone, her tone serious. "Have you gone mad, using Leader Lilith for advertising?" On the other end of the call, Wu Hang's voice came through. "I only mentioned the leader has settled on the island, didn't say anything else." "Did you discuss this matter with Leader Lilith?" "No." Xiligui covered her forehead with her hand. "You're done for, I can't save you. When your mouth is sealed, what will you do?" "It can't be just a vague mention in the newspaper, and they're going to seal my mouth? That's so cruel." Wu Hang's voice had also risen quite a bit. "I will hire a sign language teacher for you, it shouldn't be hard to learn." "Damn, no need to think so thoroughly, I don't think it's that serious," Wu Hang continued. Xiligui took a deep breath and said, "What's done is done, let's see what Leader Lilith thinks. If the leader is really angry, I'll go and apologize then," Wu Hang added. Xiligui wasn't left with many good options, and could only say, "Let's wait and see." After they finished speaking, the call was ended. Shiyali rested her chin in her hands. "Why the grumpy face? I don't think it's a big deal." Xiligui gave her sister a blank stare. "You've been brainwashed by him, you think nothing he does is a problem. Isn't it? He's been running Gold and Silver Island pretty well, living here is even more comfortable than with the elf race," Shiyali said with a smile. Xiligui pursed her lips and didn't respond, going back to her seat to sit down. Island Lord's Mansion. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hang settled back into the sofa. The newspaper's report about Lilith settling on the island was something he had thought through beforehand. The intent was simple, to send out some signals. A leader settling in a place definitely indicates a strong approval of the local comprehensive conditions, which is exactly what Gold and Silver Island needed. It wasn't just about increasing the island's publicity and selling houses at high prices to elites, but more importantly, it concerned some high-level professionals and the evil cult that bore grudges against him. The Holy Court establishing a church on the island could reduce the number of fugitives arriving. A hero settling on the island was enough to deter more people. It also saved him the constant worry about the island's safety whenever he went out. Another point was the Holy Court. The closer the relationship between Lilith and Gold and Silver Island, the more it signaled to the Holy Court. When that church leader returned, if he wanted to deal with him, he would have to consider Lilith's stance. Thinking about it, he really was unlucky, having to guard against the evil cult and enemies in the front, and watch out for attacks from the Holy Court in the back. Being a necromancer was so stressful. He sat in the living room for a while, all was calm, and Lilith hadn't arranged for anyone to come find him. It seemed there was no problem. He stood up, stretched lazily, and said, "Minnie, I'm heading upstairs. If anyone is looking for me, tell them I've stepped out." "Yes, Master," Minnie answered from across the room. Wu Heng headed straight upstairs and entered his study. After waiting for the three ghosts to return and getting an update on the situation outside, he confirmed everything was indeed fine. He let the ghosts return and opened the boundary door to Zombie World. Zombie World. Stepping out of the boundary door, he released the three ghosts from his body. Together, they walked out, casually chatting. "Sister Bella, are you almost level 20? Zhao asked. Bella replied, "Wu Heng said it should be soon, it feels like just a matter of a couple of days." "Uncle, are you leveling up soon?" Zhao leaned on Wu Heng's shoulder. Wu Heng glanced at Bella's panel. "Soon, with a little more effort today should do it. With Sister Bella reaching level 20, our team will get stronger," Zhao cheered. "Yeah, then you're the only one left at level 18, said Wu Heng. Zhao flew to the side, tilting her head away. "Uncle is also level 19, yet you're talking about me." One man and three spirits chatted as they proceeded outside. Wu Heng took the passenger seat in the truck, giving the order directly, "Keep moving forward." The vehicle started, with the skeleton army following along the road. After driving some distance, another swarm of zombies began to appear in the distance. The skeleton hounds ran ahead to attract the zombies. The surging horde rushed forward, colliding with the skeleton spear formation. Clashes echoed in the sky. Spirits slowly rose from the ground. Bella wasted no time, she flew up to devour the pervasive remnant souls. Time elapsed. By now the sky had completely darkened, the entire area shrouded in night, with only the pale blue glow from the skeleton's eye sockets flickering incessantly. Outside, the fierce fighting continued. Because Bella was about to level up, all her speeds were increasing, and Wu Heng didn't even have time to eat. He was advancing and clearing zombies all the way. This was already the third wave of zombies they had cleared today. Bella was also continuously devouring remnant souls, but so far, there had been no prompt for leveling up. Wu Heng was just about to check Bella's panel. Suddenly, a system prompt resounded in his ears. Ghost upgraded to level 20, agility +5, intelligence +3, perception +4, charm +3, unlocked rates, legendary heroic spirit, unlocked rates, legendary invisibility, legendary possession, unlocked ability, telekinesis push. Hearing the prompt, Wu Heng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Looking up into the sky ahead, he saw Bella's figure still darting among the remnant souls, her speed even more rapid. Bella too felt herself leveling up and flew directly back from afar, her tone somewhat excited. "Wu Heng, I think I leveled up." Wu Heng nodded. "Congratulations, Bella, you're level 20 now." Excitement was unmistakable in Bella's eyes. Level 20, a level only spoken of in the stories told in taverns, and now she had reached it herself. At the same level as those high-ranking leaders in the headquarters. Her heart filled with excitement, she still squeezed out a smile. "Thank you, Wu Heng, thank you Lady Glenda, Zhao. I wish I could get to level 22, Zhao muttered. Bella said with a smile, "Once you unlock Unfinished Wish, you'll be able to reach level 20. I still don't know what that is," Zhao pouted. Wu Heng said with a laugh, "No worries, take your time. I'm not in a hurry, Uncle can't level up either. I'm thankful you're with me. Who else would I be best with if not you?" Wu Heng pointed to the remnant souls above, "Devour the rest and then head back to rest." The three ghosts all flew out and began to devour the remnant souls filling the sky. Wu Heng then opened Bella's attributes to take a look. Heroic Spirit, level 20, attributes, agility 50, constitution 34, intelligence 41, perception 45, charm 38, traits, legendary heroic spirit, legendary invisibility, legendary possession, telekinesis push, ability, spirit vision. After reviewing the attributes, he frowned slightly. He then opened Glenda's attributes at level 20 for comparison. When Glenda reached level 20, telekinesis push had evolved into legendary telekinesis control, but Bella had just unlocked telekinesis push upon reaching level 20. In terms of abilities, she also lacked stealing body compared to Glenda. It seemed she hadn't improved as much as Glenda had. Thinking about it carefully, the issue wasn't really a big one. As long as she reached level 20, being able to suppress the enemy with her attributes was enough. The simplest and most effective means for a ghost to kill was through possession. With legendary possession and legendary invisibility, she would be well equipped. Now that Bella had also reached level 20, only Zhao was left behind. Next, he'd need to find a way to resolve Zhao's unfinished wish. The three ghosts had cleaned up the remnant souls, and the battling zombies below were few in number. Wu Heng directly ordered the skeleton army to advance forward, killing any remaining zombies along the way. Then, as usual, came the cleanup work. Wu Heng collected corpse cores and released Corpse Battlefield to convert all the zombies into skeletons. Once everything was taken care of, he found a house by the roadside, opened the boundary door, and returned to rest. Back on Gold and Silver Island, the sky had also darkened. After a quick wash, he went downstairs to have the skeleton chef prepare some midnight snacks. In order to level up Bella, he had skipped lunch as well. While dining, his thoughts roamed casually. At level 19 himself, with 2 level 20 ghosts and 1 level 18, he already considered a considerable force in the other world. But now it seemed his skeleton attendants were a bit low in level. Kaizayu, a level 18 fist master, and although Karam, bolstered by the evil sword, wasn't lacking in killing power, his level was only 17. The Zombie King sighed, "We need to speed things up." After dinner, Wu Heng returned cautiously to the bedroom. He lay down in bed to rest. Chapter 775, Angry Lilith. The next day, at the port, Wu Heng, along with Andre Willow and a few skeleton attendants, boarded the cargo ship Starflower. As they boarded, a Wood Elf representative hurried over to greet them. "Lord Island Master, Ms. Andre Willow. Have the elixirs arrived?" "The elixirs are on this ship, and the other 2 are loaded with grain ordered by the island," the Wood Elf explained. "Wire, go check the grain, and then have it moved to the warehouse." "Yes, my lord," Andre Willow nodded, leading her skeleton attendants across the gangplank to the other ships. Wu Heng followed the Wood Elf representative towards the ship's hold. In the dimly lit hold, wooden crates were neatly stacked and secured. The Wood Elf representative gestured, and immediately a crew member opened one of the crates to reveal bottles of elixirs. "Lord Island Master, all the goods you ordered are here. When using them, measure and mix with water, then pour it out for application." Wu Heng nodded and spoke to the skeleton alchemy warlock accompanying him. "Take several bottles for inspection." The skeleton alchemy warlock stepped forward to inspect. Wu Heng then asked, "What is the elder considering regarding the formula?" The Wood Elf seemed slightly embarrassed. They mentioned that they are still discussing it. Still discussing? It felt like they were planning to drag this out. Wu Heng said, "Tell the elder that they can express any concerns directly, as our cooperation has always been good." Rather than purchasing ready-made elixirs, Wu Heng preferred to buy back the formula. Once mass-produced, it would be more effective than fertilizer. It could even ensure the food supply in zombie world. It would also save him the trouble of transporting materials back and forth. The Wood Elf said, "I will personally write to the elder, but the outcome will depend on what the clan decides." "That's acceptable," Wu Heng nodded. The skeleton inspecting the elixirs returned, placing the test bottles back, indicating there were no issues. Wu Heng stored all the elixirs in his space satchel and said, "For the final payment, you can settle it at the city hall." "Understood, my lord," the Wood Elf nodded. Exiting the hold, they waited on the deck. Soon after, Andre Willow returned, reporting no issues with the grain and that the workmen were organizing its transfer. After confirming all the goods, Wu Heng and Andre Willow disembarked from the cargo ship and rode a carriage back to the central district. During the carriage ride, Wu Heng asked, "Wire, any news about the livestock and animals we ordered?" "They have already contacted the suppliers, and the delivery should arrive in the next few days," Andre Willow replied. "Let me know when they arrive." "Yes, Master," Andre Willow smiled. Wu Heng smiled. "With Wire handling things, everything is well organized." "You're teasing me again, Master," Andre Willow said, playfully clinging to his hand. The carriage stopped in the central district. Andre Willow alighted and returned to the city hall. Wu Heng continued towards the island lord's mansion. The carriage stopped outside the island lord's mansion. As Wu Heng got down, he saw workers bustling in and out near the distant mansion. He walked up and glanced inside through the gate, spotting an elder standing under a tree looking prim in a suit, holding a black parasol above Lilith, who was dressed in a princess gown. Wu Heng looked over, and the 2 under the tree turned to look at him as well. "Lilith, leader," Wu Heng softly greeted. Lilith briefly raised her eyes, showing no response. The elder, seeming to notice Lilith's gaze, turned back to Wu Heng and extended the parasol. "Island Lord Wu Heng has arrived at the perfect time. I have a matter to attend to. Please accompany the young lady here for a while." Wu Heng took the parasol, standing behind and continuing to shade Lilith. "Are you adjusting well on the island? There's a new movie premiering soon. I'll have a carriage to pick you up, leader." "Have you taken the elixir?" "Its effects are quite apparent." Wu Heng tried several topics, but Lilith simply stood still, without any intention of speaking, not even moving. Her gaze focused straight ahead on the busy workers, who, startled, worked quickly, sweat streaming down their backs. Wu Hang felt the pressure too. Everything went south. She was genuinely angry. The only leader he had a good relationship with was now upset with him. Leader, didn't you want to take some equipment from Gold and Silver Island last time? Wu Hang suddenly spoke up. Lilith slightly turned her head, still remaining silent. The devices at home obviously cannot be taken. Lilith turned her head back. But I have a particularly cool piece of machinery I plan to give you. I guarantee you've never seen it before, Wu Hang quickly added. Please, leader, let's go have a look. Give me a chance to correct my mistake. Lilith pondered for a moment and then started walking out. They exited the gate, arriving at a deserted street beside the island lord's mansion. No one was around, only a few patrolling skeletons passed by on the road ahead. Wu Hang pulled out a black motorcycle from his space ring, patted the frame, and said, "This is the latest vehicle on Gold and Silver Island, and we will not be selling it to outsiders for a while." Lilith furrowed her brow and glanced at the motorcycle standing before her. There were bicycles for sale on the island, so the concept of something with two wheels moving wasn't strange. But this one seemed a bit different. "Let me demonstrate for you," Wu Hang said as he straddled the bike. Twisting the throttle, the motorcycle zoomed off with a buzz. Lilith's gaze sharpened, her skirt fluttering slightly due to the breeze. Soon, Wu Hang zoomed back with another buzz and stopped in front of her. "Come on, give it a try." "I'll teach you," Wu Hang dismounted and gestured with his hand. Lilith looked at him with surprise and curiosity in her eyes, but she still took his hand and sat on the bike. But no matter how much she tried, her legs couldn't reach the ground. Looking down, she saw Wu Hang trying to suppress a laugh as her body grew larger, transforming from a petite girl into a long-haired beauty. And her dress turned into a short skirt, revealing her white calves. It was indeed the Lilith from the memory fragments. So many years had passed, yet her appearance had not changed at all. "What next?" Lilith asked coolly. Her voice too had changed from the indifferent tone of a young girl to something deeply textured. "Let me explain the controls." "Don't move yet," Wu Hang began to explain the throttle, brakes, and steering to her. Afterward, he asked her to slowly twist the throttle. "Take it slow, get used to it first." The motorcycle began to move forward slowly, Wu Hang walking alongside to steady it as they made slow circles on the open ground. After a few rounds, she started getting used to it. Speeding up, the motorcycle swiftly weaved through the roads. Her skirt improbably remained in place, not providing the view one might expect. After riding for a while, Lilith dismounted. Her form shrunk, returning to her petite figure, and casually stored the motorcycle away. Then she walked back without looking back. Wu Hang immediately grabbed an umbrella and hurried after her. "Don't like the color? If black isn't your style, we can change it." Lilith quickened her pace in a huff. "It can also be pink, you'd definitely stand out riding it." "I only have this one, and I gave you the best," Wu Hang muttered as he chased after her. Suddenly, Lilith stopped, pointing her finger accusingly at him. Wu Hang grabbed her pointing finger. "Okay, I'll stop talking." They returned to the mansion. Standing under a tree, they waited a while before the old man returned by carriage. Taking the umbrella, Wu Hang and Lilith returned to the association. As the carriage departed, they peeked through the curtain cracks and looked back. Wu Hang waved goodbye. Back at the island lord's mansion. After speaking briefly with the maids, Wu Hang then headed to Zombie World. Bella had already reached level 20, so there was no need for her to stay linger. The remaining cleanup would be handled directly by the skeleton army. Stepping out of the building, he organized the skeletons for their withdrawal while taking out a satellite phone to contact Shihankai. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, go ahead. I need to head to Shanfu port first, then arrange for a flight. I'll be back in Xinfu City tomorrow," Wu Hang said. "Understood, I will arrange it right now. There are still people stationed at Shanfu port, you can go straight there," Shihankai responded. "Right." He hung up. Wu Hang climbed into a truck, which, escorted by the skeleton army, headed straight back to Shanfu port. As the day darkened, the convoy and the skeleton army arrived near Shanfu port. The heavy gate opened, revealing the coiled figure of the zombie king inside. "Still level 19, Glenda remarked after inspecting the zombie king. The zombie king's body had swollen, its limbs muscular and intimidating. Even the chains wrapped around its body left deep indentations on its flesh. Like a bun that had swollen after being tied up. Suddenly, the zombie king lifted its head and glared fiercely over here. Without a roar or struggle, it just watched. Wu Hang didn't say more, directly releasing the mansion skill. The stone door opened, revealing the electromagnetic cannon and the remaining empty space behind it. "Drag it inside," Wu Hang ordered. The skeletons immediately grabbed the chains and pushed it toward the mansion skill. At that moment, the zombie king began to struggle fiercely, the chains squeaking under the stress. Once dragged inside the mansion skill, Wu Heng's thoughts materialized thick iron plates around the zombie king, enclosing it seamlessly, leaving only its ferocious, roaring head exposed. Then, cannon towers appeared out of nowhere around the iron plates. Machine cannons loaded and aimed at the zombie king in the middle. The zombie king's expression froze, and it closed its mouth. Chapter 776, Return to Zinfu City. Seeing the zombie king showing fear because of the machine cannon, Wu Heng was also somewhat surprised. It seemed that, with the nurturing of the corpse core, the intelligence of this zombie king was also increasing. He might not recognize the machine cannon, but he probably knew it was a weapon capable of killing him, thus he stayed quiet to avoid provoking it. No, it's possible that the zombie king had indeed seen the machine cannon before. The place where he was captured, the Korea rescue team had arranged for the military to forcefully attack, which definitely involved the use of corresponding modern weapons. Perhaps it was the awareness of the weapon's power that made him choose to stay quiet. Either way, it proved that the zombie king's intelligence was increasing. It was unknown whether he would eventually evolve intelligence not inferior to humans. By then, would he also belong to a new race? Just like the various strange races in the other world. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and the guarding skeleton also entered the mansion skill, guarding around the zombie king. After confirming there were no issues, he then directly closed the mansion skill. Everything was handled. Wu Heng walked outside as Piao floated beside him. Uncle, are we going back to Zinfu City now? We'll take a plane back tomorrow morning. Oh, I'll go and tell my mom first, Piao said. Alright. Returning to Shanfu Port Base, there were still people stationed there. After Wu Heng returned, the skeleton army went to the military station location, and he spoke briefly with the person in charge of the station before returning to his bedroom. Returning to Gold and Silver Island. The sky had darkened again. These days when he returned, it was always dark, and the maids had also gone to their rooms to rest. Wu Heng had eaten something, soaked in a bath, and while drying his hair, he returned to the study. Glenda was reading a book. Bella had unlocked telekinesis push, and could now control the stylus on the tablet to play movies by herself. Where's Piao? Wu Heng poured himself a cup of tea. She went to play with her friends, Bella said. Wu Heng sat down, drinking tea, and frowned as he asked, what profession is her friend in? Why can they still play with her so late? The other two ghosts were taken aback. Should I follow her tomorrow to make sure she doesn't get led astray? Glenda suggested. That's not very good, Bella. Ask her when you have time, what are they playing at this late hour? Wu Heng directly said. Bella nodded. Okay, I'll ask tomorrow. Wu Heng continued. Bella, after level 20, ghosts can try to learn some skills. There are spells from the Necromancy sect on the bookshelf, you can check them out when you have time. Really? I can learn spells too? Bella said with a smile. In theory, yes, Wu Heng said, glancing at Glenda who was reading. Glenda, sensing his gaze, said to Bella, in Wu Heng's theory, it's possible, but I haven't learned a single one yet. Bella looked a bit discouraged. If even Lady Glenda hasn't learned, it'll be even harder for me. Attribute-wise, Glenda had higher intelligence, while Bella had a bit more agility. Moreover, Glenda came from a good background, having read various books at home before her death, whereas Bella, although literate, had worked in a tavern, which was quite different. Just take a look, we have plenty of time. That's true, Bella nodded. You guys carry on, I'm going back to rest. Wu Heng drained the cup, got up, and stretched. Good night. Rest early. Wu Heng nodded and walked out of the study back to his bedroom to rest. Lying in bed, he soon drifted off to sleep. The next day, after having breakfast, hearing the maids report on the situation on the island, Wu Heng then went upstairs to the zombie world. He didn't bring the escorting skeletons, simply took a truck, and headed to the main base of the Korea rescue team. Inside a room in the base, Wu Heng said to Chi Heng-kei, I took the zombie king from Shanfu port. It's quite dangerous, I think it's better to kill it. Chi Heng-kai was still cautious. Some large refuges had rumors of researching zombies. But keeping a zombie king, feeding corpse cores, and waiting for evolution, feared only he was doing such a thing. Who knows what kind of new monster could arise? Rest assured, it's alright, Wu Heng reassured. Chi Heng-kai said no more, and from his backpack, he took out two thick satellite phones for Li Yong and Jiao Rong. You can use these phones to stay in touch if there's any issue. Back home, several bases had already connected phone lines. But with Chi Heng-kei, they could only use radios for communication. The problem with radios was that everyone could enter the frequency and hear the messages, just like a chat group. Now with satellite phones, more confidential matters could be discussed. Wu Heng put away the satellite phones, then said, I'll leave this side to you, be careful with everything. You're not coming back? Chi Hengkai raised his head, his eyes full of reluctance. Wu Heng gently patted his thigh, and after Chi Hengkai sat on his lap, he said, we have planes now, it's just a 3 to 4 hours flight, if you miss me, just fly over. Chi Hengkai pouted, it sounds like we're in a long-distance relationship. Why don't you come back with me? Just be a good little wife? Wu Heng laughed. Chi Hengkai chest puffed out, I don't want to be kept by someone all day, I still have a group of brothers under my command. You see. Alright, I'm just afraid of missing you, I'll take a plane to find you then, Chi Hengkai laughed. After a while, the walkie-talkie transmitted that the plane was ready. Wu Heng and Chi Hengkai then went downstairs together. Chapter 776, Return to Xinfu City. He headed downstairs. Waving goodbye, Wu Heng boarded the plane directly. After waiting on the plane for a while, Zhao flew back. Uncle, you're already on the plane. Did you say goodbye to your mom? Yes, I'm done, Zhao nodded. Wu Heng smiled and said, let's go first, if we stay there for a long time, we'll bring your mom over. Okay, Zhao smiled. With the 3 ghosts by his side, Wu Heng spoke directly to the front, take off now, head to Yangtong City Airport. The plane began to start, trembling lightly as it soared into the sky. Approximately 3.5 hours of travel. The plane landed at Yangtong City Airport. Wu Heng continued by boarding the skeleton flying dragon, heading straight to the military factory. The flying dragon descended from the sky, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust. Wu Heng leaped down from the dragon's back and walked towards the office building on the side while pulling out the local walkie-talkie to call Jiao Rong. Just as he reached the entrance, Jiao Rong came out from inside. Leader. Jiao Rong saluted. Wu Heng nodded and asked, how many finished products of the machine cannons are there? By count, there should be 72 finished units, Jiao Rong answered. Take me there. Leader, this way please. Jiao Rong led the way, and Wu Heng followed him to the warehouse. Along the way, Jiao Rong also reported the progress of the base during this period. Wu Heng didn't say much, but he could tell that since his last visit, there had not been any substantial breakthroughs or progress. The noticeable development was just an increase in the previously developed equipment. They reached the warehouse storing the machine cannons, the door opened, revealing new twin-barreled machine cannons in wooden boxes. Jiao Rong said, they just need a bit of assembly, and then they can be used normally. How difficult is the assembly? Wu Heng asked. Not difficult, the bodies are already assembled, you just need to connect the mount and the chain, Jiao Rong explained. Wu Heng nodded, casually collecting all the machine cannons, then said, take me to the ammunition warehouse to have a look. Jiao Rong continued to lead the way to the warehouse storing the ammunition, where various types of bullets and shells appeared before him. Wu Heng didn't say much, directly collecting them. At the same time, he handed over a satellite phone to Jiao Rong, saying, this is a satellite phone. If there are important matters, you can contact me or other bases through this phone. Jiao Rong held it in his hand. Understood, leader. Is the train at the station? Take me to Xinfu City. I'll arrange it now. Wu Heng rode in an off-road vehicle, continuing towards the station, heading for Xinfu City. On the train, the rumbling noise filled his ears. Wu Heng pulled out the meat pies Minnie had prepared in the morning, reclining in his chair as he ate. Glenda said, I visited a few laboratories, people there don't have their previous zeal. Bella also spoke up, it's the same on my side, it looks quite leisurely. Let me have a look, Wu Heng stated plainly. The ghost entered his body, sharing the visual. Inside the laboratory, machines roared, but no one was at their post, chatting and drinking tea, some even socializing. No wonder Jiao Rong's report indicated no progress during this time. It seemed that having had a taste of good days, they had reverted to slacking off. After viewing, Wu Heng released the ghost. Are they a bit lax? Glenda mentioned. Seems like the people at the military factory have been having it too easy, it's time to reduce some personnel and supplies, Wu Heng stated. Originally when this base was first established, the situation was very different than today. At that time, everyone was vigorously engaged in their work. Tasks handed down could be completed within a few days. Of course, at that time Wu Heng was also present at the military factory, so no one dared to slack off. Although Wu Heng understood the phenomenon of slacking off at work, now was not the time for that. While people outside faced danger and physical labor, the military factory had its own duties. Premium resources were provided not for them to slack off in the office. Just arranging work isn't enough, if it's still like this after a long time, you could adopt the association's model, appoint an inspector or two, or implement a performance grading system, Glenda suggested. Indeed, that's worth considering, Wu Hang nodded. At 3 p.m., the train arrived at Xinfu City. Continuing the journey in an off-road vehicle, they headed to the office building in the city center. Unlike other places, Xinfu City resembled more of the pre-end-of-the-world urban settings. People were addressed similarly to before the apocalypse, some of them paired up and engaged in conversation, smiles visible on their faces. Wu Hang entered the central office building where, inside the lobby, survivors queued in a long line to sign for and receive cans at a wooden table. Wu Hang stood at the back of the crowd for a moment, then continued upstairs. Arriving in front of an office, he knocked lightly on the door and then pushed it open and entered. Inside the office, Liang looked up from her desk towards the door. Frowning, she sized him up. "What is it?" Wu Hang removed his mask, revealing his original face. "Don't recognize me anymore, do you?" Liang, brightening upon seeing him, rolled her eyes jokingly. "With that mask on, who would know it's you?" "Nowadays, I'm extra cautious when I go out, to avoid being recognized," Wu Hang said as he sat down across from her. "You're not a big celebrity to be so cautious." "Really?" Wu Hang then recounted the events in South Korea. When Liang heard about South Korea intending to strike him with missiles, then how Wu Hang wiped out the enemy's base overnight. Her mouth hung open, her face a mix of surprise and disbelief. After a long moment, she exclaimed, "Gosh, things are so intense over there, fighting with missiles directly." "Yeah, that's why I keep my whereabouts as confidential as possible." Liang nodded seriously. "Better not bring those missiles here." "Heartless woman." Liang laughed, then said, "The headquarters still hasn't sent over the talisman books. They really treat it as a treasure." Liang asked seriously, "Do talismans even work?" "If you are talking about that book, it's useless." "And the talismans?" "Well, they are somewhat psychologically comforting, at least they provide some solace," Wu Hang said with a smile. The effects of talismans were minimal indeed, not really effective. They were more like a psychological safety net, almost like a prayer. Liang glared at him. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I bet headquarters is going crazy trying to figure out the use of that book." "I'm just interested, who knew they'd think so much into it?" Wu Hang shrugged. After discussing the situation, Liang asked, "What's the plan next?" "So I can prepare in advance." Wu Hang replied, "I've brought some food growth elixirs and some food I bought, just for you." Liang looked pleased. "Really? That's great. Come on, prepare a storage room for me." "Sure." They both stood and walked out together. Wu Hang first took out boxes of elixirs and placed them in a warehouse, writing down instructions for use on paper for Liang. Then, Liang arranged for people to transport them. Wu Hang continued to the adjacent warehouse, directing the skeletons to move food from the other world warehouse. Once everything was handled, he left the place in Liang's charge and returned to his quarters. The next day, 3 trucks sped along the road. Approaching the prison near Xinfu City, the convoy slowly decelerated. The vehicles stopped at the prison gate. Wu Hang, Liang, and a few others got off. "I kind of miss this place," Liang suddenly said. This place used to be their base, taken over from the prison inmates. Initially, there weren't many skeletons, and they had lost quite a few attacking here. Now, no survivors remained here, just a group of skeletons stationed as guards. "Let's go in and take a look," Wu Hang said, leading Liang and the others forward. Approaching the gate, he called out to the wall above to open it. The heavy iron gate slowly opened. Wu Hang walked straight in. Inside, everything was still neat. On one side were numerous long spear-holding skeletons, among them was a gigantic black-haired tarantula. Its back swarming with tiny spiders. "You go check the vehicles, I'll go inside and take a look," Wu Hang said. Liang nodded, directing the vehicles through the gate for inspection. Meanwhile, Wu Hang walked directly into the prison and activated the mansion skill. Drag out the Zombie King. Chapter 777. It seems like the investigation team started fighting the Zombie King within the mansion skill was being forcibly dragged out by skeletons. The moment he was dragged out of the stone gate of the mansion skill, the iron plates wrapped around his body disappeared, leaving only the chains coiled around him. As the iron plates vanished, the Zombie King seemed to see hope and violently burst into a fierce struggle, flinging the chain-pulling skeletons all around. They crashed loudly into the surrounding walls. The skeletons quickly got back on their feet, grabbed their axes, and went straight for him, chopping away. The Zombie King was still bound by the iron chains, unable to take even a step, and in the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground under the skeletons hacking, issuing angry roars. After a dozen axe blows, the Zombie King quieted down and was dragged, bloodied, into a single cell in the prison. The cell was about 20 square meters, and all of its furnishings and equipment had been cleared out. The Zombie King was thrown in the middle, and the skeletons followed in, continuing their close watch. Wu Hang took out the corpse core and handed it to a skeleton, continued to feed it the corpse core. The skeleton took it, pulled one out of a plastic bag, and stuffed it into the zombie king's mouth. "Close the door," Wu Hang said as he stepped out of the cell. The iron door closed, cutting off the scene inside from the outside. Unlike the iron bars of prison cells in the other world, the modern world's prison cells have solid iron doors. In the middle is a narrow horizontal observation slot. Opening it allows one to see inside. This arrangement is somewhat safer. After dealing with the zombie king, Wu Hang walked around several prison blocks with the skeletons. The prison was divided into different blocks, each containing a dozen or so different types of cells, with both single and multiple occupancy options. Which criminals were housed with whom, Wu Hang wasn't too clear about. He thought it might be a division between major offenders or ordinary criminals. After opening each cell to take a look, he had a general idea in his mind. Leaving the block, he used a satellite phone to call Li Yong and also summoned electrician skeletons and welding skeletons. In the office, Wu Hang held a map of the block while explaining the renovation plans to several technical worker skeletons. After the explanation, he sent them off to prepare, ready to start work at any time. Once the technical worker skeletons had left, Wu Hang turned his attention back to Li Yong. "What do I need to do?" Li Yong asked. Wu Hang said, "Arrange for the materials the skeletons need for their work. Make sure the people you send are reliable and can keep a secret. Don't worry, the clay figurine you gave me is still around. If anyone has a big mouth and blabs, I can find out," Li Yong said directly. Wu Hang thought for a moment before asking, "Are there many cameras in the warehouse?" "Quite a few," Li Yong said. "Bring some over, have the skeletons install one in each cell, it'll be convenient for observation." "Okay," Li Yong agreed, then added, "By the way, do you need any smart home devices? Motorized curtains, robotic vacuum cleaners, and such. I've accumulated a lot of those, all gathering dust in the warehouse." "Bring some over, I might as well experience smart living," Wu Hang said. Li Yong nodded and continued, "Aren't you coming back with me? You could just leave the work here to the skeletons." "I'd rather not go back right now, it would waste too much time on the road." Seeing that he had made up his mind, Li Yong did not press further, stood up, and said, "Let's go, I'll help you tidy up your dormitory. It's all messy, you don't look like a leader at all." Wu Hang wrapped an arm around her shoulder as they walked outside. "You're the best. Slick talker, wonder who you learned that from." They went upstairs, and Li Yong helped tidy up the room that had been unoccupied for a long time. Not until the afternoon, when Wu Hang stood at the front door, waving goodbye as Li Yong and her convoy gradually faded into the distance. After they were out of sight, Wu Hang returned to the prison and had the skeletons close the main gate tightly. In the time that followed, Wu Hang redeployed the prison's defenses. Every side of the walls was reinforced with machine guns and machine cannons, some facing outwards for defense against enemies, others facing inwards, in preparation for the future cultivation of corpse cores. He stayed with the skeletons until dusk approached. Only then did he allow the skeletons to continue with their work while he returned to the dormitory and through the dormitory, back to Gold and Silver Island. Coming down from upstairs, Minnie and Roby were directing skeletons, gathering the bedding hung out to dry in the courtyard. Seeing Wu Hang come down, they immediately said, "Master, wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon." "Has anything happened on the island these past days?" Wu Hang asked, sitting on the sofa. Roby immediately rushed over with a cup of tea. Minnie said, "Nothing much on the island, but this morning Sister Shainla sent a message through the radio." "Shainla?" Since the auction had ended, Wu Hang hadn't contacted Shainla for a while. Her reaching out suddenly, had something happened in Netali City? It had also been a while since he saw Shainla, and he actually missed her a bit. "I'll go upstairs to check," Wu Hang said. Minnie continued, "Is there anything specific you'd like to eat, Master? I can have the chef add a few dishes." "Nothing in particular, whatever you arrange is fine." "Understood, Master." He went upstairs, directly entering the radio room. He glanced at the logbook in front of each radio station. Besides a few full-throated complaints left by Philippa, only Shainla had left a message. Wu Hang picked up the receiver and tried saying, "Shainla, can you hear me?" Quickly, Shainla's voice came through, "I'm here, why weren't you around this morning?" "I was out handling some things, just got back." "How are things with you?" Wu Hang explained briefly, then asked directly. Chapter 777, "It seems like the investigation team started fighting. Everything's been fine, just dealing with some matters alongside the fifth princess every day." After a brief pause, Shainla continued to ask, "It seems that the association investigation team has made some progress. Do you have any intelligence on that?" Wu Hang replied, Gold and Silver Island is quite far away from there, and any news would not reach here immediately. Moreover, the investigation team might not share any intelligence with me. Shayna spoke earnestly. A batch of association members stationed from the direction of the kingdom have been withdrawn. There's a rumor that the headquarters investigation team, along with religious sects and some hostile forces, have taken action. Action? Wu Heng's eyes narrowed sharply. Is the information reliable? It's uncertain, just some unofficial news. But from the actions of the association within Netali City, there's a possibility. Brittany asked me to see if you had any information, Shayna said. Wu Heng's brows were still furrowed. Logically speaking, the investigation team should have also made contact with some forces within the kingdom. But whether a fight had actually broken out, there was really no way for him to receive information here. The only person he had placed inside, the leader of the Flying Fish pirate group, was left to his own devices, without much attention from Wu Heng. Moreover, those lurking within the sects would have difficulty sending out any information. Is Brittany with you? Wu Heng inquired. Brittany was the fifth princess, currently in charge of managing Netali City. No, if there are any arrangements, I will pass them on to her later, Shayna said. Wu Heng continued, I haven't received any news here either. The main thing is whether you can get any useful intelligence there. The leader Lilith is on the island, isn't she? She's in charge of association intelligence, she should have some news. Shayna suddenly brought up. Lilith. Wu Heng hesitated. Noticing the change in his tone, Shayna asked doubtfully, what, has she left the island? She's still here, she's been angry with me recently, Wu Heng explained the situation. Although the motorcycle had been given as a gift, the recipient still seemed puffed up with anger, making Wu Heng feel like the motorcycle had been a pointless offering. Shayna was somewhat speechless. Daring to use the leader for promotion, you must be the first. It's not your advice, to increase the publicity of Gold and Silver Island? Don't spout nonsense. I never told you to use the leader for publicity, Shayna immediately denied and then said, maybe you should write a will first, and leave the island to me. A heartless woman, Wu Heng snorted. Shayna stopped jesting and continued, pay attention to your relationships with the leaders. The religious leader has some prejudices against you, adding another could make matters even more difficult. It's not that serious. I gave gifts at that time, there's still room to improve the relationship, Wu Heng said. Shayna didn't say much more and continued to instruct, let's both probe around. If there's any relevant intelligence, let's inform each other. Alright. Then, the two of them whispered and strengthened their rapport, and the communication ended. Wu Heng returned the phone to the skeleton and reopened the door to go downstairs. Walking down the stairs, Andre Willow and Annette came in from outside. Dinner was served on the table and they began to eat. After filling up a bit, Andre Willow placed down her utensils and said softly, Master, Leader Lilith has moved into the mansion you arranged this afternoon. The world's decor was simple, and it had been completed in a few days. Have all the equipment been installed? Wu Heng asked. Everything's been installed and tested, and it all works properly. Wu Heng also put down his utensils and asked curiously, is Leader Lilith satisfied with these arrangements? She didn't say much, but she should be. Andre Willow replied, somewhat unsure. Lilith was indeed not one to talk much. For Wu Heng, it was fine. Being one level below, he did not consider a level 20 hero to be all that great,